Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Green Flame Rider. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 4-year-old Izuku and Izumi Yagi joined their mother, Inko, at the doctor's office. Izumi, being 90 seconds older, always saw herself as Izuku's big sister. With bright smiles of excitement, both Izuku and Izumi were practically vibrating when they suddenly stopped with anticipation as the doctor entered the room. The doctor addressed Inko, asking whether she wanted to hear the good news or the bad news first. Inko chose the bad news. The doctor explained that Izuku had an extra joint in his pinky toe, which meant he was genetically quirkless. Tears filled Izuku's eyes as he clutched his All Might figurine. Before he could seek comfort from his mother, she asked about the good news. The doctor revealed that Izumi had an exceptional quirk. She could telepathically move large objects with her mind, though it could cause severe headaches if overused. Inko looked down at Izumi, who was filled with excitement, and hugged her in joy, seemingly ignoring Izuku, who was heartbroken. The doctor knelt down to Izuku and expressed his sympathy, but Izuku asked if he could still be a hero like All Might. The doctor glanced at the empty seat next to Izuku, realizing that Inko had already started walking down the hall with Izumi. He encouraged Izuku to catch up to his mother. Izuku barely made it to the car as Inko was about to leave without him. When they got home, Toshinori was waiting to hear the news, and Izumi rushed into her dad's arms in joy. The three celebrated while Izuku wandered off to a nearby river, sitting in silence. Soon he heard footsteps approaching and saw Katsuki, Shoto, and Izumi walking over. Katsuki knelt next to him and asked if he still wanted to be a hero. Izuku looked up and affirmed that he did. Izumi then playfully used her quirk to lift Izuku and sent him into the river, where he barely managed to swim back to safety. Katsuki exclaimed that Izuku needed to calm down, while Shoto praised Katsuki's thinking. Izuku felt overwhelmed as both Izumi and Shoto teased him. For 4 years, Izuku faced bullying from them while Katsuki watched helplessly, even at school. Despite this, Izuku learned to cook and take care of himself, as Inko and Toshinori often neglected him. He cherished the time spent with his uncle Shoyuta, who encouraged his dreams of becoming a hero. Izuku often hid his injuries from Shoyuta, wearing long sleeves to cover them. One day, near the end of school, Izuku sat alone at his desk when Izumi approached him with Shoto and Katsuki. As he jotted down ideas for heroes in his notebook, Izumi snatched it away and threw it out the window, mocking him for being quirkless. Deep down, she felt a pang of guilt but dismissed it, believing her actions were for his own good. Izuku stood up, tears in his eyes, and told her that maybe she was right, acknowledging her as the smarter one. This shocked everyone in the room, and Izumi tried to chase after him, but Katsuki stopped her, angry at her words. Izuku left the school and sat alone near the river in the woods, lost in thought until night fell. Meanwhile, Izumi faced Katsuki's anger at school and walked home alone, regretting her words. When she arrived home, she rushed to Izuku's room, which was tidy except for a bundle of bandages on his desk. Worried about his absence, she asked her parents if he had come home yet. Inko, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Inko's concern grew as she called everyone she could think of, fearing for Izuku's safety. Aizawa was the first to arrive at their home, finding Inko in distress. He went upstairs to Izuku's room and discovered the bandages, rushing down to confront Inko. Soon, others arrived at the Yagi residence, expressing their concern and anger over Izuku's treatment. Masaru, in a fit of rage, confronted Toshinori, demanding to know how they could neglect such a loving boy. As tensions rose, Katsuki pulled Shoyuta aside, suggesting he might know where Izuku had gone. They ventured into the woods to Izuku's favorite spot, where they found his red boots resting on top of a letter. Aizawa's heart sank as he picked up the boots, and Katsuki began to read the letter aloud. It expressed Izuku's deep hurt and anger towards those who had treated him poorly, revealing the pain he had endured for so long. Kaken, I appreciate the way you tried to comfort me during their torment sessions, but I can't forgive you. Not because you were there, but because you did nothing. Uncle Sho, I love you, and you were the only one who truly believed in me. Goodbye, see you all in the next life. Katsuki sobbed as Shoyuta held him close. I should have protected him. Katsuki murmured, his voice filled with regret. Protected him from what? Shoyuta asked, concern etched on his face. Izumi and Shoto. They pushed too far, Katsuki replied, his voice breaking. As the rain began to fall, Aizawa's eyes burned with anger as he stormed back to the Yagi residence, Katsuki trailing behind. He entered the house, still holding Izuku's shoes, and marched upstairs to Izumi's room, where he found Shoto comforting her. Are those? Izumi started but was cut off by Aizawa's sudden outburst. What did you do to Izuku? Shoyuta demanded, his voice echoing through the house. Meanwhile, Izuku sat down in an open stall at a small auto shop, exhaustion overtaking him. I hope they actually fell for it. I'm so tired. I think I'm gonna rest here for a while, he thought as he began to drift off to sleep. A man with pale skin emerged from the shop and noticed the sleeping green-haired child. A kid out in the rain? At this hour? He mused, standing over the child. He took off his leather jacket and gently placed it over Izuku, who smiled in his sleep, tears escaping his eyes. A teen with dyed black hair approached the shop's door. Dad? The teen began, but the man shushed him. He looks peaceful. If you're done here, you can go upstairs. I'll stay with him until he wakes up, the man said. The teen nodded and left, while the man settled down beside Izuku under the shelter of the shop. As the boy stirred, the man asked, Sleep well? Izuku blinked awake, startled, and began to apologize, bowing rapidly. Whoa kid, no need for all that. Are you alone? The man asked gently. Izuku nodded, and the man lifted his chin to meet his gaze. I've seen your eyes. You're a lost soul, aren't you? Lost soul? Izuku echoed, confusion in his voice. Someone who's sad, and it seems you've been sad for a very long time. Where are my manners? My name is Carter Jean. The man introduced himself, extending his hand. Izuku hesitated before shaking it. My name is Izuku. Surname? Jean inquired. I've disowned my surname, Izuku admitted, looking down. Jean nodded in understanding. Then you can call me Jean. That's my given name. Izuku glanced at the jacket and handed it back to Jean. I'm sorry for being a burden. I'll get out of your hair. Jean smiled warmly. You could never be a burden. Do you have a place to stay? Izuku shook his head, and Jean stood up, brushing himself off. Okay, Zook, you can stay with us for a while. We have an extra bedroom. Izuku's eyes lit up with hope. You'd be willing to do that? Of course. You and I are the same. We're outcasts. Jean replied, his voice filled with encouragement. Izuku smiled and got to his feet as Jean closed the shop's gate and draped his jacket over him. Can't have you catching a cold now, Jean said as they headed upstairs. You said us? Izuku asked, curious. Yeah. I have an adopted son who's a bit older than you, Jean explained as he opened the door to a neat living room where a black-haired teen was watching TV. Dobby? Did you finish your homework? Jean asked. Yes. Well, most of it anyway, Dobby replied, standing up and revealing his taller stature. He extended his hand to Izuku. You can call me Dobby. I'm Izuku, he introduced himself, feeling a sense of comfort around them that he had never known before. Later that night, after Izuku had gone to sleep, Jean called a certain chimera about another missing child, explaining the situation. I understand what happened, Nizu, but I can take care of him, Jean said firmly. Are you sure? I understand how Toya, Nizu began. Dobby, Jean corrected gently. I understand how Dobby was neglected, but this is All Might's child. His child? He should be in prison with the amount of injuries this kid had. The scars on his body show how good of a parent the #1 hero really is, Jean argued. Alright, I'll send over the required papers, Nizu conceded. Remember, no one can know he survived. God only knows what they do to him once they learned of his survival, Jean warned, looking up at the sky, which had stopped raining but still held dark clouds. Look after him, please, he whispered. In the following years, Izuku awoke from nightmares of his bullying, finding comfort in Jin's presence. Jin had noticed the toll it took on him and worked to ensure he felt safe. "I got you, kid. You're safe." Jin reassured him as Izuku steadied his breathing. "Another nightmare, Zook?" Jin asked softly, using the nickname he had given Izuku. "Yeah. Thank you," Izuku replied, grateful for the support. "It's almost time to get up anyway. Dobby's already up training, so you can join him while I make breakfast," Jin said with a smile. Izuku nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart as he changed into his training clothes and met Dobby on the roof. "Oh, you're awake? Ready to get started?" Dobby asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Izuku nodded, and together they began their training, pushing each other to excel in push-ups, sit-ups, and combat techniques. Izuku quickly mastered the martial arts Dobby taught him, feeling a sense of belonging and purpose that he had longed for. After their training session, Izuku collapsed onto his back, breathing. "You good?" Dobby asked, concern in his tone. "Yeah." Izuku replied, a smile creeping onto his face as he felt the bond of friendship growing stronger between them. Izuku felt amazing as he struck a triumphant pose. Dobby announced that breakfast would be ready soon, and Jin confirmed it was ready earlier than usual. They gathered around the dinner table, and in unison, they expressed their gratitude for the meal. As they ate, Jin turned to Izuku, mentioning that the UA entrance exams were just a few months away. Izuku's expression shifted to uncertainty as he questioned how a quirkless kid like him could ever become a hero. Jin frowned, setting down his fork, and reassured him that quirks weren't what defined a hero. He believed Izuku had the spirit to be the best and even offered to help him get into UA. Izuku's eyes lit up with hope at the prospect of attending the prestigious hero school. Dobby and Jin exchanged hopeful smiles, with Jin noting that Izuku had been training hard and that he would train both of them if Izuku was serious about UA. Dobby added that they could go to school together, and Izuku was thrilled at the idea of taking the regular entrance exam. Over the following weeks, Jin personally trained Izuku in combat and physical fitness. One day, they joined Jin on the roof for another training session. Jin led them through a flaming portal that Izuku stepped through, finding himself in a large room filled with artifacts and weapons. Dobby remarked that it never got old, and Jin encouraged them to explore, suggesting they listen for the weapon that called to them. Izuku closed his eyes, feeling drawn to a chain in a display case. When he touched the case, he felt a surge of energy. Jin approached, surprised, and asked if Izuku was sure about his choice. Izuku confirmed he wanted it, and Jin smiled, unlocking the case for him. As Izuku picked up the chain, he felt warmth and vitality emanating from it. Dobby stood beside Jin as Izuku's hair began to stand and emit a faint glow. Jin explained that the chain had chosen a new wielder. Izuku, curious, learned from Dobby that the chain once belonged to a hero known as the Rider. In a flashback, the Rider had roamed the streets, bringing justice to those who harmed others. One day, he entered a burning building to save a child named Toya, who was frightened but ultimately comforted by the Rider's presence. The Rider reassured Toya that while flames could be dangerous, they could also be appealing when controlled. As the scene unfolded, Toya's father, Endeavor, arrived but was confronted by the Rider, who vowed to protect Toya from further harm. The Rider took Toya away, leaving behind a promise to keep him safe. Returning to the present, Jin smiled and led the group back through the portal to the roof. He encouraged Izuku to master the chain, reminding him that he was its emissary. Izuku practiced, soon flowing with the chain and feeling powerful. After demonstrating his skills, he wrapped the chain around himself, and Jin praised him for his natural talent. Izuku, filled with gratitude, thanked Jin and affectionately called him Dad. Jin's joy was evident, and Dobby joined in the embrace, sharing in the moment. Jin announced they would have Katsudon for dinner, and the trio cheered, excited for the future. As the months passed, Izuku grew into a strong young man, ready to face the challenges ahead. Jin spoiled Izuku with almost everything he wanted, including a laptop, but he held back on one thing: a motorcycle like Dobby had. For the sake of convenience, we'll say Izuku is a year older than his canon age when he enters UA. One day, Jin found Izuku asleep at the computer, and when he looked at the screen, he saw an application for a motorcycle license. Jin couldn't have been prouder when he called Izuku down to his shop. As he met Izuku outside, he asked, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Izuku, looking confused, replied, "Not that I know of." With a sigh, Jin said, "I saw what was on your computer." Izuku's eyes widened. "You did? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "I wasn't talking about that," Jin interrupted, lifting the gate to the shop to reveal a Harley-Davidson Iron 883 motorcycle with a dark green paint job. "I want you to take a close look at that bike." Izuku studied the bike, noticing a classic leather jacket similar to Jin's and a green half-oni mask hanging from one of the handles. "It's a really nice bike. Whoever owns it left their stuff on it." Jin chuckled, thinking, how has he not caught on yet? He then asked, "Have you forgotten what day it is today?" "Monday," Izuku guessed. "Monday? July?" Jin prompted. 15th. "Wait, my birthday," Izuku exclaimed. "Happy birthday, son," Jin said, and Izuku rushed over to hug him. "Thanks, Dad, but are you sure?" Izuku asked. "Yeah. Now put it on," Jin encouraged. Izuku walked over to the bike and slipped on the leather jacket, feeling as if it was made for him. He donned the mask and felt a sense of completeness. Inside the pockets of the jacket he found a pair of leather gloves. "Put those on and try to lift the bike," Jin instructed. Izuku nodded and did as he was told. To his surprise, the bike felt weightless. "Those gloves give you the strength of 10 men, and the mask will guard your soul while also altering your voice," Jin explained. "It fits perfectly," Izuku exclaimed. "Go and have a bit of fun with it, but try to stay out of trouble," Jin advised. Izuku mounted the bike, revving the engine before riding off into the day. As he rode by, he heard explosions and noticed Izumi and Katsuki struggling with a slime villain while a few pro-heroes stood by, unable to help. "We have to wait for someone with the right quirk to show up," one of the heroes shouted. Dismounting his bike, Izuku summoned his chain WHP, green flames flickering in his hair as he approached. "Wait, kid," Kamui called out, but Izuku wasted no time wrapping the slime villain with his chain, causing it to drop both Izumi and Katsuki. As the villain screeched in pain, it began to melt, its eyes turning to ash. Izuku gave a final tug, pulling the chain back to him before wrapping it around himself. Izumi coughed for air and looked up at her savior, recognizing the familiar green hair. Before she could thank him, he marched past the pro-heroes, who were trying to scold him. All Might had arrived but was completely ignored as the green-flamed hero let out a laugh before riding off on his bike. Back at Jin's shop, he felt troubled, as if something was trying to awaken within him. A few hours later, Dobby entered the house quietly and found Jin making a cake for Izuku. Dobby placed a hand on his father's shoulder, causing Jin to jump. It was clear that Jin was trying to hide his troubled feelings. "Dad? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you that much," Dobby said. "Yeah. I'm just on edge right now," Jin admitted, hugging Dobby tightly. "You know that I love you guys and I wouldn't dare let anything happen to either of you, right?" "Yeah, Is everything okay?" "You're starting to scare me," Dobby replied. "I think Zook's gonna excel at UA," Jin said confidently. "No doubt," Dobby agreed, returning his father's smile as they waited for Izuku to return. When Izuku entered the shop and killed the engine of his bike, Jin noticed he wasn't smiling. "Hey kid, how did it ride?" he asked. "Good," Izuku replied tersely. Jin walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Did something happen while you were out?" Izuku looked up at his father. "Yeah. I saw them and I nearly..." "It's okay, son. We still have a bit of work to do before you shine at the entrance exam," Jin reassured him. Izuku's frown transformed into a confident smile as he nodded. A few weeks later, Izuku rode his Iron 883 with Jin and Dobby following closely behind. They reached UA's front gate and parked their bikes, drawing the attention of many students. "That's the rider's bike," one exclaimed. "It's the rider," another called out, including a girl with pink skin and horns. "No way. The rider's supposed to be a flaming skeleton," a boy chimed in, disbelief evident in his voice. Dobby and Jean followed Izuku, who was wearing his jacket and mask, into the exam entrance when he suddenly stopped. "Here we go," Izuku thought, just as a group of people passed by him. Katsuki shouted, "I told you extras to stop following me. I never wanted to speak to you again." "Kaken," Izumi began, but Katsuki stopped in front of her with a dangerous scowl. "You don't get to call me that," he warned. Izuku was caught in a trance until Jean grabbed his shoulders. "Come on, kid, we don't want to be late for the exam now, do we?" Izuku remained quiet, but Jean continued, "I know, son. Maybe after this, I'll increase the power output on your bike and we can race home." Izuku looked up at his dad with a confident smile. "You're on." As he moved forward, he instinctively caught a gravity-altering brunette from tripping. "It's a bad omen to be clumsy on an exam day," he said. "Oh, thank you," the girl exclaimed, shaking his hand. "My name is Carter Zook," he introduced himself. "Uraraka Ochako," she replied, smiling. "Nice to meet you, Uraraka," Izuku said, returning her smile. Izuku wished Uraraka good luck with her exam as she walked ahead, giving him a wave. Jean and Dobby approached, leaning on his shoulders. Jean teased Izuku about being a ladies' man, while Dobby joined in, making Izuku blush and protest shyly. As they split up, Dobby and Jean headed to the observation room while Izuku entered the auditorium, taking a seat at the back to avoid drawing attention, just as his father had advised. Present Mike, the enthusiastic school DJ, welcomed everyone and explained how they would be divided into different mock battle zones. A serious blue-haired student stood up to question a detail in the materials, expressing concern over a listed fourth type of villain. Present Mike clarified that this fourth type was merely an obstacle worth 0 points, meant to be avoided rather than defeated. After the introduction, the scene shifted to the battle center. Izuku stood among the other examinees, noticing the blue-haired student beside him. He attempted to speak but was interrupted. Present Mike then urged everyone to start, and Izuku quickly summoned his chain, charging into the mock city. Meanwhile, Jean and Dobby watched from the observation room with Inko and other pro-heroes. Jean cheered as he saw Izuku skillfully rack up points using his training. The atmosphere was tense as the pro-heroes observed the unfolding events. Suddenly, a large explosion shook the simulation area, and a colossal zero-pointer appeared, prompting panic among the examinees. Izuku spotted a familiar brunette who he had saved earlier and, noticing her distress, whistled to get the zero-pointer's attention. To his surprise, his motorcycle responded to his call, stopping right in front of him. Jean was ecstatic, and Dobby looked impressed. Izuku mounted the bike, taking the brunette with him as they defied gravity and rode up the mechanical giant. With determination, Izuku swung his chain, wrapping it around the zero-pointer's head. He pulled with all his strength, successfully detaching the head and using it to land safely. Other examinees gathered around as he checked on the brunette. She mentioned her ankle might be injured, but she was thrilled by the experience. As time ran out, Recovery Girl approached, asking if anyone was hurt. Uraraka raised her hand, and Recovery Girl examined her ankle, confirming it was broken. She used her quirk to heal Uraraka, who then collapsed onto Izuku's back. Recovery Girl instructed Izuku to take her to the nurse's office. Later, Uraraka woke up in Yue's medical center, where Recovery Girl informed her that Izuku had just left. Meanwhile, Izuku, Jean, and Dobby arrived at a shop, where Izuku playfully teased his father about being slow. Jean expressed pride in his sons, wrapping his arms around them with a smile. As time passed, Izuku awaited his exam results with confidence. Jean entered the apartment, asking if Izuku wanted the good or bad news. Izuku chose the bad news, which was that he would be spending less time with Jean. The good news was a letter from Yue, which Izuku eagerly opened, revealing a projection from All Might that was abruptly cut off when Izuku smashed it in annoyance. Jean shared a laugh with his son as Izuku read about the upcoming classes, feeling excited for what lay ahead. Jean took the paper and read it with frustration before stopping abruptly. "Who starts the school year on a Wednesday?" he muttered, shaking his head. "Dad? What is it?" Izuku asked, noticing his father's distress. Jean looked at Izuku, tears welling in his eyes. No fair. They're taking my baby for 6 days a week. Izuku gently tapped his dad on the back. I'll be fine. I know. It's just, I worked hard on that bike, Jean replied, his voice thick with emotion. They both chuckled, but the days felt like weeks as Izuku trained diligently with his newfound abilities. His determination had transformed his body, making him well-toned and muscular. One morning, Jean woke up to find Izuku already dressed in his uniform, ready to leave. Just as Izuku was about to head out the door, Jean stopped him. Going somewhere without telling your old man goodbye? Izuku smiled and rushed into his father's arms. Thanks for everything, Dad. Jean sniffled. My little baby, off to make a difference. Izuku let go, put on his mask, and waved goodbye as he rode to UA. He parked his bike and made his way to classroom 1A, where he was greeted by a lively commotion. Take your feet off of that desk now, a voice shouted. Huh? Katsuki replied, confused. It's the first day, and you're already disrespecting this academy. Izumi noticed the green-haired student as he entered the classroom. He looks like him. There's no way. Right. Ignoring the stares, Izuku headed to his seat, only to see some familiar faces that made his blood boil. Gasp, it's him. The zero-pointer crusher. Just my luck. Izuku thought. A blue-haired student approached him. Good morning. My name is Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy. Izuku reached out his gloved hand. Carter Zook, but feel free to call me Zook. Ida shook Izuku's hand, surprised by the strength of his grip. Oh, sorry about that. Totally forgot I still had these on, Izuku said, releasing his hand. That is quite the grip you have. Ida replied, impressed. Suddenly, Uraraka entered the room. I'd remember that green mask anywhere. Izuku was about to greet her when a familiar figure caught his attention. If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff now. Welcome to UA's hero course, Shoyuta said, his presence commanding. He took a sip from a juice pouch before continuing. It took a total of 12 seconds before you all quieted down. That's not going to work here. I am Shoyuta Aizawa, your teacher. Now, put these on and meet me outside in 10 minutes. Izuku waited for everyone to leave the classroom before approaching Aizawa. Carter, is there a reason you're not following your classmates? Izuku closed the door behind him. So I could get a moment alone with you. Uncle Sho. Aizawa's eyes widened, recognizing the name he thought he'd never hear again. Izuku? Is that you? Izuku removed his mask, revealing his symmetrical diamond-shaped freckles. That name no longer has any meaning for me. I'm Zook Carter now. Aizawa hesitated but smiled through tears of joy. Even so, are you just going to stand there or give me a hug, problem child? Izuku smiled and ran into his uncle's arms. After a moment he let go. We'll talk about where you've been later. You need to get ready. I still have a class to teach. Izuku nodded, put on his mask and ran out the door. A few minutes later, Aizawa and Izuku joined the rest of the class outside. I find it unacceptable that a teacher be late to his own lesson. Ida exclaimed. Before you lecture me on how to teach my class, I had a very important student matter to resolve. Now, as a teacher, students should be our first priority, correct? Aizawa replied. Very well. Please continue, Ida said, conceding. We're here to take a quirk evaluation test. Quirk assessment test? The class echoed in surprise. But orientation, we're going to miss it. Uraraka protested. Pointless time waster. Carter, you earned the most points at the entrance exam. What was your furthest ball throw in junior high? Aizawa asked. 60 meters, give or take, Izuku answered. Aizawa tossed a ball to him. Try doing it with your quirk. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Izuku took the ball and threw it using only the strength of his gloves. Aizawa looked at his phone, which displayed 525.3 meters. The class was in shock at the distance he achieved with just brute force. Are you trying to hold back? There's no room for that here at UA. Use your full strength, Aizawa instructed, throwing another ball. Izuku placed the ball at the edge of the circle instead of throwing it. The extra really is trying to get expelled. Katsuki remarked. Everyone looked at Aizawa, surprised to see a small smirk on his face. Anything goes? Izuku asked. Aizawa nodded, and Izuku summoned his chain WHP. A green flame enveloped him, creating a mesmerizing sight for the onlookers. He lassoed the ball with the WHP, gaining momentum before sending it soaring into the sky, leaving a trail of green fire behind. How'd I do? Izuku asked, breathing. Aizawa lifted his phone to show the class the impressive distance of 27,036.98 meters. 27,000. Are you kidding me? This looks like fun, another student exclaimed. Izuku noticed Aizawa's serious expression shift into a mischievous grin. This can't be good, he thought. So this looks fun, huh? Being a hero isn't a game or playtime. You will compete in 8 physical tests, and whoever comes in last will be expelled immediately, Aizawa declared. The class was stunned, exchanging worried glances. We just got here. You can't send one of us home. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair, Uraraka argued. Oh, and you think natural disasters or power-hungry villains, or losing the ones you love, are fair? It's a hero's job to fight against unfairness, Aizawa replied, his tone serious. If you want to become a pro, you must learn how to overcome anything life throws at you, plus ultra style. As the 50-meter dash test approached, Izuku stood tall, ready to face off against Ida, who was in his launching stance. The Cambot announced, "Runners on your marks." Izuku whistled, summoning his bike, which sped towards him. "Ready?" the Cambot called out. At the sound of the shot, Izuku barely managed to grab the handles of his motorcycle as it zoomed past Ida. The Cambot declared, 2.32 seconds. 3.24 seconds. Izumi exclaimed in surprise, while Kirishima commented on Izuku's manly performance. During the grip test, Izuku put on his gloves and effortlessly crushed the device with his strength. Realizing he might have overdone it, he quietly set it down and moved away. When it was time for the long jump test, Izuku felt ready to try out the new power his dad had been teaching him. Phew. Let's do this, he said, walking towards the sand pit. The others watched in shock as a green flame portal appeared in front of him, leading to the other side of the pit. In the ball throw segment, Izumi was nervous about using one for all and wanted to impress Izuku's doppelganger. She threw with all her might but only managed to reach 30 meters. Izuku chuckled softly as he noticed her confusion. Spotting a large figure nearby, he used a portal to teleport behind the towering All Might, who was lecturing Izumi. Ahem, Izuku said, causing All Might to jump in surprise. Be careful, young man, you could have gotten hurt, All Might replied, bewildered by Izuku's presence. I don't see you as a threat, old man, Izuku remarked, leaving All Might speechless. Well, you need to, All Might began, but Izuku raised a finger to shush him. I was just making sure you weren't a creep, Izuku said, pointing out All Might's position near the students. Well, I'd never. All Might protested, but a loud bang from the group distracted him. Darn it, I missed it, he muttered as Izuku rolled his eyes and returned to the group via portal. Just before All Might could turn back. The day continued with sit-ups, toe touches, and a long-distance run, all of which Izuku excelled in, thanks to his training with Dobby. Aizawa announced, I've ranked you all from best to worst. He displayed the rankings on his phone, revealing Izuku at the top. Everyone was shocked, except for Izuku and Momo, who commented on the surprise. Sorry, I probably should have said something, Momo added. Aizawa concluded, that's it, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus from the classroom and read it over before tomorrow morning. He handed Izumi a paper, advising her to have her finger checked. Izuku stepped forward, asking Aizawa, you really weren't lying, were you? Aizawa turned around with a grin, surprising the class. Come along, Carter. We still need to have a chat. Izuku nodded and followed Aizawa to Nizu's office. Ah, Mr. Aizawa and young Carter. To what do I owe the pleasure? Nizu greeted them. We came to talk about how my nephew is alive, Aizawa explained. Nizu offered tea, and Izuku requested jasmine. As Izuku removed his mask, Aizawa noticed Nizu's calm demeanor. Wait, you knew? Aizawa asked. Yes. It was shortly after his family had stopped the searches that I received a call from Jean Carter, Nizu replied. Izuku recognized his father's name, while Aizawa expressed concern about not being informed. Nizu clarified, if Zook wishes to tell his former family of his survival, that is his choice. For now, Aizawa, I am instructing you to look after him as an uncle, per Mr. Carter's request. Izuku reflected on his father's protective nature. I'm just glad you're alive, problem child. You should be heading home soon, Aizawa said. Izuku thanked Nizu for the tea and left the office, only to bump into someone unexpected. Excuse me, Izumi said, catching his attention. They made eye contact, and although they were twins, Izuku had grown taller and more toned due to his training. Wait please. Izumi called out as he continued past her. Can I help you with something? Izuku asked, his voice slightly distorted by his mask. I wanted to thank you for saving me from the slime villain, she said, her admiration evident. Izuku's response was curt. Is that all? You're bugging me. Izumi's expression fell as she let go of his sleeve, feeling disheartened. Sorry, I'll leave you alone, she murmured, her hope fading. Izuku continued to the school's entrance, whistling for his bike, drawing curious glances from the other students. To their surprise, a green motorcycle with no rider stopped in front of Izuku, and he mounted it, popping a wheelie before taking off. Kirishima watched in awe, thinking to himself how manly it was. When Izuku returned home, he found Dobby had arrived just before him, and they were both surprised to see that the shop's doors were closed. He's at it again, Dobby said, prompting Izuku to ask, at what? Dobby merely replied, you'll see. As they entered the house, Izuku was taken aback to find Jean sitting in the corner of the room. Dad? He called out. Jean turned, tears of joy streaming down his face, and comically jumped through the air to hug Izuku. However, Izuku dodged, causing Jean to soar straight out the door. Dobby chuckled. Don't worry, he did the same thing to me on my first day of high school. The next day, Izuku entered class feeling strange, as if something was trying to get his attention from within. He sat down, trying to ignore the distraction, but a voice called out, Psst, hey kid. Caw. Most of the class turned to the window, and Katsuki exclaimed, What the hell? There's someone in the window. Suddenly, the class's attention shifted to the front, where a towering man and a short green lady appeared. I am here. Coming through the door like a hero, All Might announced. Just then, a flame portal opened next to Izuku, and Jin's voice echoed, Caw. Izuku was taken aback. Dad, what are you doing here? He asked, and the class collectively gasped, Dad. Jin looked nervous, like a child caught doing something wrong. You left your bento at home, and I wanted to make sure you were eating enough. It's your favorite, he explained, placing a bento of katsudon and a small toolbox on Izuku's desk. Mina chimed in. His dad really cares about him, causing Izuku's cheeks to flush. Jin's attention turned to All Might, visibly annoyed. Inko, sensing the tension, nervously suggested, or you could just finish your conversation. This seemed to cool Jin's temper. I'm fine, Dad. Izuku reassured him. Jin added, I also prepared a small toolbox, just in case your ride needs a bit of tuning. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the school, announcing a security breach. Warning Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Oh, that must be my cue, sorry everyone. Jin said, and Izuku began pushing his dad through the portal. Dad, you need to go. I'll be fine. Jin's voice took on a high pitch, filled with pride. Ah, my little boy's grown into such a man. The portal closed, leaving Izuku blushing deeply, though his mask hid his embarrassment. Meanwhile, All Might and Inko were making calls to manage the situation. Phew. Okay, today we will be doing. All Might began, looking down at Inko, who was holding a flashcard. Battle training. But in order to be a hero you need to look like one. Lockers on the side of the room opened, revealing costumes. After a brief time skip, All Might declared, They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, And behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart. You are all heroes in training. The last one to leave the tunnel was Izuku, who chose a costume similar to his father's rider attire, with hints of green and the jacket his father had given him. The sound of his boots echoed through the tunnel, creating an intimidating atmosphere among his classmates. "Oh my gosh! Zook, you look amazing!" Uraraka exclaimed. "You're even more so, I love the space look." Izuku replied, noticing Inko, Izumi, and All Might staring at him, along with Katsuki and Shoto. Suddenly, another flame portal opened, and a hand holding a camera appeared, snapping a quick photo of Izuku's costume before disappearing. All Might snapped out of his trance. "Okay, young heroes. We are going to be splitting half of you into teams of 2. 1 hero and 1 villain. Most villain attacks you see on TV are usually outside, but the ones you need to worry about are the ones that take place indoors." Izuku was surprisingly teamed with Izumi, facing off against Katsuki and Ida. Inko explained, "The purpose of your mission is to find a nuclear bomb hidden on one of the floors of this building. The villains win if the heroes fail to secure the bomb, capture the heroes, or if the timer runs out." Izumi seemed troubled by the matchup, not because she was paired with Izuku, but because of Katsuki. "You seem distracted," Izuku noted. "Yeah, I used to be friends with Katsuki," she admitted. Izuku rolled his eyes. "Whatever. Just don't slow me down." "Deku." Izumi's eyes flashed with anger, but before she could respond, Izuku had already run inside. The strange feeling within him intensified, and he could feel his temperature rising. Shaking off the sensation, he summoned his chain and cautiously ascended each floor. He was soon confronted by Katsuki, who radiated a fierce determination. Izumi followed behind, but Izuku stopped her. "Go find the bomb. This one's mine." "And why should I listen to you?" she challenged. Izuku hissed, "Because you're being a liability by just sitting here. Whatever bad blood you have, bury it because the mission comes first." Izumi bit her tongue and moved on as Izuku charged at Katsuki. "So you finally dash," Katsuki began, but was cut off when Izuku connected a fist to his abdomen. Izuku's elevated body temperature continued to rise, and unbeknownst to him, his hair began to smolder with intensity. It soon became too much for him to handle, and he clutched his head in agony, collapsing as Katsuki landed a punch to the side of his head, narrowly missing his mask. Katsuki rushed upstairs, where he found Izumi using her telekinetic powers to hold Ida in the air. However, upon seeing Katsuki, her expression shifted from anger to pure fear, causing her to drop Ida. Katsuki laughed at Izumi's fear, but his amusement faded when Ida joined her in cowering. Suddenly, a green skeleton adorned with flames and an Oni mask lifted Ida into the air by the throat. "Bakugo Yagi, your sins are innumerable. I am here to wreak vengeance upon your souls," the skeleton declared. Trembling, Izumi managed to stutter, "W what sins?" The skeleton hurled Bakugo into a wall, leaving him unconscious from the impact. It then turned to Izumi, pointing a finger at her. "Your hands are stained with your brother's blood. His soul remains restless as it craves vengeance on those who wronged him." The skeleton then faced the camera, addressing others watching. "Including yours, Toshinori Yagi, Ano Yagi, and Shoto Todoroki." Izumi, now in tears, was suddenly embraced by a pair of arms. "It's me, son. Come back to me, Zook," Jean said, holding the skeleton as it slowly transformed back into Izuku. "Dad?" Izuku managed to whisper before losing consciousness. "I got you, son. Everything's going to be okay," Jean reassured him. Meanwhile, in the observation area, everyone was in shock, especially All Might and Inko. Whispers filled the room as All Might turned to the class, trying to mask his fear. "Id was the tie. We're going to take a short break while we assess the recent events that have unfolded." Time passed, and Izuku awoke in the nurse's office, placed in a private room away from Katsuki and a recovering Izumi. He felt his mask resting on his chest and looked at his dad, who was sitting by his bedside. "Hey!" Jean greeted softly. "Dad? What happened, and how are you here?" Izuku asked. I told Nizu about what happened, and he gave me clearance to enter. We're in the nurse's office because you kinda changed. Jean explained. What do you mean changed? Izuku inquired. Jean held back tears and gave Izuku a serious look. You have the writer's spirit in you, and it's my fault. I never wanted to put you in danger. Please believe me. I do it. What is the writer's spirit? Izuku asked. The writer's spirit is a rare trait, 1 in a billion chance of appearing. It lies dormant until sparked, and your spark was the chain, just as it was mine, Jean clarified. So I've had a dormant quirk this whole time? Izuku pondered. Jean shook his head. No, the writer's spirit is not a quirk. It's a curse that reminds those who have it of the atrocities humanity has committed. I think I understand, but how is that your fault? Izuku pressed. Because I am the original writer. I was the one who sold his soul all those years ago, before quirks appeared and when titans roamed the earth, Jean revealed. A loud, aggressive banging interrupted their conversation, prompting Izuku to put on his mask. Jean opened the door to find an angry All Might. Where is he? All Might demanded. Jean glared at All Might, his anger palpable. Resting, so leave him alone. Out of my way. All Might pushed past Jean, followed by Inko, and grabbed Izuku by the collar. However, Jean quickly intervened, grabbing All Might's arm. Unhand my son. Jean warned. Or what? All Might challenged. Or I send you on an early one-way trip to Nana. Toshi, Jean replied, his voice chilling. With a laugh that sent shivers down All Might's spine, Jean transformed back into his skeletal form. Now get out of here before I drag you out. This isn't over, All Might warned as he and Inko left. Jean closed the door and returned to Izuku's bedside, who was quietly chuckling. That was hilarious. The fear in his eyes when you grabbed him was just too funny. Jean smiled. From here on out, I'll take the initiative to train you with the writer's spirit, but if you want, I'll let you continue the hero course. Izuku sat up and removed his mask. You've already done so much for me and I appreciate it. I love you, Dad. I love you too, son, Jean replied, feeling a surge of happiness at Izuku's words. In a different time and place, Jean was riding back to Utgard Castle when he heard a loud crash. A horde of titans was trying to claw their way inside, and he could see Nanaba and Jelgar struggling to hold them off. He sprang into action, using his Omni gear to fight as many as he could, but it was a daunting task. Regrouping with Nanaba and Jelgar, he noticed they were running low on gas and blades. Nanaba, are you guys okay? He called out. Holding on, but we're practically running on fumes. Nanaba replied. Sorry guys. I don't think I can hang on, Jelgar said, and Jean watched helplessly as Jelgar fell into the horde. Nanaba ran out of gas, and Jean rushed to her side. Nanaba, he shouted, slashing his way through the titans. When he reached her, she was gravely injured. He took her and left behind those still trapped in the castle, focusing only on saving her. Once outside, his horse found him, and he placed Nanaba on its back. They rode through the night until they reached an old cabin. Jean did his best to dress her wounds, using his Internships as a tourniquet and a heated blade to cauterize the injury, but nothing seemed to help. Jean. I'm sorry. Nanaba whispered. No. You're going to be okay. Remember our promise, if either of us goes, we go together. Jean insisted, determined to keep her safe. I'm going to have to break that promise. I'll go on ahead. For both of us. Jean felt a surge of desperation as he sat by, listening to her laboured breathing. Each breath fueled his anger, not only towards the Titans but also towards those who had put her in this situation. Suddenly, a noise outside caught his attention. Grabbing a blade, he stepped outside, only to find a man in a trench coat standing before him. Instinctively, he readied his weapon. Hello there, Jean Jaeger, the man greeted. Who are you? Jean demanded. My name isn't important, the stranger replied. I've come to strike a deal with you. A deal? What kind of deal? Jean asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. A deal that can save your beloved's life and give you the power to avenge her for the wrongs done to her, the man explained. Jin's heart raced. What is this deal? You simply have to reap souls for me over the span of 10,000 years. That would certainly put me ahead of the competition. And you can save her? Jin pressed. Indeed. You will be granted more power than you can imagine. Once the service is complete, you may keep the power, but it will be your responsibility to find her. I'll do whatever it takes. Just save her, Jin declared. Then we have a deal, Jin Jaeger. As Jin shook hands with the man, he felt a strange warmth envelop him. When he turned back to where he had left Nanaba, she was gone, along with the mysterious stranger. In his hand, he felt his sword transform into a chain, symbolizing the bond he had just forged. His body temperature began to rise, and he felt a change within him. He and his horse were engulfed in flames as they rode off into the night. Over the course of 10,000 years, Jin learned to harness his newfound power. He discovered that time and space held no bounds for him, allowing him to jump between timelines and dimensions. However, he soon realized that finding Nanaba would be nearly impossible, as she could be anywhere across time and space. Despite his demonic appearance, he retained his humanity, vowing never to lose it. Some souls he was meant to reap were condemned for minor sins, and so he created his own realm, one that housed special weapons and artifacts while keeping the souls he deemed innocent. After a few thousand years, he adopted the last name Carter, embracing a more American style in his appearance. He developed a protective instinct towards children, often stepping into a Papa Bear role for their well-being. Eventually, his contract came to an end, and he set out to search the universe for Nanaba. He adopted a greaser style reminiscent of the 1950s, and his steed transformed into a flaming motorcycle. While traversing a dimension of Japan, he heard the terrified voice of a child. Using a flame portal, he found himself in a dark, spacious bedroom, illuminated only by his own flames. On a large king-sized bed lay a child with crimson red hair and blue eyes filled with fear. Jin approached her gently. "Do not be afraid, little one," he said softly. The girl looked at him, her fear beginning to fade. "Are you a devil like me?" she asked. "I suppose I am. What made you so afraid?" Jin inquired, sitting beside her. "The dark. Papa always said that a future king is supposed to show no fear, but the dark is scary," she admitted. Jin chuckled lightly. "But the dark is much more afraid of us, dear." "A king, you say? Then perhaps I may be of service, your majesty." "My name is Rias from the House of Gremory," she introduced herself. "Ah, I've heard of you. People call me the Rider, but you may call me Jin," he replied, bowing slightly. Rias's eyes sparkled with joy. "Okay, Uncle Jin." Jin's heart warmed at her innocence. "I must be going now, child, but if you ever need me, simply call my name and I shall be there. For I am your knight." Rias waved goodbye as he left through a portal. During his search for Nanaba, he felt drawn to her presence, though it was shrouded. Racing into another Japan city of Ikebukuro, he followed the sensation to an apartment building. When he knocked on the door, he was met with a familiar scent that reminded him of Nanaba, but instead encountered a scientist. "Hi. I'm really sorry, but I'm not taking clients at the moment," the scientist began, attempting to close the door. Jin held it open, his heart racing. "Nanaba." "Who's Nanaba?" the scientist asked, confused. 20 minutes later, Jin found himself in the living room, learning that the scientist's name was Kishitani Shinra and that Nanaba was known as Kelty. "I'm not interested in this world's politics, but I'm telling you that Kelty's real name is Nanaba." Jin insisted. "But you mean to tell me she was some titan-killing heroine? Now that I think about it, it makes sense." Shinra mused as Kelty began typing on her phone. "Even without a head, I can still understand you, you know," Jin remarked. Shinra watched as Kelty put down her phone and stared at Jin. "I was supposed to find you after the contract was done," Jin admitted, feeling a sense of defeat. "I'm sorry for wasting your time. Please look after her, Kishitani Shinra," he added before exiting through a portal. Following another part of Nanaba, he arrived at a penthouse where he discovered her head. Her hair had grown and turned chestnut brown, yet her eyes were unmistakable. Holding the case that contained her head, he realized that the Nanaba he had loved was no more. She was Kelty now, and who was he to disrupt her newfound happiness? It was his fault he lost her in the first place, so to repay her, he took her head to a familiar spot with an appealing view where no one could disturb it. It was a place that Kelty could see whenever she slept. He left the head alone and decided to move to another world, one that just so happened to be in the age of quirks. Upon entering this new world, he noticed many people using their quirks to harm others. After saving a young girl from some villains, she called out to him. "Excuse me, sir." "Wait." He turned to her. "Is there something you need?" Do you think I can become a hero?" "Of course. Even if I'm quirkless?" He walked up to the child and carefully examined her. "So you wish to help people, huh? Quirkless or not, I do." "Okay, wait here." He stepped through a portal and returned with a flask in one hand and a jar of jelly beans in the other. "Here, drink this, then eat these. My mom told me not to take candy from strangers." "Fair enough, but I assure you that I hold no malicious intent against you." "Okay." "Wow. It was that easy?" he thought to himself. "What is it?" she asked. "The blood of Psyche, the goddess of the soul. It will taste a bit bitter, but that is what these are for." "Ooh, and what are those?" "Like some supercharged magic rocks or holy artifacts that can give me X-ray vision." "No, they're just jelly beans." "Oh, okay." And just like that, the girl downed the entire flask and shoved a handful of jelly beans in her mouth. "By the way, my name is Chio." "Nice to meet you, Chio. You can call me Jean." Over the years, Jin's activities had been deemed illegal for vigilantism. After 40 years of being the rider, he changed his form and enrolled in UA. He became known as one of the quiet kids, often hanging out with Aizawa. He got perfect grades and was on track to graduate with flying colors. One day in class, he was approached by a muscular blonde who had others following him. "Say, Carter, you're always sleeping in class yet you get good grades. How do you get away with it?" Tashinori asked. Chuckling arose from behind him. "Get away with what, Yagi?" "Cheating, of course. There's no way a pale nobody like you could do that well on the quizzes." Suddenly, a classmate chimed in, her name being Kayama Nimuri. "Leave Carter alone, Tashinori." Tashinori walked up to her. "What are you gonna do?" Jean stood from his seat and grabbed Tashinori's collar, his eyes glowing a menacing orange. "Lay a finger on her, and you're a dead man." Tashinori backed off in fear. "I'll show you. The upcoming sports festival. You're dead, Carter." "Good luck." Jean replied, a chuckle escaping him. "You really put him in his place," Shoyuta said. "It's gonna be heroes like him who chase after the spotlight so much that they push away what's most important. It's the real heroes like us who'll be cleaning up after them," Jean said. Nimuri and Shoyuta nodded in agreement. Soon, the sports festival arrived, and Jean found himself against Tashinori. Ready to get destroyed. "Shut up and get on with it," Jean interrupted. Tashinori charged at Jean with a balled fist. "Detroit SMA." Jean had his hands in his pockets and simply slipped past the punch, sticking a leg out to trip him. Tashinori face-planted. Jean summoned a burning Winchester Model 1887 lever-action shotgun and pointed it at Tashinori's face, but something stopped him as he heard his name being called. Tashinori watched in horror as Jean looked around as if searching for something. Jean turned into the rider and stepped through a portal, finding himself on a rooftop where he saw another blonde standing over a brunette teen boy. "Who's this?" the blonde shouted. Ignoring him, Jean walked over to the now older Rias. "You summoned me, my niece? Please, help Issei and kick Riser's butt." Rias pointed to the brown-haired teen who was unconscious. "As a knight of the House of Gremory, I, Jean Carter, deem thee, Riser Phoenix, unworthy for my niece's hand. Steel yourself for your insolence," Jean declared. He grabbed Riser by the throat and disappeared through a portal, returning 5 minutes later with Riser, who had a GG in his mouth. Jean lowered Riser to his knees in front of Rias, who was now holding Issei. "Now, if anything other than an apology escapes your lips, We will have to go pay Hell another visit. Am I understood? Riser nodded violently, fear evident in his eyes. Jean removed the GG, and Riser began to apologize profusely before looking up at the rider. Can I surrender now? Jean nodded. I surrender. Please get me away from him. Riser stumbled away, and Jean approached Rias, kneeling in a knightly fashion. I must say, child, you make an excellent king. Rias smiled through happy tears. Thank you, Uncle Jean. I'm glad I could be of service. You two look happy together. I'd best be going, but call upon me again when the time arises. Jean left through a portal and returned to the stadium in his original form, just as he had left it. Toshinori was where he had left him, and everyone was silent except for Jean, who whistled as he stepped out of the ring in his now charred clothing. Jean completed his years of high school while Toshinori did his best to avoid him. He continued his work as the rider until he saved his son, Dobby, and stepped down from the hero role to be a dedicated father. Izuku accompanied his father to Nizu's office, where they found Toshinori waiting for them. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Carter and young Carter, Nizu said. Why are they here? Toshinori exclaimed. Jean sat between Izuku and Toshinori. Now down to business. Mr. Yagi, we are implementing Mr. Carter into our staff for young Carter. Why? Toshinori asked. He will be on standby in case young Carter has another episode like earlier today. Another episode? He nearly hurt my daughter. Toshinori shouted. Don't be so foolish, Yagi. In a hero's line of work, danger is a common occurrence. Besides, your daughter wasn't in any real danger. What do you mean she wasn't in any real danger? Toshinori demanded. Zook isn't capable of killing. At least not yet. Nizu asked for clarification. Jean explained that Zook still had his soul and, as he had observed, there was no room in him for his heart to kill. However, the rider did have that capacity, and Jean intended to teach him how to control it, ensuring that he and his rider could think as one. Nizu nodded, while Toshinori looked shocked. Toshinori exclaimed that Jean couldn't be serious about allowing Zook to continue in the hero course, pointing out that it was that kid's fault that Izumi could have died. Jean countered that it wasn't Zook's fault. In the early stages of the rider's awakening, it fed off the guilt of others before it could be summoned. The guilt from Toshinori and his friends had been so intense that it had summoned the rider. Jean stood up and looked closely into Toshinori's eyes, asking what he and his family felt guilty about. Nizu interjected, stating that Jean had made his point. Jean sat back down next to Izuku, and Toshinori asked if they were done. Nizu confirmed that if they had an understanding, then yes. Toshinori got up and left the room. Jean apologized to Nizu, who reassured him that he had nothing to apologize for. They all understood how terrible humans could be, but it was a pleasure to work with Jean, the rider. Jean expressed the same sentiment, and he and Izuku rode home. Before Jean could close the shop, Izuku stopped him, curious about his relationship with Principal Nizu. Jean explained that Nizu had been the principal while he attended UA and that they had gotten along well due to shared interests. Izuku was surprised to learn that his father had gone to UA. Jean shared that he had stopped being a hero after rescuing Dobby, realizing that to be the best father he could be, he needed to focus on his children. He felt he had made the right choice, especially after meeting Izuku. Izuku smiled at his father's words, and they went upstairs, where they were greeted by Dobby, who hugged them both. Jean welcomed the embrace, and Dobby playfully asked them not to ruin the moment. The next morning, the three of them rode to UA, where they were met by a crowd of reporters. One reporter recognized Jean as the rider and asked if he would share insights about UA and All Might. Jean looked at his sons and laughed mischievously, asking Dobby to take his bike to the parking lot before turning to the reporter, expressing his eagerness to talk about All Might. Izuku and Dobby left Jean behind with the reporters as they parked their bikes. Throughout the day, Izuku endured whispers and murmurs until he reached Class 1A. Just outside the classroom door, he encountered a muscular boy with red hair. Kirishima greeted him excitedly, recalling Izuku's impressive performance during combat training. As Izuku took his seat, Aizawa entered the room and addressed the class. praising their efforts during training but urging them to improve. He announced that their first task would be to choose a class representative. The students sighed in relief, realizing it was just a normal school activity. They began to bicker over who should be chosen, and Ida called for order, emphasizing the importance of trust in leadership. Despite some skepticism, the class agreed to hold a democratic election. Izuku voted for Ida, who seemed like the obvious choice, but was surprised when he and Momo ended up winning, with Izuku receiving 4 votes and Momo 2. Meanwhile, Izumi was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Izuku, whom she thought was lost. She called out to him, but was stopped by the rider, who warned her to stay back. Inko, Izuku's mother, cried out to her son, but he remained unresponsive, held by the boy with black hair. The rider insisted that Izuku Yagi had died, and that the boys with him were now his sons. Izumi's hope began to crumble as she realized how much she wanted to say to Izuku and the answers she needed to provide. All Might declared that he was Izuku's father and intended to take him home. The rider challenged him, questioning where he had been during Izuku's struggles and pain. His words struck deep, causing Inko to cry as All Might grew furious. Inko then looked up at the rider, asserting that Izuku was her baby. "Izuku, please come home," a voice called out, filled with urgency. The rider responded, "He has a home where he is dearly loved." All Might interjected, "If you don't give him to me..." The rider cut him off. "Or what? You think you can take me, Toshi? Choose your next words carefully, or I'll drop you where you stand." Just as tension escalated, a commanding voice broke through the chaos. "Enough!" Nizu, the chimera, held Izuku's jacket in his hands. "I believe this belongs to young Carter," Nizu said, handing the jacket to the rider, who gently draped it over his son like a comforting blanket before transforming back into Jean. "Nizu, my boys are going home," Jean stated firmly. "Very well," Nizu replied. "But my bike," Izuku murmured, concern flickering across his face. Jean chuckled softly, "I got it, son. Don't worry, I'll bring it home for you." With that, Izuku closed his eyes, smiling as he fell asleep in his brother's arms. A portal opened, and Dobby stepped through, carrying Izuku while Jean remained behind. All Might began, but Nizu interrupted, fixing a stern gaze on the Yagis. "Mr. Carter's son. If any of you try to kidnap, force, or instigate young Carter, I will not hesitate to remove any of you from UA's roster and campus." Inko attempted to speak, but Nizu continued, "Do not take my words lightly. I am being lenient given the circumstances. If it weren't for the fact that young Carter is still alive, I would have let Mr. Carter handle the situation as he sees fit." The Yagis hung their heads in shame, contemplating their actions, until Jean turned to them, his eyes filled with pity rather than anger. "I'm not a monster. Zook is old enough to make his own decisions." He approached Inko and Izumi. "Although you may not deserve it yet, the time will come. If he decides he wants to connect with you all, I will support his decision wholeheartedly. But remember, the Izuku Yagi you knew is no longer alive. He is just a distant memory in my son's eyes." Izumi and Inko exchanged hopeful smiles, and Jean disappeared through a portal. The next day, classes were cancelled, and Izuku trained while Jean offered tips about wielding the rider. Jean noticed Dobby watching him intently until Dobby finally pulled him aside. "Dad? Can we talk?" Dobby asked hesitantly. "Yes, son. What's on your mind?" Jean replied. "When we saved Zook." "You burned blue," Dobby said, curiosity evident in his eyes. Jean rubbed the back of his head. "Yeah, it's about that. My fire burns blue, and yours is usually orange, but I've never seen yours burn blue. Your blue fire is hotter than most earthly fires, but the blue fire you saw from me. I rarely reach that stage for good reason. So, if my blue fire is earthly, how does that compare to yours?" Dobby inquired. "My blue fire is known as hellfire. Not the kind that Endeavor claims, but true flames from hell. It only ignites when I lose control of my emotions or when something else takes over." Dobby nodded, a smile forming as he recognized the connection between them. Later that day, Izuku returned to class without his mask, which had been destroyed in the fight. As he slid open the door, the class stared at him, and he awkwardly made his way to his seat. Just as he settled in, Shoto approached him. "Izuku, can we talk?" Shoto asked. Izuku looked up and rolled his eyes. "That is not my name. Besides, you and I have nothing to talk about." Shoto gritted his teeth and, in a moment of anger, froze Izuku's desk, but he quickly calmed down upon realizing his actions. To Shoto's surprise, Izuku remained unfazed, prompting Ida to rush over. "Show some respect. Damage to UA property is not only disrespectful to the school but also to the upperclassmen who used these desks before us," Ida exclaimed. Shoto huffed and returned to his seat, while Mina, Tsu, and Uraraka approached Izuku, who was melting the ice on his desk. "Wow. I would have thought you had a big scar or something," Uraraka remarked. "You look pretty good without your mask, Ribbit," Tsu added. Izuku scratched the back of his head, smiling slightly. Thanks. "Do you think Mr. Aizawa is still going to teach today?" "He was pretty beat up," Mina asked. "Not as beat up as Carter. He had his whole head destroyed," Tsu replied. Izumi flinched at the thought, and just then, Aizawa entered the room, noticeably less bandaged than before. "Morning, class," he greeted. "I'm glad you're okay, Mr. Aizawa," Ida said. "My well-being isn't what's important, especially since others were more badly injured during the incident. What matters now is that your fight isn't over yet," Aizawa stated, causing some students to look worried. "Our fight?" Katsuki asked. "The UA Sports Festival is about to start," Aizawa announced. A sigh of relief escaped some students, but Kaminari raised a concern. "Wait a second. Is it really a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after the villains just snuck inside? They could attack while we're all in the same place," Ojiro added. Izuku, feeling bored, tuned out the rest of the conversation until class ended. He went through the day distracted, the writer within him particularly loud since the incident. When lunch arrived, he walked alone in the halls, bento in hand, and noticed Izumi with Uraraka and Ida talking to All Might. To avoid them, he turned around. "Oh, young Carter." "Would," All Might called out, but Izuku quickly replied, "Nope." Ida and Uraraka exchanged glances, noticing Izuku's resemblance to Izumi. Izuku continued through a flame portal, making his way to the roof. He sat down and took a bite from his bento when he heard the door open behind him. "Ah, young Carter. Fancy meeting you here," Nizu said, sitting down with a special bento that had a compartment for tea. "Principal Nizu," Izuku acknowledged. "What are you doing up here?" Izuku asked, spotting Nizu. "I always come to eat lunch here. This is where your father and I used to eat together when he attended UA. Out of all the heroes I've met, he was the most efficient when it came to saving people," Nizu replied. Izuku smiled. "My old man has always been a big softie." Nizu continued. "It was surprising when he came to me about retirement. Of course, his retirement never reached the news because all they covered was All Might on a daily basis." Izuku put down his bento. "When we were talking in your office, right after All Might left, why did you say that the three of us knew how terrible humans were?" Nizu looked into the sky. "You, your father, and I have witnessed firsthand the cruel side of humans. Only when Izuku Yagi died did the truth of how he was treated come to light. As you can see, I am a chimera with a quirk. I was one of the first, and like many humans when faced with the unknown, I was a victim of their experiments and cruelty." "I'm sorry to hear that. What about my father?" Izuku asked. Nizu replied, "I'm afraid I am not the right person to tell you, but I will say. Your father's very being was fueled by vengeance and justice. Even then, he always protected the weak regardless of their species." The bell rang throughout the school, signaling the end of lunch, and Izuku and Nizu packed up their bentos. "Well, young Carter, it has been a pleasure. Best of luck during your training," Nizu said. "Training?" Izuku asked, surprised. "Yes. The students will be given 2 weeks to train. Did Mr. Aizawa not tell you?" Nizu inquired. Izuku smiled awkwardly. "Oh yeah, he did, my mind just drew a blank. Please excuse me." He sped away from Nizu, who smiled. As the day came to an end, Izuku opened the classroom door to leave, only to come face to face with a crowd. "Screw it. Anyone who's leaving, go on ahead," he said, opening a portal to the exit of the school. Mina, Mineta, Momo, and Siro left through it. Anyone else? Izuku looked around and spotted Katsuki approaching. Before he could say a word, Izuku left through the portal, closing it behind him. He headed towards the parking lot, twirling his keys, where he spotted Inko and All Might standing next to his bike. Izuku thought to himself, "Damn it, I've been dealing with pests of the past all day." He whistled for his bike, which roared to life, startling Inko and Toshinori as it rode towards him. Izuku mounted the bike before they could reach him and sped off, arriving home to receive his father's training to harness the full potential of the rider's power. Izuku learned that the portals he made could reach far distances, but it would take time before he could jump through dimensions like his father. One of his favorite parts of training was learning to conjure items like weapons, especially his chain, and to control and bend them to his will. "What else is there?" Izuku asked. "Changing size, strength, and breathing fire," Jin replied. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement. "When am I gonna learn to breathe fire?" Jin scratched the back of his neck with a guilty smile. "About that, I'd rather not teach you any tricks that could be dangerous. Besides, it will eventually come to you naturally." Izuku frowned slightly. "Well then, what about strength?" Jin nodded and led Izuku downstairs to the shop, pointing to his motorcycle next to a covered car he had been servicing. "Okay, pick it up with your gloves." Izuku nodded and lifted the bike into the air with the power from his gloves. "Nice, now take off the gloves," Jin instructed. Izuku looked at his father with confusion. "But it would be impossible to." Jin raised a finger to stop him and walked over to the bike, rolling up his sleeves. He gripped the bike by its frame and lifted it with ease, leaving Izuku in awe. Jin set the bike down, and Izuku tried to do the same, but Jin stopped him. "Wait, you haven't fully synced with your rider. Transform first, then try." Izuku took a deep breath and nodded. His hair caught ablaze with a green flame, and soon the green rider appeared. "Good, now try to lift the bike," Jin encouraged. The green rider lifted the bike effortlessly and changed back into Izuku. "Once your connection to your rider improves, you'll be able to do that yourself. I think that's enough for today, but remember, your fire can manipulate matter. Take that for what you will," Jin said. Izuku nodded as his 2 weeks of training with the rider passed, and the date of the sports festival rapidly approached. Before Izuku took off, Jin stopped him. "Son, there's something I'd like for you to remember." "Yes, Dad?" Izuku asked. "I know this may sound strange, but bear with me. Forgiveness can be something that helps. Even when someone isn't exactly deserving of it, it can help you let go of the past and focus on the future. It could also help avoid something you might regret later," Jin advised. Izuku hesitated for a moment but then smiled at his father. As he entered the locker room wearing his PE uniform, he focused on the knowledge he gained from his father. He was torn by his father's words until a familiar voice approached him from behind. "Izuku," Shoto called out. Izuku refused to answer. "Izuku, I know you can hear me. I wanted to let you know that I'm going to squash you like the bug you are and the bug you've always been," Shoto taunted. Izuku felt a surge of confidence as he absorbed the rider's words, almost embracing them as his own. "Save your breath for the games. You're obviously going to need it," Izuku said with a smug smirk, crossing his arms. "Oh yeah? And why is that?" Shoto replied, raising an eyebrow. Izuku's grin widened. "You're going to have a hard time keeping up with a speed demon like me." "Alright, enough guys. Threatening each other isn't manly at all," Kirishima interjected. The festival stadium buzzed with excitement, filled to the brim with spectators. Present Mike began his lively introduction as the students of Class 1A poured out of the tunnel onto the vast field, spotting their classmates from the support and business courses exiting from other tunnels. From the faculty's observation box, Toshinori and Inko kept a watchful eye on Izuku and Izumi. "Silence, everyone. For the student pledge, we have Zook Carter," Midnight announced, and all eyes turned to Zook as he ascended the platform steps beside her. "I want to wish all participating parties good luck," Izuku said, grabbing the mic and addressing the classes. This is a warning for each and every one of you. If you don't give it your all, I'm going to run you right over, and I'll wear a smile doing it. He returned the mic as the crowd gawked at him in disbelief and anger. Without further ado, it's time to get started. The first game is a qualifier. This is where you begin feeling the pain, the first fateful game of the festival. Midnight declared, revealing a board with a spinning dial behind her. What could it be? Tada! She exclaimed as the board displayed an obstacle course. Now then, take your places, contestants. Izuku positioned himself behind a large group of students, watching as the lights above began to count down from 3. As soon as the third light disappeared, he whistled for his bike and hopped on, speeding past the competition. And we're off to a racing start. How about some commentary, sleepy man? Present Mike shouted. How did you talk me into this? Shoyuta replied. Izuku zoomed past the finish line, smashing through obstacles and dodging dangers with incredible speed. Wow, that's Class 1's Zook Carter, blazing past the competition with style. He's just completed the first challenge in record time. Present Mike exclaimed. Ladies and gentlemen, he must be feeling the need for speed because he just blew past the danger zone. The first to make it back to the stadium is our champion. After dismissing his bike, Izuku lay on the soft grass, waiting for the other contestants to arrive. Soon, they gathered and Midnight explained the rules for the second challenge. Cavalry Battle, huh? 10 million what now? Izuku exclaimed, assembling his team of Tokoyami, Uraraka, and Mei Hatsum, while Izumi joined Todoroki's team. They easily won the Cavalry Battle, utilizing Izuku's abilities for both offense and defense. As the final round approached, Izuku felt a mix of anticipation and determination. He was ready to show his former tormentors his sense of justice. Izumi faced Shinso, while Izuku was matched against Katsuki. Stepping into the ring, Izuku met Katsuki's frustrated gaze. Midnight signaled the start of the match, but both boys stood still, staring each other down until Katsuki broke the silence. I have been meaning. Izuku cut him off. Are we here to talk, or are you going to fight me? If you aren't willing to listen, then I'll make you listen, Katsuki retorted. With the writer's voice quiet in his mind, Izuku focused. Katsuki charged at him, launching blasts that Izuku easily dodged. Frustrated, Katsuki unleashed a powerful explosion, engulfing the ring in dust. To his shock, a fist emerged from the cloud, and Izuku punched Katsuki out of the ring. Katsuki Bakugo has been knocked out of the ring. The match goes to Zook Carter. Midnight announced. Emerging from the dust, Izuku walked toward the defeated Katsuki and extended a hand to help him up. Katsuki, at a loss for words, found himself wrapped in Izuku's embrace, tears welling in his eyes. But, I thought you hated me? Katsuki asked, bewildered. I've learned a lot since that day. I know what I said in the letter, but I forgive you. Kachin, Izuku replied. This moment marked the beginning of Izuku's journey to release the chains of his past. Kirishima watched, tears streaming down his face, amazed by the sight of Izuku and Katsuki embracing. Wow, he got Bakugo to hug him. So manly. Kirishima exclaimed. The two teens exited the field, and Izuku awaited the next rounds, eventually facing Shoto. As he prepared to enter the tunnel, Endeavor approached him. So you're the one my son is facing. He will burn you, Endeavor warned. We'll see. Uncle Enji, Izuku replied confidently. Endeavor smiled, a hearty laugh escaping him. You've grown into quite the man, Zook. With a smirk and a nod, Izuku stepped toward the field, greeted by the roaring crowd. He noticed a familiar figure on the stadium roof, holding a sign that read, Give your best and kick butt, Zook. He gave a thumbs up and stepped into the ring across from Todoroki. Let the match begin. Midnight announced, and Izuku advanced as Shoto launched ice attacks at him. As soon as the ice got remotely close to Izuku, it turned to steam. With one large ice attack, Shoto watched as Izuku disappeared until a hand grabbed Shoto's shoulder from behind. Before he realized what happened, he found himself on his back, a green-flamed figure holding his collar. The figure began to strike him repeatedly, and the audience fell silent, witnessing the intense confrontation. Just before Shoto lost consciousness, Izuku stopped. "I accept your apology, Shoto, and I forgive you. Consider this as payment for the years of torment," Izuku said, letting go of Shoto's collar and turning his back as he reverted to his human form. Midnight, caught in a daze from what she had seen, announced Izuku's victory. Shoto Todoroki has been knocked out. Zook Carter is the winner. The crowd remained silent in shock as Izuku left the ring, until a voice rang out from above the stadium. "Wow, you got knocked out," Jean exclaimed. Izuku soon encountered Izumi. "Izuku, that was harsh," she said, but he walked past her, stopping to respond. "Harsh? That's rich coming from you. You know nothing of cruelty. See you in the finals, Yagi." Continuing down the dark hallway, Izuku prepared for his next round. Izumi had effectively used her telekinetic powers to send her opponents out of the ring, bringing her to the finals. Midnight reluctantly announced the next match. For the next match, we have Izumi Yagi and Zook Carter. Present Mike added, "All Might's daughter versus the Rider's son? This is a matchup to see. After what Carter did to Shoto Todoroki, let's hope he holds back in this fight." "That's the thing, he was holding back against Todoroki," Shoyuta noted. Izuku stood in the ring across from Izumi. "Just walk out of the ring." "I don't want to hurt you, Izuku," she urged. "Let the match begin," Midnight declared. Izuku transformed into the Green Rider. "You should worry for your own safety, Yagi," he warned. Izumi lifted her hand, attempting to push Izuku out of the ring like her previous opponents, but he continued to advance, unfazed by her efforts. As she exerted herself, Izumi felt the strain, her nose beginning to bleed. "You think just because you have a powerful quirk now that you're going to win? You were and always will only be a weak Deku," she shouted. "And you believe having two quirks ensures your victory? Let me show you how wrong you are," the Green Rider responded. He stopped about 15 feet away from Izumi, causing her confusion. Suddenly, chains arose from the ground, lifting Izumi into the air. As she was brought face to face with Izuku, fear filled her eyes. Unexpectedly, he reverted back to his human form, pity evident in his gaze. "You say I have a powerful quirk, but that is where you are wrong, Izumi. I'm still just as quirkless as I've always been, with the only exception being that I've been cursed with a blessing." The chains gently placed Izumi outside the ring before disappearing. "Wait, Izuku," she began, but Midnight interrupted. "Izumi Yagi is out of bounds. That means Carter is the winner," she announced. And with that, the final match is officially over. The first-year champion of the UA Sports Festival is Zook Carter from Class 1A. Present Mike declared as the crowd erupted in cheers. Izumi stared at Izuku, who said something she couldn't hear before walking away. The first-year students have completed all of the events for the UA Sports Festival. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the awards ceremony. Midnight continued. The students who placed in the top 3 rows on podiums. Izuku in first place, Izumi in second, and Tokoyami in third. Now let's break out the hardware. Of course, there's only one person worthy of distributing the awards. Midnight announced as All Might dropped from above, landing with flair. "So now that you're here, All Might, why don't you start the presentation?" Midnight prompted. "Young Tokoyami, congratulations. You showed great strength out there. However, you've more training to do if you're going to be able to fight against different kinds of villains. You're not going to be able to rely on your quirk at every battle you face," All Might advised. "Oh Izumi, I am so proud of you. You still have much training ahead of you if you are to become the world's greatest. Keep up the good work," All Might said, hugging her before approaching Izuku. "Young Carter," All Might began, but Izuku interrupted. "Before you start your speech, I just wanted to say, I forgive you." The stunned All Might. "Well, let me finish. I am forgiving you not because you deserve it. I am only forgiving you so I can finally move on with my life, and you can tell Inko the same. Hurry up and get it over with," Izuku insisted. Izuku bowed his head so All Might could place the gold medal around his neck. I understand, young Carter. All Might said, offering a hug, but Izuku opted for a handshake instead. All Might took his hand, feeling a connection with his former son, and it filled him with regret for losing him. He noticed how strong and firm Izuku's grip was, reminiscent of the early stages of One for All. And with that, the UA Sports Festival drew to a close. Time passed, and Izuku sat in class with his fellow classmates while Izumi stared at him, wondering what he could have possibly said to her. Aizawa stood at the front of the class while Ida was absent for family reasons. Nice work. You have the next 2 days of school off to recuperate. I'm sure the pros who watch the festival will want to recruit some of you. We'll look over the draft forms and update you when you return. Get some rest, you still have a lot of training, Shoyuta announced. Meanwhile, Jean sensed something was off. He felt the souls of the innocent suffering and knew he could not sit idly by. His instincts drew a portal, and when he stepped through, he found himself in a hospital room where a familiar face surprised him. Mr. Carter? What are you doing here? Tenya Ida exclaimed. Ah, Tenya Ida, and you must be his brother, Tensei Ida. To answer your question, something drew me here, Jean replied, glancing at the injured man lying in the hospital bed. It seems half the energy of your body's been disconnected, Jean noted. I've been paralyzed from the waist down. The doctors say I won't be able to continue my hero work, Tensei admitted. Jean nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Tenya. Please come with me. But I can't, Tenya started. Trust me, kid, you won't regret it, Jean insisted, opening a portal that led to his artifacts room. Tenya followed, amazed by the variety of artifacts and weapons. Why are we here? Tenya asked. Follow me, Jean instructed, leading Tenya to a section filled with bottles, some in display cases and others on racks with labels. Where are you? Here we go. Give your brother these, Jean said, handing Tenya 2 bottles containing a stunning red liquid. What will they do? Tenya asked, curiosity piqued. Phoenix Tears and Yggdrasil's healing elixir. They'll help your brother's recovery, Jean explained. I shall gratefully accept, Tenya declared. Jean opened a portal back to the hospital room and watched as Tenya gave Tensei the potions. Tensei's wounds vanished, and he regained the use of his legs. Tenya and their mother were overjoyed, and Jean quietly slipped out of the room, satisfied with his good deed. However, his senses were still alert as another soul called for help. Sensing danger, he transformed into the rider and went through another portal. He found himself in a dark concrete room, practically a cell, where a small girl with white hair and a single horn sat on a bed. Later, Izuku returned home for his 2 days off and went to the roof. He was caught off guard when a portal opened, and Jean stepped through, carrying a sleeping girl wrapped in bandages. Zook, help me out, Jean said. Are you okay? Izuku asked, concerned. Shoo, not so loud. She's sleeping. I'm fine, I promise, Jean assured him, handing Izuku the young child while pulling out his phone. Hey, Nimuri. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Listen, I need a favor. I need you to come over. No, it's not like that. I have a situation, and you're the first person I thought of. Yeah, I was planning on telling Nizu, but this is serious. Alright, thanks, see you soon, Jean said before hanging up. Who was that, Dad? Izuku inquired. An old friend who'll be here soon. By the way, I'm proud of you. You did great today, Jean praised, censoring his words as the child began to stir. Who is she? Izuku asked. Her name is Eri. She was being held captive as part of an experiment, so I saved her, Jean explained. She's pretty cute, Izuku remarked. I know, right? Jean replied, glancing at his clothes stained from the earlier encounter. Gonna get cleaned up. Watch after her, please? Jean requested. Izuku nodded and followed his father downstairs, sitting down with Eri. After a while, Jean returned in clean clothes just as there was a knock at the door. Izuku noticed how cautious Jean was and opened the door to reveal Lady Midnight in civilian clothing. Long time, she began. Shoo, the girl's sleeping, Jean interrupted, smiling as he hugged Lady Midnight. Dad? How do you know Lady Midnight? Izuku asked, astonished. Oh, Nimuri is an old friend from high school, Jin replied. You're the kid who won first place. I should have known you were Jin's son, Nimuri said. Back to the reason you're here, I figured that Eri would need a womanly figure of sorts to help get her clean, Jin explained. Nimuri smiled knowingly. Oh, I get it. Still afraid of the female body, huh? Jin feigned offense. I am not. I am a gentleman and an advocate for gender equality, is all. Guys? Izuku interjected. Nimuri moved closer to Jin. An advocate for gender equality, you say? So what does that mean about your preferences? As you know, I'm still on the market, Jin. Are you? Guys! Izuku exclaimed, trying to get their attention. Jin and Nimuri turned to see Eri awake, looking scared and trembling on Izuku's lap. Hi, Jin started. Nimuri rushed past Jin. You are just precious, she exclaimed, picking up Eri, who surprisingly seemed less scared. Izuku looked at Jin. What are we going to do about rooms? We only have 3. She can take my room. I don't mind moving down to the shop for a short while, Jin offered. How long is she going to be staying? Izuku asked. I'm not sure. If it comes down to it, I don't mind looking after another lost soul, Jin replied, recalling when Izuku first came to his shop. Well, Nimuri, I'll bring her a set of clean clothes if you don't mind washing her, Jin said. Sure thing. Nimuri agreed, giving Eri a warm smile as they walked into the bathroom. Only a bath. Jin called after them, sighing as he walked through a portal and returned with a red bunny onesie, placing it at the bathroom door before preparing dinner. Yes, son. Jin responded to Izuku's call. When you came through the portal. The blood, Izuku hesitated. I didn't hurt anybody who didn't deserve it. I heard her cries for help and couldn't sit by. The blood came from a villain's doing, not mine, Jin explained. Okay, well what about Nizu? Izuku asked. I already told him about the situation. He's working on it as we speak. For now, I'm looking after the child until they figure out a plan, Jin reassured him. Jin's ears perked up as he heard the bathroom door open. So, adorable, he whispered, holding back his excitement. Eri walked out of the bathroom wearing the onesie, and Nimuri approached Jin with a concerned look, snapping him out of his daze. Jin. Her injuries, where did they come from? Nimuri asked. The one known as Overhaul. Don't worry, he'll pay dearly, Jin replied, determination in his voice. Now, care to join us for dinner? Nimuri asked, and Dobby nodded in response. Izuku inquired, Where's Dobby? Jin replied, He's visiting someone, so he's going to be running late. Meanwhile, Dobby entered the hospital room wearing a face mask. Hello, mother, he greeted softly. Ray looked over and smiled. Hello, Dobby. He walked over and embraced her gently. I brought you some cold soba in case you were hungry. Have they been treating you well? Yes, Shoto has been visiting a bit more recently, so it's nice to have so many visitors. How has your father been? Ray asked. Dobby smiled beneath his mask. He's been the same caring, overprotective old man he's always been. Ray's gaze fell on Dobby's mask. Why hide your face? After a moment's hesitation, Dobby removed the mask. Ray smiled and cupped his cheek. There you are. You know, I always thought that people with fire quirks were a bit hot-headed, but you and Jin showed me otherwise. Dobby returned her smile, feeling a warmth in their connection. In a flashback, after the fire incident where the rider took Toya, Ray walked alone, unable to bear seeing Enji's face. Tears streamed down her cheeks when suddenly, a fire appeared before her, forming a circle. The rider stepped out from the portal. Ray Todoroki, the figure said. You? Where's my son? Ray demanded. The rider's flames faded, revealing Jin. Come with me, but please calm down before you see him. Ray stepped through the portal into an office where she found a young Dobby with bandages, sitting on a couch next to Nizu, watching TV and eating a cheeseburger. Toya! Ray exclaimed, rushing over to hug her son. Once she calmed down, she sat beside him while Nizu and Jin sat across from her. Mrs. Todoroki, we've been summoned here at the rider's request, Nizu explained. I'm taking my son home, Ray insisted. Nizu stopped her, and Jean began to speak. I'm afraid we can't let that happen, especially with what happened here earlier today. Why not? Ray questioned, bewildered. Have you been aware of how your husband treats your children? Jean asked. Ray hesitated but met Jin's gaze. I understand that my husband can be a bit strict, but he loves his family. Jean shook his head and knelt in front of Dobby. Dobby here has so much potential to be a bright young man. Dobby felt a pang of worry at the word potential, a term NG often used to measure his children's worth. But if I hadn't stepped in today, he would have survived, but his path would have turned dark, leading only to pain and despair. So let me ask again. Have you been aware of how your husband treats your children? Or how he treats you? Ray was taken aback and paused, her head hung in shame. Yes, I was aware, but you don't understand how terrifying it is to be with someone who only sees you as a tool. You don't understand the kind of abuse. It's getting worse by the day. Just a few days ago, I accidentally hurt my son because I saw it in his eyes. Jean moved closer and placed a comforting hand on Ray's shoulder. But I understand completely. I see it every day, and I know how things end in toxic relationships. He sat down next to her. A long time ago, I had a lover who was appealing. She had the kindest smile and a can-do attitude, but inside, she was broken. She would wake up screaming, begging me not to hurt her, and sometimes it would take nearly an hour for her to calm down and realize it was me. Prior to our relationship, she had been hurt by her father. So yes, I can understand where you're coming from. Ray looked at him, concern in her eyes. I'm sorry. What happened to her? Jean smiled softly. To make a long story short, I couldn't save her in time. But now, I'm sure she's happy somewhere with someone who knows just how appealing her soul truly is. So please, don't sacrifice yourself for his sake. Live for your children and ensure they become strong individuals you can be proud of. I don't plan on keeping you from your son because I can see your bond, but I will go to great lengths to keep him safe. As the flashback ended, Dobby finished his conversation with his mother and returned home, surprised to find Jean sitting on the couch with Nimuri sleeping on his lap. Jean waved at Dobby and pointed to a bowl wrapped in saran wrap. Thanks, Dobby said appreciatively. The 2 days of rest went by quickly, as Jean focused on rehabilitating Eri. Izuku observed his father's careful demeanor while caring for Eri, and he noted how Nimuri had settled comfortably into their household. The day before Izuku was to return to class, Jean left Eri in Nimuri's care and went to the roof for some fresh air, where he found Izuku training. Hey, Dad, Izuku greeted. Hey, Zook. Jean replied, leaning against the railing. Izuku noticed the exhaustion in his father's eyes and approached him. What's on your mind? Izuku asked. She's forgotten how to smile, son. Jean admitted, a frown crossing Izuku's face. He placed a reassuring hand on his father's shoulder and smiled. I didn't know either, so let's help her find a way, he encouraged. Jean chuckled, standing up straight and nodding at Izuku. He picked up Izuku's jacket from a nearby chair. You've been taking good care of this. Jean remarked. Yeah, I've actually been meaning to ask you about it, Izuku replied. What's up? Jean inquired. It always felt comforting to me for some reason. Like a child's security blanket or something, Izuku explained. That makes sense. It used to be my everyday jacket, Jean said. Wait, really? Izuku asked, surprised. Oh yeah, it was the same jacket I covered you with when I found you. So I can see why it feels comforting, Jean said, handing the jacket back to Izuku with a smile. All the more reason to take care of it. It's also something to remember me by when you become a famous hero. Izuku chuckled and shook his head. I couldn't forget you, Dad. The next morning, rain began to fall as Izuku rode his bike and spotted Ida. He had heard about Tensei's miraculous recovery. Pulling up next to Ida, he offered, Hey Ida, do you need a ride? Ida graciously accepted, and they rode to school together. After dismounting, Ida paused to say, Please send your father my best regards. Your family has already done so much for me. Izuku nodded and parked his bike before entering classroom 1A. As he slid the classroom door open, he felt all eyes on him, including Todoroki's. He took his seat and noticed Izumi staring at him. "Something I can help you with, Yagi?" Izuku asked. Before she could respond, Aizawa entered the classroom and greeted the class. Izuku's attention drifted to the rain hitting the window. "Carter!" Aizawa called, snapping Izuku back to reality. Yes, Mr. Aizawa?" Izuku replied. "Make sure you're paying attention because this part's important. You are all going to be choosing your hero identities. This is related to the pro-hero draft picks I mentioned last time we were in class together," Aizawa explained. He proceeded to announce the totals for those who received offers, and Izuku listened intently as names were called. "Despite these results, you'll all be interning, even those who didn't get an offer. Since you already have combat experience with villains, it would still be helpful to see pros at work in the field," Aizawa continued. "And for that we'll need hero names." Satu added. "Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun," Uraraka exclaimed. "These hero names will likely be temporary, but take them seriously," Midnight warned. "What you pick today could be your code name for life. Be careful, or you might end up with something you regret." "Yeah, she's got a good point," Aizawa agreed. "The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. Take All Might, for example." Izuku quickly made up his mind and waited for the others to go first. After they finished, he stood up and made his way to the podium at the front of the classroom. "As I'm sure you all know, my father is the once vigilante-turned-hero, the Rider. In honor of him, I wish to be known as the Hero of Vengeance, the Green Rider," Izuku declared. "Yes. Very good, young Carter." Midnight responded as Izuku sat back down. Aizawa then began explaining the internships, noting they would last for 1 week. Those who were on the board would choose from their offers, while everyone else would have a different list. Imagine you were 13, you'd want to think about a place that focuses on rescuing people, not just fighting villains, Aizawa advised. As the day progressed, Izuku slid open the door to leave and was startled when All Might appeared unexpectedly. I am here in a bizarre position," All Might announced. "What the heck?" Izuku exclaimed. "Izumi, come with me, and you as well, young Carter," All Might instructed. Izumi nodded as she passed Izuku, pausing to look back at him. "Please?" Izuku sighed and followed the Yagis out of the room and near the restrooms. "I'll get straight to the point. You've received an offer from a hero who'd like to take you on. The hero's name is Gran Torino. He taught at this school back in my day for 1 year," All Might began. "I thought you said you would get straight to the point?" Izuku interrupted. "Izuku, show some respect," Izumi chided. "Respect? You won't even call me by my real name," Izuku retorted. "I'm sorry, Carter." Izumi apologized. "Anyway, it is my duty as a teacher to train you. Here's the address," All Might said, handing Izuku a slip of paper. Izuku took it and glanced at the address. "Also, Izumi, Torino knows about. The other ability," All Might added. Izuku put the slip of paper into his pocket and glared up at All Might. "I'm not an idiot. This other ability has something to do with your own, right?" All Might was taken aback. "Nonsense. In most scriptures in any religion, lying is considered a sin, and that one just flew right out of your mouth," Izuku pointed out. "You won't tell anybody, right, Carter?" Izumi asked nervously. "I'm not a monster," Izuku replied firmly. "Besides, anyone with half a brain can see how obvious your relationship is. The whole Detroit Smash thing is a clear giveaway." All Might asked what he should suggest for Izumi. Izuku replied that they should steer clear of the All Might persona, as it made their connection too apparent, which could put her in danger. He noted that it made sense why that line was quickly taken. The next day, Izumi noticed that Izuku hadn't joined them at the train station, which made her a bit sad. She went to the address her father had given her and opened the door. "Hello. My name is Izumi Yagi and she started, but was interrupted by the sight of an old man on the ground. Izuku was nearby, looking a bit mischievous. "I'm alive," the old man said, and Izuku chuckled as he approached Izumi. "Wait, what's going on here?" Izumi asked, confused. This young man was helping me with some food, but I insisted on doing it myself, and then he attacked me. Please, young missy, protect me, the old man said. Is this true, Carter? Izumi demanded. Izuku fought back a smile, which only made him look more mischievous. And what if it is, Yagi? Izumi tried to use her telekinesis on him, but it didn't work. Instead, she charged at him, ready to unleash her power. However, Izuku was quicker and grabbed her wrist, stopping her punch. Like I told you before, old man, All Might is a terrible teacher. He couldn't even show his own daughter how to fight properly, Izuku said. Gran Torino nodded. I see. Well, we have our work cut out for us. Now, who are you again, Sonny? Izuku sighed with a smile while Izumi looked completely confused. She pulled out her phone to call her father, while Gran Torino rummaged through her luggage. Unlike Izumi, Izuku had brought an old-school rucksack. As Torino chatted with Izumi, Izuku began looking around the kitchen to prepare dinner. Soon, Torino was bouncing off the walls, playfully attacking Izumi while Izuku effortlessly dodged or redirected him. Izuku managed to WHP up a fried rice dish with some extra sausages. Frustrated, Izumi attempted to throw a punch at Torino but was easily countered and pinned. Izuku tuned out the chaos and focused on preparing plates for dinner. After the meal, Torino went straight to bed, and Izuku started washing the dishes. Izumi joined him to help dry. Here, I'll help out. Just like old times, she said. It's not like old times. Izuku replied, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. After finishing the last plate, he dried his hands and hung his jacket on a chair, then took off his boots and placed them next to the couch. You can take the bed, I'll sleep on the couch, he offered. Izumi nodded and went upstairs to the extra bed. She lay there for a while, letting her mind wander, but sleep wouldn't come. Eventually, she got up and followed some unusual noises downstairs, finding Izuku asleep but sweating and breathing heavily. He was tossing and turning, talking in his sleep, and soon tears began to fall. Stop it. Sweat. Do you hate me? Was I not good enough? He murmured. Izumi gently placed a hand on his shoulder to wake him from the nightmare and shook him softly. He awoke, instinctively grabbing her tightly, anger flashing in his eyes before it turned to sadness and regret as he realized where he was. Izumi gasped for air, coughing a bit before Izuku put on his boots and jacket and stormed out the front door. Carter! Wait! She called after him. Izuku whistled for his bike and quickly mounted it, leaving her behind. He loved riding his bike. It was a great way to clear his head. The cold wind felt soothing as he rode, and once he calmed down, he returned to Torino's residence. Izumi rushed outside when she heard Izuku's bike returning and hugged him without thinking. Not knowing how to react, Izuku waited until she let go, only to see that she was crying. She fell to her knees and bowed her head to the ground. I should have told you this long ago. I am so sorry, Izuku. I understand if you hate me and may never forgive me for what I've said and done, but please know that I never hated you. I was scared you would get hurt chasing an impossible goal, and I went too far. No sister should have ever done what I did, and I see how much I have hurt you. I suffer for it every day, she confessed. Izumi felt Izuku grab her shoulder and lift her, expecting punishment, but was surprised when he wrapped his arms around her in an embrace. But, she started. I already told you I forgive you at the sports festival. I was taught that if you stare at the terrible memories of the past too long, you'll miss the good times ahead. It worried me when I saw who you'd become because I feared I'd have to hurt you. I had despised you for so long. Izuku said softly. The twins embraced, tears flowing as they restored a bond reminiscent of their childhood before Izuku's Quirk Diagnosis. After a heartfelt moment, Izuku suggested they train together, focusing on basic forms and stances. He emphasized the importance of a proper stance to maintain balance against opponents. Their training lasted about an hour until Izumi, exhausted from pushing herself, finally needed to rest. Despite her fatigue, she felt it was worth it for her brother. That night, Izuku remained awake, energized by the rider within him, which allowed him to stay conscious for extended PRDs. He reflected on his experiences with Jean and Dobby, feeling hopeful about future adventures with his sisters, Izumi and Eri. However, a wave of anxiety washed over him, accompanied by a warning from his father echoing in his mind. In a flashback, Jin had been training Izuku, explaining the nature of the rider. He reassured Izuku that while in rider form, he was nearly impervious to damage, but in human form, danger was still present. Jin's words lingered in Izuku's thoughts, filling him with concern. Meanwhile, back at home, Jin sensed the same ominous feeling, a sign that something was amiss for a rider's host. The next morning, Torino had ordered a microwave, and Izuku listened to the playful banter while Izumi experienced a power awakening. Despite his excitement for her, the heavy feeling from the previous night remained. As the day progressed, Torino suggested a patrol in Hosu City. Izuku conjured a portal, and the trio stepped through, arriving in the bustling city. Suddenly, screams erupted, and smoke billowed from a large orange light. Izuku spotted a Nomu, different from the others, and Torino instructed them to protect the citizens while he confronted the creature. As Izuku and Izumi guided civilians to safety, Izuku felt a pull towards a dark alley. He urged Izumi to take care of the citizens while he followed his instincts. In the alley, he found Ingenium and Tenya facing off against the hero killer, Stain. Ingenium warned Tenya to avoid Stain's attacks, but the villain's speed was overwhelming, paralyzing them. Without hesitation, Izuku jumped into action, using his chain WHP to assist his friends. Suddenly, a voice taunted him, questioning his worthiness to wield the rider's power. In a moment of chaos, Izuku was struck, collapsing to the ground beside his classmates. Just then, a shot rang out, and Stain was engulfed in flames as Jin appeared, determined to save his son. Jin desperately administered health potions, but his efforts seemed futile. Overcome with grief, he held Izuku's lifeless body, his heart filled with pain and fury. Jin's gaze turned to Stain, who lay barely alive. With a fierce resolve, Jin declared that death was easy, and he intended to ensure Stain faced a fate worse than death. He dragged Stain through a portal to a realm of endless torment, commanding a figure within to make Stain pay for his actions. Returning to Izuku, Jin found Tenya grieving over his friend's body. Jin expressed gratitude to Tenya for being a friend to Izuku. As he prepared to leave, he realized he needed to ask for one last favor, to dispel the rider from Izuku's body and take its place. Look after him as you did me and let the darkness consume me instead. But that would kill you? Jin smiled sadly and looked to the heavens as he held his son closely. That's a price I'm willing to pay. Izuku found himself floating in a sea of darkness until his feet touched solid ground. He looked around and spotted his father, rushing to him for a hug. Dad! What are you doing here? My boy. We don't have much time, Jin replied with a gentle smile. What do you mean? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. I need you to listen. I am so proud of you. You, your brother, and your new sister Eri are the best things that happened to me. And I was so lucky to be your dad. Jin let go of his son and looked directly into his eyes. What do you mean, was? That? What are you doing? My rider will personally look after you since your rider didn't. Don't worry, son, I'll always be with you. Give your brother and sister my love for me. You have grown into such an amazing young man. I leave you my jacket, my bike, and the room of artifacts I've collected over the years. I love you, my son. We'll meet again one day. I'm sure of it. Jin smiled at Izuku as he began to fade away into the darkness, allowing his son to return to the realm of the living. Izuku's eyes opened, and he felt no pain as his injury miraculously healed. He smiled, thinking it was all a bad dream, but when he pulled his father's jacket from his face, he realized his father was limp and not breathing. Dad? Dad, wake up. Please. I'm sorry, young Zook. He's gone. A voice echoed, but no one was near. Your father asked me to watch over you. I was your father's rider, and I shall fulfill his final wish to the very end. Izuku held his father tightly as the door to the roof opened. Young Carter and Jin. Nizu began, but Izuku interrupted. Please help. He's not breathing. Nizu rushed over and began making phone calls, but Jin's choice was made. Days later, Jin's funeral was enormous, taking place at UA. Friends, family, and fans came to pay their respects. Dobby, Izuku, and Eri had the chance to meet their cousin Rias, as Jin's rider had informed everyone acquainted with Jin of his passing. Even a few other riders came to pay homage to the original rider. Jin and his rider were practically one and the same, but Jin thought of his rider like a disembodied brother or friend. Jin didn't have a traditional Japanese funeral. Instead, he was buried in the gardens of the Gremory estate, and everything he owned was left to Dobby, who shared everything with his brother and respected their father's final decisions. Nizu had a statue erected in Jin's honor on UA's grounds. Izuku refused to talk to anyone, lost in his sorrow, his eyes dry from tears. He carried Eri as Jin's body was lowered into the grave. Eri, understanding what death was, struggled to accept that Jin was gone. "Weizu, where's Papa Jin going? He was supposed to teach me to ride a bike today. He's gonna take me, right? Right?" Each word stung everyone in attendance, and Izuku couldn't answer. "Why won't you answer me?" After Jin was lowered, Izuku handed Eri to Nimuri and stayed behind with Dobby. "Come on, let's go back," Dobby urged. Izuku shook his head. "It's all my fault. He came to save me and—" "That's not true, and you know it. Dad always loved us. It was his choice, so don't you dare make his sacrifice a sob story." Dobby held Izuku for a while, and they began walking back when a rumble originated from the sky. They looked up to see hundreds of riders on different mounts riding through the sky. "They're riding in your father's honor. This has only been practiced once in a millennia," a voice explained. For the first time in a while, Izuku finally broke a smile, but life back home wouldn't be the same. The rest of Izuku's internship was cancelled as the days were spent in mourning. The day before school returned, Izuku sat in front of the TV, numb, as all his emotions were blocked by sorrow. The news caught his attention. It has almost been a week since the attack on Hosu that left the city in shambles. The retired hero known as the Rider, a vigilante before becoming a hero who single-handedly dropped the crime rates by nearly 30% in the Silver Age, has unfortunately passed. Izuku turned off the TV and melted onto the couch in a depressed slump until the next morning. He got ready and left much earlier than usual. Dobby was still asleep as Izuku took his father's bike instead of his own and cruised to UA, where people watched in awe. He arrived at UA and sat on the roof, watching the sun rise and awaiting the day to begin. Izuku entered the classroom and, as expected, was the first one present. Ida entered some time later and approached him. "Carter, I would like to express my condolences. Your father has done more for my family than I could ever repay. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask." Izuku sat in silence, expressionless. Ida took a seat as more students entered, whispering about the news. Others began chatting about their experiences, but quickly changed the subject. Izumi approached Izuku, followed by Katsuki. "See, Carter. I heard about what happened and I'm sorry. Yeah. If you need someone to talk to, we're always willing," Katsuki added. Izuku's expression didn't change, but inside, he was angry. "I understand what you're going through, but being alone—" Izuku cut Izumi off as he stood up, slamming his hands onto his desk in frustration. "How can you understand what I'm going through? You didn't lose your parents twice. So excuse me if you don't know what it's like to lose the first person who accepted me for who I was." Izuku snapped back into reality, realizing the weight of his outburst. Izuku shook himself out of his daydream when Izumi waved her hand in front of his face. He forced a soft smile, hiding his true feelings, and gave her a slight nod. "Thank you," he murmured. Time passed, and the students gathered at Field Gamma for training. All Might explained that the test was a race, and the goal was to find and rescue him first. As soon as the test began, Izuku opened the portal and walked through in a daze, as if all the energy had been drained from his body. "And it's over," All Might announced. The class was taken aback. "Huh, already?" While the other students quickly adjusted to returning to class, Izuku found it almost excruciating to hear their sympathetic remarks. It was a loss he hadn't fully grasped, one that left him feeling unable to function. Aizawa noticed Izuku's demeanor but struggled to confront him. As the week passed, Izuku felt little concern about the upcoming final exam. When he returned home, he was greeted by Eri and Dobby. Dobby had taken charge of the household and put off school to look after Eri. Fortunately, Jean had left behind a surprising fortune for his sons. Before he passed, Jean had taught Eri to smile and made her promise to keep smiling, no matter how tough things became. "Zoo!" Eri exclaimed. "Hey bro," Dobby added. Izuku shut the door behind him after picking up Eri. "Hey guys," he said, sitting down to dinner with them in an awkward silence. "So, finals week is approaching soon. When we had it, we fought robots, but who knows?" Dobby remarked. "Yeah. Sure," Izuku replied, feeling the tension thick in the air. After barely touching his food, he stood up. "I'm not hungry," he said. Dobby nodded. "That's okay." Izuku left the "Fine." Catch concluded. Everyone looked at Izuku, who wasn't in uniform like the others. Ida asked, "Carter? Why aren't you in uniform?" "I got clearance from Principal Nizu," Izuku replied. Ida nodded and began directing everyone into seating order. Aizawa started explaining something, but the chatter made it hard for Izuku to hear. After a few hours, the bus finally halted, but Izuku felt a sense of unease. The tired one is up to something, Izuku thought as he stood behind everyone, making sure to stay close to the bus. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from a nearby car. 2 were in costumes, and 1 wore a red cap with horns. "Your feline fantasies are here." "Say meow," one of them exclaimed. "Perfectly cute and cat-like girls," another added. "You can call us the wild pussycats," they announced together. Shoyuta, their instructor, introduced them to the class. "These are the pro heroes you'll be working with at the summer training camp. Everyone say hello." "Hello," the class responded in unison. Izuku stepped forward. "I'm sorry, we didn't catch your names." The brunette struck a pose and pointed to herself. "I am Mandalay." The blonde joined her with her own pose. "You can call me Pixie Bob." "Cool," Izuku replied, turning back toward the bus as Mandalay began to explain. "We own this whole stretch of land out here, everything you can see," she said, pointing toward the base of a distant mountain. "The summer camp you're staying at is there, at the base of the mountain." "That's far," the class exclaimed. Uraraka asked, "Then why did we stop all the way up here instead?" "I think we know the answer to that," Sue replied. "That can't be right," Satu added. Siro chuckled. "Back on the bus, let's go." Mandalay smiled mischievously. "The current time is 9:30 in the morning. If you're fast about it, you might make it there by noon." Izuku was already sitting in the bus when Kirishima exclaimed, "No way. Guys!" "Holy Suri!" Mina added. "Save yourselves." Kirishima shouted. Mandalay warned, "Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 won't get any lunch." Everyone began sprinting for the bus, but they were halted when Pixie Bob used her quirk to block their path, sending all the students except Izuku over the side. Aizawa knocked on the bus door to get Izuku's attention. "Come on, don't make it harder than it needs to be." Sighing, Izuku made his way to the cliff's edge before dropping down to join the rest of the class. "Since this is private land, you can use your quirks as much as you want. You have 3 full hours to make it to the facility, if you can get through the beast forest," Mandalay announced. Izuku's ears perked up, and he grinned at the others. "Shut it. She said we could use our abilities as much as we wanted. Now, who's coming with me?" He opened a portal, and relief washed over the others as one by one, they stepped through it, leading directly to the camp. Izuku was the last to enter and took a moment to explore the mess hall, bath area, and the rooms they would be staying in. Feeling restless, he decided to take a walk through the forest to clear his mind. It was the first time he activated his father's rider, and its power felt overwhelming. "Can you feel it?" a voice echoed in his mind. "Feel what?" Izuku asked. "Look around and tell me, what do you feel?" the voice urged. Izuku sensed a disturbance, as if something was approaching. It was a feeling akin to how animals sense danger, and it warned him to stay alert. Keep your guard up, something is conjuring in the dark. We must be ready for it, the voice cautioned. Nodding, Izuku returned to the campsite after dealing with any lingering threats in the forest. He arrived just in time for dinner but didn't eat much before heading to the bath. As he relaxed, he noticed a young boy perched on the wall dividing the boys' and girls' baths. The boy's expression revealed pain and anger, prompting Izuku to strike up a conversation. You're like me, aren't you? Izuku asked. No, I hate people pretending to be heroes, the boy replied. And why is that? Izuku inquired. None of your business, the boy snapped before storming off. Izuku decided to let it go for now. That night, he struggled to sleep while the other students trained hard. The day passed quickly, and dinner was decided to be curry. Izuku noticed the boy from earlier walking alone into the woods toward a plateau overlooking the forest. Hello, Izuku greeted. You again? What are you doing here? The boy exclaimed. I followed you, and I brought you dinner, Izuku said, holding out a plate. I don't want any, especially from you, the boy retorted, though his stomach growled, revealing his hunger. Izuku placed the plate down and sat on the edge of the plateau. I'm not a hero. What did you say? The boy asked, surprised. I'm no hero. I tried to be one and relied too much on my power, Izuku confessed. The boy was still angry but intrigued by Izuku's honesty. He sat down beside him with the curry. You said you tried. What happened? The boy asked. I failed. I tried to save my friend and ended up getting someone I care about killed, Izuku admitted. They sat in silence for a moment. So you understand? What it's like, the boy said quietly. Understand what? Izuku asked. The boy fought back tears as he took a bite of curry. My parents. They tried to be heroes too. The person I cared about. He was my father, Izuku revealed. The boy paused, listening intently. I got stabbed and bled out. He saved me, but in order to do so, he had to trade places with me so I could return to the realm of the living, Izuku explained. The boy set his bowl down and gazed up at the stars. Kota. My name is Kota. Carter. But you can call me Zook, Izuku replied, standing up to leave. It was nice to meet you, Kota, he said. Hey! Kota called out, stopping Izuku. Don't tell anyone about my secret hideout. Kota requested. Sure, just make sure you get back safely, Izuku replied before returning to the camp, determined to stay awake for another day of training. The following day, Kirishima approached Izuku. Dude, how do you do it? Do what? Izuku asked. Aizawa's had us up till 2 in the morning, but you haven't slept at all. How are you not tired? Kirishima wondered. I'm fine, but it looks like you need a little boost, Izuku said with a smile. Aizawa finished his coffee that morning as Izuku opened a portal. All right, come with me, he said, leading the way. They stepped into Jin's artifacts room, where Kirishima noticed a display case wrapped in chains, containing a black book with the words H-Note barely visible. You might want to stay away from that. Now, where is it? Izuku said, rummaging through a rack filled with potions. He finally grabbed a green bottle. I got it. Let's head back. After stepping through another portal, Izuku handed Kirishima the small green bottle. What is it? Kirishima asked. A stamina potion, Izuku replied. Kirishima nodded and quickly drank the potion in a few gulps. Almost immediately his eyes widened, and he dropped the bottle, running around energetically. Izuku picked up the bottle and noticed a warning label that read, Warning, drink only 1 cup of elixir. Bottle contains 4 cups of elixir. Oh, he muttered, quickly opening a portal and tossing the bottle through it to hide the evidence. Meanwhile, Kirishima was busy punching a hole into one of the hills, and by the end of their training he had created a tunnel. Kirishima emerged from the tunnel, exclaiming, I feel like I can, but before he could finish, he collapsed from exhaustion. Ragdoll, observing from a distance, remarked, Wow, what a trooper! Where does he get all that energy? Izuku, overhearing her, whistled comically as he walked away to avoid attention. After some time, Pixie Bob gathered the students at the entrance to a trail in the woods. Perfect, we filled our bellies and cleaned the dishes. It's time for... Mina interrupted, a totally awesome test of courage. However, Shoyuta interjected, not so fast. It pains me to say it, but the remedial class will be having lessons with me tonight instead. Izuku waited as he was paired last with Izumi after Pixie Bob explained the rules. He listened to the distant screams coming from the woods, and suddenly his senses kicked in, and Jin's rider took over. A voice echoed in his mind, warning him of danger nearby. Izuku watched as Pixie Bob was suddenly snatched by a pink glow and fell at the feet of some villains. Chains erupted from the ground, grabbing the villains and lifting them into the air. Good work, Carter! Ida shouted. Izuku looked at him, confused. That's not me. The sound of a horse's neigh was followed by the roar of engines as an army of riders arrived. 4 leading riders approached Izuku while the others sped off into the woods. A rider on horseback was the first to reach him. We can see you're in a bit of a mix-up here, son. We'll handle it and save your friends, Slade said. But... Izuku began, but was interrupted by a female rider who dismounted her bike and approached him. So you're the one who caused all the ruckus. Not bad, she said, noticing a certain purple figure nearby. Stay away from that one. He's all sorts of nasty. Another rider stepped out of his car and approached the villains. Hey Ketch, I think these guys need some punishment, he declared. Another rider, surrounded by a blue flame, cackled and lassoed the villains as he rode off into the night. Slade turned to Izuku. Like I said, son. We'll handle it. Besides, I think there's someone who wants to see you. Meanwhile, Jin found himself in a strange place, feeling lost. How long has it been? Why do I feel so lost? No, this place is taking my memories, I can't let it. But who was that kid? Suddenly he fell and hit the ground hard. Looking up, he saw familiar faces. Welcome back, kid, Slade greeted him. Jin was confused. Kid? Do I know you guys from somewhere? Without wasting a moment, they rushed him to a portal held open by another rider. They threw him through, and he woke up in a casket, feeling strange as memories flooded back to him. Testing his abilities, he realized he could still conjure portals. One opened beneath him, and he fell onto soft grass, hearing soft music in the distance. Sitting up, he recognized he was at the Gremory estate. Turning around, he saw a large tombstone that read, Sleep peacefully, Gene Carter, beloved father, uncle, friend and hero. DMN. I really did die. But I lived, he exclaimed. Standing up, Gene faced the source of the music and noticed a large gathering. He spotted Rias in an appealing wedding dress across the garden. Just then, Slade appeared behind him. Sorry, Hoss. We know how you told us not to, but... Gene interrupted. Thank you, Slade. Slade nodded and tapped Gene on the shoulder. You know that boy of yours? He's lost without you. But he's been taking it one day at a time. Gene nodded, then hopped onto his own tombstone. Who knew a piece of rock could hold so much meaning? I'll let you settle before we go see him, Slade said. Keep an eye on him, please. And if he gets into any trouble, handle it and let me know. I'll be there soon, Gene replied. Slade nodded and left through a portal. Gene turned to Rias, who hadn't noticed him yet. He smiled and discreetly portaled to the ceremony, hiding in the back just as it was ending. Everyone stood and cheered, and Gene joined in, clapping. As Rias and Issei walked down the aisle, Rias's eyes met Jin's, and she smiled at him, shedding tears of joy, believing him to be an illusion. Issei looked over and remarked, Wow, isn't that your uncle? I thought he was dead. Rias looked at Issei in surprise. Wait, you can see him? Well, yeah. Issei replied. F. Rias exclaimed. Gene, noticing her reaction, waved before stepping through another portal. He found himself in his shop, where Slade, Jones, Reyes, and Ketch were waiting for him in their human forms. It's good to see you guys, Gene greeted. Likewise, Gene, Jones stammered. Real smooth. Reyes commented, earning a playful punch from Jones. Suddenly, the shop door opened, revealing Dobby, who was ready to confront any intruders but froze upon seeing Gene. Is it really you? Dobby managed to ask as Gene hugged him tightly. It's me, son, Jean reassured him. Slade, with a troubled expression, transformed into his rider form. We should get going. I have a feeling Zook might be in trouble. Jones, Slade, and Reyes moved ahead while Ketch stayed behind. Take your time here, then let me know when you're ready, Ketch said, sitting on his bike. But we buried you, Dobby said, confusion evident in his voice. I know, it was a nice spot too. Where's Eri? Jean asked. Sleeping upstairs. What's going on with Zook? Dobby replied. Jean sighed. I'm about to find out. I'm going to get your brother, and when I come back, we'll talk more. Dobby nodded, watching as Jean approached Ketch. I transferred my rider to Zook, Jean explained. So? Ketch responded. I don't think I can transform, Jean admitted. Nonsense. You should know by now that even if the riders left the body, the curse will conjure a new one when the fire's reignited. Here, catch this. Ketch tossed a chain to Jean, and a familiar flame engulfed his body. I thought it was obvious when you figured out that you could still portal around. I call it a rider's personal lineage of time, or plot for short. Now, you ready to ride, old-timer? Ketch raced through another portal, leaving Jean behind. Jean chuckled, cheeky little guy. He walked outside the shop and whistled for his bike. The motorcycle revved its engine in response as he sat on it, then looked at Dobby with a puzzled expression. Where's Zook again? At UA's hidden summer training camp, Dobby replied with a sigh. Jean nodded and popped a wheelie as he sped towards the camp, racing at incredible speeds and turning corners with ease. He popped another wheelie, and the motorcycle soared through the air. As Jean landed in the forest, he followed the trail left by the riders. From Izuku's perspective, he was informed that someone wanted to see him. He watched as a familiar bike came to a halt just outside the treeline. Dad! Izuku exclaimed. The students nearby gazed in awe at the return of the rider. Jean reverted to his bone-skin form, kicked out the bike's kickstand, and rushed over to Izuku. They embraced in a heartfelt hug, both believing they had lost each other. It's good to see you, son, Jean said warmly. Izuku couldn't find the words, overwhelmed with emotion as he sobbed in his father's arms. Jean leaned back to wipe his son's tears. I'd like for you to meet some old friends of mine. He pointed to Slade. This is Carter Slade, the name I adopted after I settled down from soul reaping. Slade tipped his hat to Izuku, and Jean pointed to Jones. That nice lady is Alejandra Jones. She's kind as long as you stay on her good side. Jones waved at Izuku, a hint of blush evident at Jin's remark. Jean then pointed at Reyes. The kid's name is Robbie Reyes. He's a racer and knows his way around any vehicle. Reyes was carrying Pixie Bob, who curled up comfortably in his arms. Jean finally pointed at Ketch, who was still dragging villains around with a laugh. And that one's Daniel Ketch. He became a rider similar to you. These are the big four who usually manage rider-related matters, and they brought me back to you. Izuku turned to them and bowed. Thank you very much. One by one, the students of Class 1A and 1B were scooted back to the campsite. Wait, where's Kota? Izuku asked urgently. Jean hopped on his bike and rode over to Izuku. Hop on, we'll find him. Izuku nodded and mounted the bike. You know, I've only been gone for like 2 weeks. I come back and all chaos breaks loose. Jean remarked. Well, that's what happens when someone dies. Izuku replied. Old man. But I'm still young at heart. Jean protested playfully. Jean followed the presence of Kota's soul to the same plateau where Izuku had found him earlier. Good. You're okay. Izuku exclaimed. Suddenly, a large muscular man dropped down from a cliff above, causing Kota to show immediate fear. Jean noticed and quickly lassoed the muscular man with a chain. You can leave this bad man to me. I'll make sure he's dealt with, Jean assured Izuku with a smile. He yanked the man through a portal into a room with checkerboard floor tiles. Oops, wrong answer. I guess we'll have to start all over again, Jason said as he approached, dragging the muscular man behind him. Jean returned to the plateau where Izuku and Kota were waiting. You don't have to worry about him anymore. You're that rider hero. Kota said, looking up at Jean. And you're adorable. Jean replied, clearing his throat. Let's hurry back to the others, Izuku urged. Yeah, I'll meet you there. For now, take my bike, Jean said. Izuku hesitated but then nodded. Looks like you've returned, a voice said. Yeah, a lot sooner than I thought I would. I honestly wasn't expecting the others to care that much. Jean replied. Feeling a disturbance, Jean instinctively rushed through a portal where Ragdoll was being taken by a purple mist, jumping in after her. He snatched Ragdoll from her captors and realized he was inside a warehouse surrounded by villains. Before any of them could charge him, Jean tossed Ragdoll through a portal of his own and readied himself for a fight. Jean transformed into the rider, declaring, anyone who doesn't wish to die, leave now. His powerful presence instilled fear in the hearts of the villains, causing some to flee. Let's dance, he challenged, swinging his chain and swiftly defeating the villains around him. His gaze fell upon a man in a black mask and suit. Your days of tormenting the innocent are over, Shigaraki. The rider shouted. And who's going to stop me? All for one replied, as the ground beneath the rider liquefied, binding his legs and arms. The rider reverted back to Jean, who found himself trapped. All for one approached with a smirk, placing his hand on Jin's head. Now rider. Your quirk is now mine. Jean began to chuckle, which escalated into laughter. That's just too good. That's the difference between me and the others. I'm quirkless. With newfound determination, Jean broke free from his restraints and seized All for One by the throat, stepping out of the cement that had held him. Those were my nice boots. And you're gonna pay for them. Jean transformed back into the rider. If you're quirkless, I can give you quirks. All the ones you longing, just unhand me. All for One pleaded. The rider bound All for One's hands with his chain before knocking him out and dragging him through a portal back to the campsite. Izuku looked on, surprised. Dad, who's that? Just All for One. Jean replied. Wait, what? Everyone exclaimed. Yeah. I see the other riders have already left, Jean noted. Izuku continued. They said, tell your old man that next time he wants to pull another stunt like that, at least give fair warning. Also, Jones said to give her a call or something like that. Noted. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll be right back. Jean dragged All for One through another portal, dropping him at Tartarus prison. The guards were stunned by All for One's capture and the rider's return. Jean was surprised to see them already dealing with a few villains left behind by other riders. He's all yours, Jean said before returning to the campsite and riding over to Izuku. What happened to all of the villains? Jean asked. The riders took most of them but left a few as a sign of good faith. That's what Slade said. Jean nodded and looked over to Aizawa, who was talking to the rest of Class 1A about any possible injuries. Hey Aizawa. Jean called out. Wait, you're supposed to be dead. Aizawa responded, surprised. Wow. But anyway, camp's cancelled, right? Jean asked. Yes, Aizawa began. Say less. Zook, hop on, we're going home. Chapter end. Eri awoke to a familiar figure sitting on the bed beside her. She smiled softly, causing the figure to nearly gasp at her adorableness. Papa Jean, she said. Hey, honey, Jean replied. She sat up and hugged her father tightly, and he embraced her in return. Where did you go? Eri asked. I had to save some people, Jean explained. Like you saved me? She inquired. Yeah. Now it's still really late, so go back to bed. In the morning, I'll finally teach you to ride a bike, okay? Jean promised. You promise? Eri asked, her eyes wide with hope. Yes, dear. I'm not going anywhere, Jean assured her. Eri laid back down and soon drifted off to sleep, while Jean tucked her in before leaving the room. He walked to the roof where Dobby and Izuku were waiting. Hey boys. It's still a bit late, but who's down for a midnight meal? I'm starving, Jean said. Can never go wrong with some ramen, Dobby replied. Jean began to visibly shake, recalling a past experience. Oh yes, you can, he muttered to himself. A flashback took him to a ramen shop during a journey to find the best ramen. He sat across the room from a pink-haired teen and a buff-looking boy, who was trying to eat ramen in a rather unusual way. Jin had felt sick watching it and had left the shop in a hurry. Shaken from his thoughts, Jin turned back to Dobby and Izuku. "Sorry about that. I wanted to see about Phantom Space Ramen, but that place got closed down," he said with a smile. "Come along," he added, opening a portal. The three found themselves in front of a shop named Ramen Ichiraku. Inside, a kid in an orange tracksuit was already enjoying a bowl of ramen while an older gentleman cooked behind the counter. "Ah, if it isn't the Pale Horseman," the man called out. "Hey, Tuchi, and the future Hokage." Jin greeted, noticing the whiskered kid look up with a bright smile. "Believe it," the boy exclaimed, pointing his chopsticks at Jin. Tuchi welcomed Dobby and Izuku as well, and without hesitation he placed 3 bowls of ramen in front of them. Jin watched eagerly for his son's reactions. Dobby took a sip of the broth, his eyes lighting up in surprise. "Wow, this is actually really good," he said. Izuku took a bite of the noodles, his face brightening with joy as he joined in the feast, just like the whiskered teen. "I don't know how you do it, but these noodles could be considered God tier," Jin remarked. "A lifetime of practice and perfection," Tuchi replied with a smile. As they enjoyed their meal, the trio soon felt stuffed, while the whiskered kid continued to devour his 3rd bowl. Stood up to pay for their meals, including the whiskered boys, before leaving through a portal with Dobby and Izuku. "We gotta come back sometime soon," Dobby said. "Yeah, real soon," Izuku agreed. That night, both of Jin's sons went to bed, but Jin stayed awake, lost in thought about his return. He decided it would be best to talk to Nizu but realized he hadn't taken the time to clean himself. After a quick shower and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he kept his leather jacket, feeling it was a part of him. He mounted his bike and took off in his rider form, drawing astonished looks from passers-by. News choppers appeared in the sky, following the rider. "Wow, these guys work fast. Hell hath no fury like a reporter chasing after a story, I guess," Jin thought. A reporter announced, "Many are astonished at the rider's return after he was spotted racing through the city of Mizudafu. After the villain attack on the city of Hosu, the rider was thought to have been dead, but as we can see, he is alive and well." When Jin arrived at UA, he found himself in the midst of a large group of reporters already swarming the facility. He squeezed past the crowd to the front, where he saw Aizawa, Vlad King, and Nizu. Holding back his emotions, Jin pointed at Aizawa and burst out laughing. "Wah, do you see that? Aizawa actually shaved a bit and doesn't look like a hobo. Ha! Oh, too funny." Nizu, surprised by Jin's return, almost couldn't believe it. Jin walked up to the table and grabbed a microphone. "So, from what I can tell, many of you are concerned about the safety of our future heroes, and this is what I'm gonna tell you: grow a pair and quit your complaining." Shoyuta couldn't believe what he had just heard on live TV. The rider transformed back into Jin's familiar form, surprising the audience. Jin addressed the crowd, expressing his confidence in UA's safety measures. He emphasized that he wouldn't have enrolled his sons in the school if he didn't believe in its security. He reassured everyone that UA was one of the most advanced facilities in the world, prioritizing student safety and their development into future heroes. After making his statement, he left the stage, leaving the reporters buzzing with questions. A few hours later, Izuku woke up to the comforting smell of breakfast, which brought a smile to his face. He stepped out of his room to find Dobby and Eri sitting together on the couch, watching Jin as he prepared the meal. "Good morning, Zu." Eri greeted him cheerfully. Izuku returned the greeting, feeling a genuine warmth that had been missing since Jin's passing. The family gathered around the table, sharing smiles and gratitude for the meal. As they enjoyed breakfast, a knock at the door interrupted their moment. Jin went to answer it, and his expression shifted as he saw Toshinori and Inko standing there, looking weary. "I'll be right back," Jin said to his family before stepping outside with them. He led them to a small seating area in the shop, while Dobby, Izuku, and Eri listened from a distance. "So, what brings you here, Yagi?" Jin asked. Toshinori hesitated before speaking. "We wanted to ask for your permission," For what? Jin replied, curious. Inko explained that UA was starting a dormitory system for the safety of its students. Jin paused, considering her words. I understand your concerns, but think about young Carter, Inko continued. Jin's expression turned serious. I think about him all the time because he's my son. He deserved better, and I'm glad he grew into a strong man despite the challenges. He can make his own choices. At Jin's request, Izuku, Dobby, and Eri came downstairs, sensing the gravity of the conversation. Inko noticed Eri's hesitation and gently asked, Now, who's this little one? Eri hid behind Dobby, still wary of new people. Jin introduced her as his daughter and encouraged Inko to proceed with her request. Taking a deep breath, Inko asked for permission for Izuku to join the dormitory system. Izuku looked at his father, who assured him, It's your choice, son. Whatever you decide, I support you. Izuku smiled and nodded at Inko and Toshinori. Dobby, can you take Eri upstairs for a bit? We need to talk, Jin requested, and Dobby complied. Zook, please take a seat, Jin said as Izuku sat beside him. Jin acknowledged the long absence of such conversations and encouraged Toshinori and Inko to express their feelings. Inko lowered her gaze before finally speaking. I was blinded by my guilt over my son being quirkless. I failed as a teacher and a parent. Izuku, I was so relieved when Toshinori told me you forgave us, but I realized it was too late. I lost my only boy. Jin turned to Toshinori, urging him to share his thoughts. Toshinori clenched his fists, finally admitting, I have no excuse. I failed as a parent too. It wasn't until I shook your hand at the sports festival that I understood what I missed, and that realization will haunt me forever. When you died, Carter, I envied you for your strength. You sacrificed everything for your son. Jin shook his head, correcting him. You're mistaken. My kids are my everything. Nothing compares to what they mean to me. I didn't act out of a longing to prove myself. I did it because that's what being a parent is about. I would give anything to ensure they are safe and cared for. These kids are not a burden. They are our future, and it takes love and strength to recognize that. We must cherish every moment we have with them. Inko and Toshinori were emotional, tears in their eyes, as Jin looked at Izuku with warmth. He expressed his love for Izuku and his siblings, emphasizing that family goes beyond blood. Izuku nodded in understanding, and Jin reassured him that he would always support him, even if it meant holding back his anger towards others. Izuku, feeling hopeful, agreed to give Inko and Toshinori a chance, asking if they could start as acquaintances. Inko and Toshinori were excited, but Izuku reminded them to take it slow. He extended his hand for a handshake, which they gratefully accepted. A few days later, Izuku rode his bike to the dormitory, realizing everyone else was already there. He found Jin and Dobby, who was playfully carrying Eri on his shoulders. Jin, overwhelmed with emotion, expressed how proud he was of Izuku growing up. The others chimed in, playfully teasing Jin about his soft side. As the class followed Aizawa on a tour of the dorm, Jin had arranged for Dobby to return to UA after discussions with Nizu. Aizawa explained the living arrangements, emphasizing comfort and personal space. He assigned dorms and encouraged everyone to settle in. Izuku was placed in the last available room on the top floor. He unpacked his belongings, including his guitars, and arranged his room thoughtfully, making it feel spacious. He decided to participate in a room contest proposed by Mina and the others. While touring the rooms, Izuku noticed a picture frame on Izumi's desk, a reminder of happier times before his struggles began. He felt a wave of nostalgia, but it quickly turned into a darker reflection on his past. Izumi noticed his distraction and asked if he was okay, but Izuku, caught off guard, responded sharply before apologizing. Feeling overwhelmed, he left the room and went to the common area for water. Suddenly, he felt a disconnection from his past, causing panic to rise within him. He rushed outside, collapsing to his knees as unsettling memories flooded his mind. Just then, Jin appeared and helped him focus on his breathing, guiding him through the moment until Izuku calmed down. Izuku looked up at his father, questioning how he knew something was wrong. Jin explained that he sensed Izuku's distress and reassured him that it was okay to feel this way. Izuku shared his feelings of loss and confusion, and Jin contemplated the situation, concerned about the connection between them. As they spoke, Izumi called out, breaking the tension and drawing their attention. "What's going on here?" Both Izuku and Jin were so lost in their own thoughts that they failed to notice Izumi approaching them until she called out. Jin finally gave Izuku a reassuring smile before pulling him to his feet. He said he would start taking a look at things but reassured Izuku that if anything happened again, he would be there to help. For now, he suggested that Izuku had some friends waiting for him. Izuku returned his father's smile and nodded before heading back to the dorm with Izumi. As Jin watched them leave, worry and anxiety crept into his thoughts. Something big was happening, and he feared for his son's safety. When Izuku returned to his room, he found his classmates waiting outside. Mina exclaimed that they had been waiting for him. Izuku apologized and opened the door, noticing Jiro's eyes immediately drawn to his guitar collection. She stared in wonder at a pair of cases on his desk, intrigued by the high-quality instruments. "Wow, those look expensive," Tsu remarked. Kaminari asked if Izuku could play guitar too, to which he replied that he could play a bit and had always been interested in it. Jiro then asked where he found the guitars, and Izuku explained that his dad had traveled a lot and brought them back whenever he found one he thought Izuku would like. Seeing Jiro's fascination, he walked over and opened one of the cases. Her eyes lit up as she admired the intricate designs of the guitars. "These things look amazing," she said, captivated. Tokoyami joined them, equally impressed, but they were soon interrupted by Mina, who suggested they start voting on the rooms. Izuku joined the others, except for Katsuki, as Mina announced that the winner was Sato with 5 votes. As the night ended, Izuku went to his room to finally sleep. Meanwhile, Jin's passing had been devastating for everyone, especially for Izuku. The person who took it the hardest was Nimuri. After the funeral, she had isolated herself from the world, refusing to answer calls or watch TV due to her depression. She had lost all motivation and lay curled up in bed, lost in her memories. A knock at her door broke the silence, but she ignored it, putting a pillow over her ears. When the knocking persisted, she grew agitated and finally got up to answer. Swinging the door open, she was shocked to see Jin standing there. "It's about time you answered," he said, and Nimuri weakly stepped forward to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. "You big dummy," she managed to say. Jin held her close until he caught a whiff of her scent and hesitated. "Nems?" he asked gently. "Sure," she replied, but he couldn't help but notice her disheveled state. "When's the last time you bathed?" he asked, and she blushed in embarrassment. Realizing she couldn't leave him outside, she invited him in and hurried to her room. Jin, being the gentleman he was, decided to tidy up her living room, which was cluttered with trash and empty ice cream tubs. Suddenly, he heard Nimuri call for him from inside the room. "Jin, come here quick." He rushed in to find her lying on the bed, freshly showered but in a robe. Her expression showed disappointment when he didn't react as she had hoped. "I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable," she said softly. Jin struggled to find the right words. I don't think I'm the best choice for you, Nems." "Nonsense, you're always there for me. You're the only one who doesn't see me in a negative light," she insisted. He stopped her before she could continue. "Don't say that. That word is ugly and does not suit you at all. I just don't know if I'm ready to love someone that way." As she cupped his cheek, a comforting warmth spread through him, something he hadn't felt in a long time. "I don't understand what you're scared of," she said, leaning closer. Jin was taken aback. "Wait, what does that mean?" Nothing," she replied quickly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. As Izuku fell asleep, his mind wandered, but he soon awoke from a restless nap, realizing he had only been asleep for about an hour. To pass the time, he picked up one of his guitars and amplifiers and opened a portal to Yue's roof, ensuring the portal remained open so his amp could stay powered. He sat on the edge of the roof, overlooking the dorms, with his legs dangling off the side, and began playing a heartfelt song. As the music filled the air, he reflected on the moments that had shaped his journey. thoughts of missed opportunities and the longing to help others weighed on him. He remembered the brilliance that could be found even in the darkest times, realizing that some things are meant to be cherished, even if they can't last forever. In a vast sky filled with countless stars, one light flickered and faded. The question lingered: who truly cares when a moment passes? Life moves swiftly, and in the grand scheme, we often overlook the significance of each fleeting moment. Yet, for some, the loss of even one light holds great meaning. In the kitchen, the absence of a familiar presence was palpable, the empty chair a stark reminder of what was lost. Anger simmered beneath the surface. It felt unjust. Just because something is unseen doesn't mean it isn't felt deeply. As the thoughts swirled, the realization struck: every light matters, every moment counts. The flicker of a single star in the vastness of the universe is not insignificant. It resonates, reminding us that we should cherish each light while we can. Izuku looked out at the dorms and sighed. He returned through the portal, noticing his door slightly ajar as he put his guitar back. Stepping through another portal on the other side of his door, he found Izumi trying to peek inside. Startled by his sudden appearance, Izumi apologized, but Izuku asked her what she was doing there since her room was on the first floor. As she stuttered an excuse, he walked past her and quietly shut the door. After a few hours of binge-watching Avatar: The Last Airbender on his laptop, Izuku decided to get ready for class. By the time he finished breakfast, everyone was just waking up, including Ida. Izuku portaled to class, being the first one in the room. The day progressed as usual until they reached Hero Studies, where Aizawa explained they needed to develop special moves. While everyone was inside Gym Gamma, Izuku's mind wandered until Ectoplasm tried to snap him out of it by striking him. Izuku stopped the attack by grabbing Ectoplasm's arm before it made contact. Ectoplasm urged him to focus on his training, insisting he activate his other form. Taking a deep breath, Izuku felt a wave of anxiety but transformed anyway. This time, the change was agonizing, causing him to groan in pain. As his body felt like it was turning to ash and engulfed in flames, his cries morphed into unsettling laughter. The entire gym turned to face him, captivated by the eerie sound. Ectoplasm commanded him to stop, but the voice that emerged was not Izuku's. The Green Rider, a manifestation of Izuku's darker self, declared that Izuku Yagi was gone, and he would avenge him. He approached Izumi with an intimidating presence, filled with a suffocating aura of anger. Izumi protested, reminding him that Izuku had forgiven them, but the Green Rider dismissed her, revealing that Izuku had only held on to hope because he was too weak to confront them. He grabbed Izumi, dragging her forward to face the others, demanding they confess their wrongdoings against him. As Izumi struggled, tears streaming down her face, the Green Rider continued to taunt her, preparing a dagger forged from hellfire. Just as he lunged toward her, Izuku's half of the face emerged, stopping the blade inches from her. Izuku urged her to run, battling against the overwhelming darkness within him. The struggle intensified as Jean burst into the gym, attempting to reach Izuku. However, chains ensnared him, holding him back. The Green Rider threatened Izumi, but just as he was about to strike, Jean tackled him. As they wrestled, Jean urged Izuku to take control back from the darkness. A portal opened behind Jean, and in the chaos, he was thrown through it. As the Green Rider regained his footing, chains wrapped around him, and multiple riders appeared from portals around the room. Slade approached Aizawa, confirming they would help Izuku. As they dragged the Green Rider through a portal, Slade assured them they would return in time for the Provisional Hero License exam. Meanwhile, Jean landed in what appeared to be a throne room, rubbing his cracked cheek from the earlier confrontation. He stood up, trying to conjure a portal but found he couldn't. Instead, he turned to the throne, where a group of humanoid beings stared at him in shock. One of them, a skeleton in a cloak, questioned how he had managed to breach their defenses. A woman who appeared to be of a succubus species Jean had never seen before interrupted him. She exclaimed, "You fiend! You dare soil the sanctity of the great tomb of Nazareth." Jean, confused, responded, "The great what of what now? I will have your head," she shouted. "Easy, albedo," A voice interjected. The succubus, Albedo, glared at Jean as she bowed her head. It seems we have a guest. I am the ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick, Ain's old gown. Now, who might you be if you've made it this far past the defenses? Jean introduced himself. Yeah, my name is Jean Carter. The author seems to have ice-guyed me here for some reason. Ains raised an eyebrow. Excuse me? Jean quickly clarified. Oh, I mean, I was sent here by accident, and I can't go home for some reason. Ains put a bony finger to his chin, examining Jean. Are you perhaps human? We've recently made an exception to our no-human policy. I was once considered human. It'd be easier to show you what I am, Jean replied. Very well, go ahead, Ains said as he sat up. Jean transformed into his rider form, and the others watched in awe. Ains stood, intrigued. Ah, a fellow elder lich. Welcome to the great tomb of Nazarick. Jean thought to himself, yeah, this is weird. Later, Jean found himself in a corner, curled up and holding a picture of Eri. Albedo approached him, following Ain's order to give him a tour of the tomb and learn about his abilities. Come along now, worm. You're wasting my time when I could be standing beside Lord Ains, she urged. Jean turned to her, tears streaming down his face as he showed her the picture. She's probably worried sick about me. Just look how adorable she is. Meanwhile, Eri was enjoying a TV show with Nimuri, completely unaware of Jin's predicament. Albedo glanced at the photo, struggling to hide her admiration for Eri's cuteness. So what if she's cute? You've only been here for 5 minutes and you're having a mental breakdown. Jean explained, yeah, but the author calls it comedic effect, to relieve the readers from boredom due to the seriously long monologues about the plot. Albedo stomped her foot in frustration. Who is this author you keep talking about? Jean whined, I don't know. Albedo grabbed Jean by the collar and dragged him through the throne room while he continued to pout at the picture of Eri. Eri, Papa's coming home. I promise, he said. Since he's an elder lich, he could be good practice for my time with Lord Ains. Albedo remarked. You really shouldn't think out loud, Jean pointed out. Albedo froze, embarrassed, but continued onward. Meanwhile, Izuku awoke, chained in a room surrounded by multiple riders. Hello, he stammered. All right, Zook, I'm sure your dad originally taught you how to tame your rider, correct? Ketch. Izuku nodded. Repeat it to me, Ketch instructed. Remember to breathe. Izuku replied. Ketch nodded. And? Remember the good times. Izuku added. Ketch shook his head. What else? Izuku thought for a moment. That was all. Ketch sighed in disbelief. You have to break your rider. Really feel it and show it no fear or hesitation. That's how it defied you in the first place. Slade chimed in, he's right, kid. Your father was the first one given the curse, and because of that, he and his rider had a mutual relationship. For us, it's more like an extension of our souls. Your rider doesn't grasp that yet, but will help you. Izuku nodded, feeling reassured. Is my dad okay? What happened? Easy, I'm sure he's doing just fine. The fact he hasn't come back yet suggests he might be somewhere we riders can't reach, Slade explained. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure he's okay, Izuku replied. Meanwhile, Albedo was breathing heavily from dragging Jean throughout the tomb while he pondered about Eri. They reached the amphitheater when Jean suddenly stood up, sniffing the air like a bloodhound. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Albedo asked. Do you smell it? That smell. The kind of smelly smell. The smelly smell that smells. Smelly, Jean said. Albedo was confused but sniffed the air out of curiosity. I don't smell anything. Jean stepped into the large amphitheater. The scent. Undeniable cuteness. Albedo raised an eyebrow. Jean continued onward, following his senses to a pair of young dark elves. He stopped before them, and they stared at him with a mix of wonder and intimidation, sensing his overwhelming strength. The female elf in boyish clothes spoke, clearly intimidated. Hi. Their perception of Jean shifted when he smiled and waved. Hello. Is there something you needed? Marast. Albedo joined them, stating, "Lord Ains instructed me to give the newcomer a tour of Nazareth." Jean bowed to the two. "Jean Carter, at your service. They may be cute, but I sense a hostile presence all throughout this place. As if it were a true plane of evil yet elegant at the same time. I must remain vigilant." Aura, feeling more comfortable, introduced herself. "I am Aura Bella Fiora, and this is my brother Mare." Jean nodded, looking around the arena. "If it is okay with you three, I'd like to test a few things. That is actually why we are here. Lord Ains instructed me to get a reading of your strength," Albedo confirmed. Jean walked to the center of the arena, whistling, but his motorcycle did not respond. Aura asked, "What is he doing?" "Perhaps he's not completely sane," Albedo suggested. Jean sighed and reached out his hand. Flames engulfed his body as he transformed into the rider once more, creating a motorcycle from hellfire. "Wow, impressive! He just made a steel contraption out of fire," Aura exclaimed. Jean reverted back to his natural form and whistled again. The motorcycle roared to life and rode over to him, causing a smile to appear on his face. "All right then," Albedo said, intrigued. "Worm, as Lord Ains instructed, I must test your threat." Albedo summoned a Death Knight to the arena and looked back at Jean. She urged him not to hold back, suggesting it would be disappointing if he couldn't handle a mere Death Knight. Jean stepped forward confidently, dismissing the creature's threat. Albedo smirked and summoned a primal fire elemental, her grin widening. Jean transformed into the rider, his flames turning blue as he summoned his Winchester repeater shotgun. He aimed at the elemental and fired, engulfing it in flames. The blast set the arena ablaze, leaving the elemental reduced to nothing. Albedo was taken aback, surprised that he had defeated it in one hit. Applause erupted from the stands as Ains and the other floor guardians entered the arena. Ains observed the power of Jin's blast, estimating his strength to be at least in the upper level 90s or higher. Shalter, unimpressed, yawned and remarked on the ease of the task. Jean teased her about her age, stating he was over 10,000 years old. Shaltir, offended, requested Ains' permission to put Jean in his place. Ains, however, suggested a sparring match between Shaltir and Jean, much to Shaltir's disbelief. Jean accepted the challenge, warning her not to underestimate him. As the match began, Shaltir attempted to paralyze Jean, but he remained unfazed. She grew frustrated and unleashed a powerful attack, which struck him but only caused a minor flinch. Jin's eyes glowed with determination as he transformed into the rider, declaring his intent to take her down. With a swift motion, Jin launched himself into the air, spinning and igniting his leg in flames. He struck Shaltir with a powerful kick, breaking through her defenses and leaving her dazed on the ground. Jin then picked her up and playfully reprimanded her for her earlier rudeness, delivering a series of light slaps that echoed through the arena. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself in the Yagi residence, confronting his younger self. The encounter turned tense as they exchanged harsh words, with Izuku determined to prove his worth. As he fought against his younger self's negativity, he began to realize the importance of his own strength and resolve. After a fierce internal struggle, Izuku emerged victorious, breaking free from his chains and rejoining his fellow riders, who praised him for his progress. Back in the arena, Jin placed Shaltir down gently, noting that he might have gone a bit overboard. Ains, astonished by Jin's strength, offered him a place among the supreme beings of Nazareth. Jin expressed his gratitude but explained that he had a family waiting for him, bidding farewell to Ains as he stepped through a fire portal. As Jin exited, he was unexpectedly tackled by Izuku, who was apologizing for the earlier incident. Jin reassured him, acknowledging the good shot he had taken. For now, they needed to get back to UA. Jin expressed his gratitude to the other riders for their support and returned with Izuku to UA, where he would continue his training for the provisional license exam. Once home, Jin found Eri and Nimuri peacefully sleeping on the couch. He quietly placed a blanket over them and then retired to his room. Izuku portaled to the dormitory after finding Gym Gamma empty. He was surprised to hear a commotion coming from the second floor and followed the noise, discovering a crowd of girls from Class 1A gathered around Izumi's door. "Yagi, open the door!" Jiro called out, but there was no response. "How could you do that to your own brother?" Mina exclaimed. Izuku bit his tongue and quietly portaled into Izumi's room. He found her with her pillow soaked in tears, and his heart ached for her. "Go away. I want to be alone right now," Izumi said, her voice muffled. Izuku sat at the edge of her bed. "I need to talk to you. You wear my brother's face, but underneath you're just a monster. It's like you said earlier, Izuku died, so get out of my room," she shouted, her pain evident. Izuku hung his head, standing up to leave. Before stepping out, he turned back to her. "I'm sorry, Izumi. I'll go." As he opened the door, he was met by the surprised faces of the girls from 1A. He stepped outside and closed the door behind him. "Please let her rest, she's not doing too well." "But we heard from Bakugo about what they did to you. How can you forgive her?" Momo questioned. Izuku offered a slight smile. "I forgave them for me, not for them. I appreciate all of your concerns, but she's someone I have to protect because deep down, I want to safeguard what remains of the good Izumi, the one from the better parts of my childhood." Izumi sat on the other side of the door, listening to his words. "I can understand that, but she still has some explaining to do." Uraraka chimed in. Izuku thought for a moment, then hung his head. "I see that you're all determined to confront her. But she has already been through enough. I am begging you to leave her alone, not for her, but for me." After a moment of tense silence, Momo finally spoke. "Okay, please, just raise your head." Izuku stood in front of the door as everyone finally left. He hesitated, glancing back at the door, but eventually decided to return to his room. On his way, he heard more commotion coming from Shoto's room but chose to avoid it. He lay in bed for a while and eventually fell asleep. When he awoke, the sky was just beginning to turn orange from the rising sun. Being the first one up, he went through his usual morning routine and left early, just as the other students were waking up. He sat on the roof, watching the sunrise. After enjoying the view, he portaled into class, finding Aizawa sleeping under his desk. Not wanting to disturb him, Izuku went to the cafeteria and made a cup of coffee as an apology for his earlier outburst. He placed the cup on Aizawa's desk before taking his seat. He heard an audible sniff before a hand appeared from behind the desk and took the cup away. Days of training passed, and Izuku noticed Izumi glancing at him from time to time. He worried that the progress he had made with her was slipping away, which saddened him. Yet, he put on a smile, just as he had done in his childhood. After the final day of training for the exam, Izuku visited Jin, Eri, and Nimuri, who had moved in after he and Dobby such dormitories. After a while, Eri and Nimuri continued to binge-watch shows together. Izuku went to the roof, where he found Jin, who noticed the troubled look on his face. "What's on your mind, son?" Jin asked. Izuku hesitated before asking, "Did you ever have siblings?" "Oh yes. Back when my last name was Jaeger. I had a brother who was kind of hot-headed but motivated. He ended up hating me over something I couldn't control." "Oh, what? Did you ever have fights with him?" Izuku inquired. "Of course. Our mother was the one who always regulated our feuds, but when she passed, he blamed her death on me. And sometimes I think he was right. Is this about the other day when you lost control?" Izuku nodded. Jin sighed and opened a portal. "Come along, I think it's about the right time." "Where are we going?" Izuku asked. Jin smiled. "We're going to the place where I stored the souls of those who weren't deserving of damnation. Or something like that." Izuku followed Jin into the portal, finding himself in a bar of some sort with a stage. Suddenly, the appealing sound of music filled the air. He looked to the stage where a girl in a school uniform, appearing a bit younger than Izuku, was playing a guitar. "Dad, who is she?" Izuku asked, curious. "Her name is Poka. She's a child I couldn't save in time. She faced bullying because she was blind, and it ultimately led to her passing," Jin explained. "But how are we here?" Izuku inquired, puzzled. "When I reaped the souls of the departed, many weren't deserving of eternal paradise," So I brought them here instead of condemning them. There is no pain, death, or suffering here, but there are also no limits on what you crave, like a heaven with no restrictions. She's much happier here than when she was alive. This is also where I brought my brother, and I haven't talked to him since. Since I can remember. So she's like me? Izuku asked, trying to understand. Jean nodded. Bullied because she was different. She's technically my niece, which makes her your cousin. Poka spotted Jean after finishing her song and rushed over to hug him. Uncle Jean, she exclaimed. Hey kiddo. You were amazing up there. Jean praised. Thank you. Oh, who's this? Poka asked, looking at Izuku. This is my son, Zook, Jean introduced. Izuku extended his hand for a shake, but Poka hugged him instead before turning back to Jean. You know, Dad still would like to talk with you, she mentioned. Jean sighed. I'm sure he does, but I'm just not ready. Well, he has the rest of eternity to wait, Poka replied with a smile. Just then, a man in a blue uniform approached Jean with a grin. Well, if it isn't Carter, he said cheerfully. Hughes. Have you been? How's Alicia doing? Jean asked. Amazing. Do you want to see her picture? Hughes offered. Yeah. Only if you show me how cute my Eri is. Jean replied, turning back to Izuku and Poka as Hughes pulled out a picture. Well, why don't you two run along? I'll catch up real soon, Jean suggested. Izuku nodded and followed Poka as she took his hand, leading him to a rural property not far from where they left Jean. As they reached the entrance, Izuku spotted a muscular man with silvery green eyes. Dad, I brought a guest, Poka announced. Hello. Are you new here? The man asked. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Kinda. I came here with my dad, so I'm guessing if you're Poka's dad, then that makes you my uncle. The man's eyes widened, but before he could respond, a woman with jet black hair stepped out from behind him. Right, come on. Armin and Levi are going to be here soon, so we have to finish cleaning. Oh, hello, she said, noticing Izuku. Mom, this is Zook. He's Uncle Jin's son, Poka introduced. Eren smiled and stepped off the porch to examine Izuku. Yeah. It was pretty amusing to watch though, Eren said, recalling a previous incident. Zook, are you going to be joining us for dinner tonight? He asked. Izuku started, but a portal opened beside him, and Jean stepped through, his eyes meeting Eren's. Jean. Eren said, surprised. Oh. Hi guys. Jean replied, a hint of awkwardness in the air. Mikasa looked at Izuku and Poka. You two come with me, she instructed. Izuku glanced at Jean, who gave him an approving nod. Eren gestured for Jean to follow him, and they walked to the end of the property, where they encountered Levi. Ah, Jaeger, Levi began. Jean and Eren saluted him. Good to see you, sir, they both said. Jaegers, why am I not surprised? If I find a single speck of dust, I'll hold both of you accountable, Levi warned. Yes, sir, they replied in unison as Levi continued past them. Once he was gone, both Eren and Jean sighed in relief. I've seen some things, but he's still at the top of the list for most intimidating, Jean admitted. Tell me about it. Eren agreed, pausing as it was the first time in thousands of years that he and Jean had a moment together. Taking a deep breath, Jean looked at his brother. Poka told me you needed to talk? Jean prompted. About what I said when Mom. Eren started. You don't need to remind me. I should have been there, Jean interrupted. No, Eren insisted. When the wall was breached, I should have gone straight home, and because of that, Mom paid the price, Jean continued. Eren, standing at a similar height to Jean, playfully tapped the top of his head. Will you just shut up? Oh. Jean complained. When I heard you went missing, I couldn't help but feel guilty. It was only then that I realized your situation, and I still blamed you even when it wasn't your fault, Eren explained. What are you getting at, Eren? Jean asked, confused. I don't hate you. I wanted to apologize for the things I said that day. It wasn't your fault for Mom's passing. If anything, you did your best to help us, even now you managed to make life easier after death. Eren expressed. Waiting for Jin's reaction, Eren frowned and turned back toward the house when Jean didn't respond. Suddenly, Jean pulled Eren into a playful noogie. It took a few thousand years to say that? Baka. Just because you got a bit taller doesn't mean I can't still get you. Jean teased. But you were the one who avoided me. Eren retorted. They both began chuckling as they returned to the house. Upon entering, they found everyone sitting up straight with worried expressions as Levi inspected the kitchen. I forgot about him, Jean muttered. Levi frowned. You call this a home? A dump would be more suitable than this place. Ah shoot, Eren said, glancing at Izuku, who looked just as startled. Eventually, Jean and Izuku returned home, but only after Jean and Eren faced Levi's strict reprimand. Izuku went back to the dorm and slept until the next morning when the exam was set to take place. He awoke to his usual morning routine and gathered in front of the bus that would take them to the designated exam area. The bus ride was fairly short, and the students of Class 1A gazed at the large building in front of them. Shoyuta addressed the class, explaining that if they could pass the test and obtain their provisional licenses, they would be one step closer to becoming true heroes. Kaminari was eager to respond, but Izuku interrupted him as he walked toward the exam building, urging everyone not to waste time. Once inside, a sleep-deprived man began to explain the parameters of the first round. He mentioned that the first 100 students to meet the requirements would pass, and although some students murmured about their chances, Izuku remained focused. The rules were laid out. Each examinee would place 3 targets on their bodies, and they would need to take down 2 opponents to advance. As the exam began, Izuku dropped some of his ball for his classmates to use, insisting he didn't need them. He then confidently portaled away, quickly immobilizing 2 opponents with his powers, securing his place in the next round. In the waiting room, Izuku learned that all of Class 1A had passed the first round. The second round focused on rescue operations. When the exam started, he noticed a distressed child in the mock disaster area, pleading for help for his injured grandpa. Izuku reassured the child and checked for injuries, promising to return after taking the child to safety. After delivering the child to the first aid station, Izuku continued his rescue efforts with determination, successfully helping many individuals. He then noticed a large gathering of people behind a wall and waited for the right moment to act. When the wall exploded, revealing Gang Orca, Izuku quickly subdued the villains, surprising everyone with his efficiency. As the alarm rang, signaling the end of the round, Izuku released Gang Orca and his henchmen, who acknowledged his strength and offered him a future opportunity with his agency. Izuku smiled and said he would consider it. Students gathered to hear the results of the exam. The instructor explained the evaluation process, and when the names of those who passed were announced, most of Class 1A, including Izuku and Izumi, were on the list. Izuku received his results and smiled awkwardly when asked about his score, which was notably high. After returning to the dorm and sharing his success with his family, Izuku sensed something was off. Late at night, he noticed that Izumi, Katsuki, and Shoto were missing from their rooms. Acting on instinct, he portaled to the roof of UA's main building, scanning the campus until he detected their presence at the training ground, Beta. Without hesitation, he stepped through another portal to investigate further. He found himself on a roof within the training ground where a standoff between Izumi, Katsuki, and Shoto was unfolding below. Katsuki confronted them, expressing his anger that they had pushed Izuku away for so long. Shoto retorted, questioning why Katsuki hadn't spoken up if he truly cared. Izumi echoed Shoto's sentiment, reminding Katsuki that they had all agreed to protect Izuku. Katsuki, filled with rage, declared that he would avenge Izuku's memory, blaming Izumi and Shoto for his brother's suffering. Just then, a portal opened, interrupting Katsuki's charge, and the Green Rider appeared, commanding them to stop. Shoto attempted to attack but was restrained by chains that wrapped around him. Izumi confronted the Green Rider, questioning his presence. The Green Rider transformed into Izuku, who was weary of the past. He challenged Izumi, pointing out the pain she had caused. Izuku's words struck Izumi deeply as he stepped closer, making her feel the weight of her actions. Izuku continued, revealing the love Izuku had for her and how her actions had torn him apart. He accused her of enjoying the torment she inflicted, causing Izumi to stumble backward in shame. He turned his attention to Katsuki, highlighting the pain of being a bystander while others suffered. Izuku expressed his frustration, asking why none of them had come to his aid when he needed it most. The three of them hung their heads in shame, unable to respond. Izumi tried to speak, but Izuku shook his head, tears in his eyes. He revealed his exhaustion from trying to mend their broken relationship, feeling that it was too late for apologies. As he looked up at the sky, a bittersweet smile crossed his face. He declared that he was ready for whatever they had to throw at him, challenging them to show their true feelings. Shoto and Izumi exchanged glances, realizing the depth of Izuku's pain, and nodded in agreement to confront him. Shoto hesitated but charged at Izuku, who ignited in flames. Izuku caught Shoto and threw him aside, while Izumi followed, her body crackling with energy. Katsuki watched helplessly as memories flooded his mind, pleading for them to stop. The memories of Izuku's suffering weighed heavily on him. He could see that Izuku was holding back, and despite his own feelings, Katsuki felt the need to protect him. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a powerful attack, causing an explosion that shook the training ground. Izumi, caught in the aftermath, found herself on the floor, disoriented but safe. She opened her eyes to find Izuku shielding her, despite everything that had happened. His jacket was torn, and he lay motionless. Panic surged through her as she called out to him, desperately hoping he would respond. Izuku found himself in a familiar infirmary room, feeling disoriented and weak. His father, Jin, sat at his bedside, concern etched on his face. "How are you feeling?" Jin asked. Izuku managed a weak smile. "I'm sure I look worse than I feel." Jin's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "What were you thinking? Were you trying to get yourself hurt again?" Izuku felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, Dad. I know what I did was reckless, and I can only imagine how disappointed you must be. But if I hadn't—" Before he could finish, Jin pulled him into a tight embrace. "I was so scared. I thought I lost you again. I'm disappointed in your choices, but I could never be disappointed in you. I couldn't just stand by." "They were going to hurt each other," Izuku replied, his voice trembling. "I know," Jin said, his tone softening. "Nizu showed me what happened. I saw how you saved Izumi, and I was ready to unleash my fury." Earlier, Jin had felt a rush of urgency and had arrived at the training ground to find Izuku on the floor, with Izumi crying beside him. He rushed over, assessing Izuku's injuries before turning to Izumi. "How bad are you hurt?" he asked. "I'm fine, but please help him," she pleaded. Jin nodded and turned back to Izuku, noticing that his jacket had absorbed most of the impact from the blast. He quickly summoned healing potions to address Izuku's internal injuries, though he knew they wouldn't fully heal the scrapes and bruises. As he worked, the teachers from UA arrived, including All Might, Eraserhead, and Nizu. Tashinori approached Jin, his concern evident. "What did you do, Carter?" Tashinori demanded. "Hold on a minute, Yagi," Jin replied, kneeling in front of Izumi and offering her a flask of healing elixir. "Drink this, it will help," he instructed. Izumi took a sip, but before she could finish, Tashinori knocked the flask from her hands, causing frustration to bubble in Jin. As Jin stood to confront All Might, he instinctively caught a punch aimed at him and pushed Tashinori back with a surge of anger. The tension escalated as more teachers gathered, ready to support All Might. "Are you sure you want to square off with the UA staff, Carter?" All Might challenged. Jin's anger flared, and flames danced around him as he stood protectively between UA and his son. Suddenly, portals opened, and a multitude of riders emerged, intensifying the atmosphere. The teacher's confidence quickly shifted to fear as the riders' presence loomed large. Jin faced All Might with a determined expression. "Are you sure you want to challenge us, Yagi?" he asked. Nizu stepped forward, holding a tablet. "Wait, we can resolve this conflict with the footage from our surveillance system." As Nizu played the recording of the fight, Jin felt the tension ease slightly. He watched as Izuku shielded Izumi before the feed cut off. "Interesting," Nizu remarked. Jin sighed, reverting to his calmer self. Unfortunately, we'll have to postpone this world's doomsday. I appreciate your support, but it's not necessary right now. As the riders began to disperse, Jin turned back to Izuku and Izumi. He gently picked up Izuku, using his jacket as a makeshift blanket. "Come along," he said as he opened a portal to the infirmary. Once inside, they found Recovery Girl tending to other injured students. "I need a bit of help here, Chio," Jin called. "Bring him over to the bed, and I'll tend to him shortly," Recovery Girl replied. "As for you, little missy, I'm not as injured. If it's okay, I'd like to stay by Izuku," Izumi interjected. Recovery Girl nodded, and Jin laid Izuku down on the bed, sitting beside him with Izumi across from them. Breaking the silence, Jin looked at Izumi. "I know what you're feeling. You have to understand that Izuku doesn't need protection anymore. You can't change the past, but you can start to repair it. Remember, if you don't love yourself, how can you expect to love others? How can I find peace with what I've done?" Izumi asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. "You can start by forgiving yourself and learning from the past. The only way forward is to keep moving ahead. That's all any of us can do," Jin encouraged gently. "Not learning from our mistakes can do more harm than good," and Jin was reminded of this as he looked at Izumi. He noticed the bags under her eyes, a sign of her exhaustion. As expected, she had fallen asleep. Jin carefully carried her to the neighboring bed and tucked her in while Recovery Girl examined Izuku. Jin had always known that Izuku had a twin, but he was surprised by how identical they looked, even with Izuku being taller and more muscular. However, as he pulled the blanket over Izumi, he noticed something that made his heart sink, scars running up and down her back. Memories flooded back to him, from finding Dobby to discovering Izuku's struggles and Eri's plight. How could he have missed it? Izumi was a victim of abuse, and Jin's anger began to boil at this revelation. He covered her shoulder with the blanket and returned to Izuku's side. If this was how Toshinori treated his only remaining child, how had he acted towards his wife? Jin could only wait for the right moment to address this new information. Izuku sat up, looking around at his friends, Izumi, Shoto, and Katsuki, who were all unconscious. His gaze landed on Jin, who wore a serious expression. "Dad?" Izuku asked, breaking Jin's train of thought. "Yes, son," Jin replied, focusing on Izuku. "I know I might have worried you, but are you okay?" Izuku inquired. "Yeah. I actually need to talk to Nizu, so stay here. If Izumi tries to leave, stop her," Jin instructed. Izuku nodded, sensing the seriousness in his father's voice. Jin stood up, slinging his jacket over his shoulder, and approached Recovery Girl before leaving. "Can you make sure those two stay here?" Jin asked. "Anything for you, mister," Recovery Girl replied with a smile. Jin chuckled, recalling the time he saved her from villains, and then left the room, heading to Nizu's office. He reached the soundproof door and opened it without knocking, only to hear a teacup shatter on the floor. "You nearly met us all might," Nizu exclaimed. Jin entered, and both Nizu and Toshinori turned to him. "Is there something I can help you with, Mr. Carter?" Nizu asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. Jin's gaze was intense as he looked at Toshinori. "Yagi, leave the room for a second." "And why should," Toshinori began, but Jin interrupted. "Now!" Feeling the weight of Jin's presence, Toshinori exited the room, barely maintaining his composure. Nizu watched, anxious about the situation. Jin closed the door and began picking up the pieces of the broken teacup. "Principal Nizu, I have to report something," he said, using a title that made him feel more at ease. "What happened?" Nizu asked, concern evident in his tone. "Another child, a victim of abuse," Jin replied. "Another child you saved?" Nizu asked. Jin shook his head. "One I hope to save. Have there been any child safety reports on Izumi Yagi?" "Izumi Yagi?" "No, but do you believe she is being abused?" Nizu asked. Jin nodded. "I know she is, and the next few things I'm going to ask of you may be a lot, but please bear with me." Nizu nodded, ready to listen. "With the evidence I have, CPS would surely take Izumi Yagi from them, all might or not," Jin stated. Nizu sat across from Jin at his desk, So you plan on adopting her as well. Consider it done. What else do you require? As you know, All Might was injured, which limits his ability to transform. I plan to heal him, Jean explained. Are you insane? Nizu interjected. Please let me finish. I'm going to heal him so he can face the consequences of his actions. I want to use Training Ground Gamma, and I'd like the fight to be broadcast live. The world must know that those who abuse their power will face the consequences, Jean declared. Without the world symbol of peace, you realize what will happen, right? Nizu cautioned. I am fully aware, which is why I'm coming out of retirement. I might partner with an agency or go freelance, but either way, the villains of this world will know fear, Jean affirmed. Very well. When will it happen? Nizu asked. Tomorrow, Jean replied, and with that he left the office. Returning to the infirmary, Jean found Izumi, Katsuki, and Shoto laughing with Izuku. Their laughter faded as they noticed him approach. Jin's eyes met Izumi's. Young Izumi, please come with me, he said. Izuku looked concerned. Dad? Is she? Izumi's smile vanished as she followed Jean into a private room. Once inside, Jean closed the door and found Izumi with her forehead pressed to the floor. Please forgive me, Mr. Carter. I know how much I've hurt your son, and I am not deserving of your forgiveness, she pleaded. Jean remained silent, prompting her to raise her head. To her surprise, he knelt in front of her, his hands slowly reaching out. She instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for the worst. Instead, she felt a gentle pat on her head. That's not why I brought you in here, but I appreciate the gesture. Please, have a seat on the bed, Jean said kindly. Izumi nodded and sat down, while Jean took a seat across from her. I'm just going to come out and ask. Do you feel safe at home? Jean asked. Izumi's expression shifted to worry, and she struggled to hide it. Of course I do, she stammered. I have been straightforward with you. The next few minutes may be uncomfortable, but please answer truthfully. You're not in any trouble, nor will you be punished for anything, so I ask again, Jean urged. Do you feel safe at home? Izumi took a long pause before shaking her head. Jean acknowledged her response, having seen the scars on her back. Do you remember how you got them? He asked gently. Izumi hesitated. They're just battle scars from training. Jean hung his head, understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. I've roamed countless worlds for thousands of years. I know the difference between battle scars and those received from people we're supposed to trust. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. A silence fell between them until Izumi finally spoke. I'm sorry. After Izuku disappeared, Mom watched as Dad pushed me harder. When I didn't meet his expectations, You don't need to go into detail. It's not your fault, Jean reassured her. Hey Izumi? Look at me please. Izumi raised her head to meet his gaze. It's not your fault, okay? All the scars you have, all the bad memories. It's not your fault, kiddo. Izumi shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Jean stood up and sat beside her. Izumi, it's not your fault. Why do you keep saying that? She asked, her voice trembling. Jean maintained eye contact, his expression firm yet compassionate. Listen to me, young Izumi. It's not your fault. Izumi began to cry. I know it's not. No, you don't. So listen. It's not your fault. As she sobbed, Jean wrapped his arms around her, comforting her. It's not your fault. They can't hurt you anymore. Izumi clung to the leather of Jin's jacket, finding solace in his embrace. After a while, she stopped crying, and Jean gently wiped her tears away, offering her a reassuring smile. From now on, I'll look after you as if you were my own, he promised. Wait, what? After everything I've done, you're willing to help me? Jean nodded, giving her another pat on the head. Let's get back to the others. I'm sure they're waiting for you. As they walked out of the room, Jean led Izumi to Izuku. I know this may seem sudden, but I'm sending you, Dobby, Eri, and Izumi to spend some time with Uncle Aaron tonight. Izuku looked curious. Is something going on? Nothing you need to worry about. I'll be back later tomorrow night, Jean replied. But my jacket? Izuku asked. Your jacket is actually being repaired by a friend, Jin assured him. Izuku hopped off the bed, eager. Alright then, I'll get Izumi to pack spare clothes and then we'll meet back at the house. Jin nodded and walked through a portal to gather Dobby and Eri. They headed to the Oasis for the Forgotten, as Jin called it. The next morning, Jin led Toshinori to Training Ground Gamma, stopping at the spot where Izuku had fought the night before. What did you drag me all the way out here for, Carter? Toshinori asked, confused. I wanted to give you something. If you drink this, it will restore your body to peak condition, Jin explained, placing a vial on the ground. And why should I believe you? Toshinori questioned. Because it healed Izumi yesterday. Besides, healing the symbol of peace does me some good for the wrongs I've done, Jin replied. Toshinori scoffed but took the vial, downing it in one gulp. Instantly, he transformed back into All Might, his injury vanishing. Wow, Carter. I don't know what to say. But I do. As of right now, Izumi is no longer under your parental custody. I should have known you were never fit for that title, Jin stated firmly. All Might was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Where is my daughter? The same girl with all those scars along her back? Your only concern should be how you're going to escape from here alive. Jin transformed into the rider, his presence commanding. Because you're about to have a dance with the devil. Toshinori Yagi, your sins are innumerable. I am here to wreak vengeance upon your soul. All Might charged at the rider but was caught off guard by the flaming skeleton that appeared behind him. The rider flicked All Might's forehead, sending him crashing through several buildings as drones captured the scene. The rider approached All Might, who was struggling to catch his breath. The heat radiating from Jin's rage warped the environment around them. Get up. You always talked big for someone who couldn't back it up. Get up so I can drop you again. All Might rose, ready to attack again. I'll make it easy for you. I won't move from this spot, so hit me with all you've got. All Might prepared his next move. United States of... His fist connected with the rider's face, creating a massive crater and a cloud of dust. To All Might's surprise, a black leather glove grabbed him by the neck, lifting him into the air. The rider cleared the dust with a flick of his chain, revealing that All Might's attack had done nothing. Was that it? That was the best you could do? Fine, now it's my turn. The rider dropped All Might and kicked him in the abdomen, following up with a backflip that sent All Might soaring into the air. Jin lassoed him mid-flight, ready for the next move. The rider yanked the chain and pushed the blonde bully into the debris. He transformed back into Jin, wrapping the chain around his torso. Jin grabbed All Might by his collar and began to strike him. With each punch, memories flooded his mind. Izuku crying, waking from nightmares, and flinching at the slightest touch. Each hit echoed like a thunderclap. Jin looked down at All Might, who was now battered and unconscious. Please. Have mercy. All Might pleaded. Sorry. All outta mercy. Jin retorted, delivering one final blow that knocked All Might out cold. He secured a pair of quirk-canceling cuffs on him and dragged him to the top of a hill made of debris, lifting him into the air by his collar. This is your symbol of peace. This hero abused his children and neglected those in need for his image. He is no hero, and his crimes will not go unpunished. Consider this a warning for those who dare commit the same horrendous sins. I will find you and you will pay. Jin declared, dropping the limp form of All Might and standing tall over the fallen hero. Dad? A shocked Izuku called from the base of the hill. Izuku. Jin stammered, his expression shifting as he met his son's gaze. Izuku's perspective shifted as he recalled spending the night at Uncle Aaron's place, where Eri, Poka, and Izumi all got along well. He had jokingly noted that he and Dobby were outnumbered by the girls, but something felt off. He had received his newly repaired jacket and felt whole again. While everyone was enjoying each other's company, he felt the need to check on his dad. Dobby's expression turned to one of betrayal as Izuku stepped through the portal. What greeted him was a scene resembling a war zone, with his father standing on a hill, holding up a limp All Might. Jin's words struck Izuku deeply, chilling his blood and filling him with fear. The sleeves of Jin's jacket were stained, and he dropped All Might, leaving Izuku torn between speaking up or slipping away unnoticed. "Dad!" Izuku called out, his heart racing. Jin's eyes, once filled with love and comfort, were now clouded with anger and worry. Zizuku. Fear gripped Izuku. He had seen his father angry before, but never like this. Without thinking, he ran through a portal, desperate to escape. He found himself hyperventilating and rocking by a fence post, trying to calm down. A voice broke through his panic. "Are you all right there, friend? You don't look so good," a man with soft blue eyes and a black cowboy hat said, leaning against the fence. I'm not sure what to do," Izuku admitted. "Sounds like the world's on your shoulders, huh?" the man replied. Izuku nodded, feeling a strange sense of trust in this stranger. "I've always felt safe around my dad, but for the first time, I was afraid of him. Fatherly issues. Mine was a real piece of work too." "Has he done anything to hurt you?" the man asked. Izuku shook his head. "No." "Then I'm sure he didn't mean any harm. Try talking to him. Things will clear up after a nice chat," the man suggested. Izuku nodded, extending his hand. "My name is Zook Carter. Arthur Morgan, pleasure to meet you. You wouldn't happen to be related to Gene Carter, would you?" Arthur inquired. "He's my father," Izuku replied. "Well, if you ain't up to anything else, we wouldn't mind the extra company," Arthur said, smiling. Izuku felt a smile spread across his face as he followed Arthur across the property to an old house. "Just for fair warning, we're an odd bunch," Arthur said. "I've seen weirder," Izuku replied. As they reached the porch, an old man rushed past Arthur, trying to hide. "Arthur! Save me, John's getting mad again," he exclaimed. A scarred man stomped out of the house, but Arthur intervened. "All right, that's enough. Whatever Uncle may have done, I'm sure he's deserving of any punishment, but given we have a guest, I'd kindly ask you to hold off. For now." The old man turned to Izuku. "And who might you be?" "Hi, I'm Zook Carter," Izuku introduced himself. The scarred man approached, extending his hand. "I'd keep your distance from this old fart if I were you. The name's John Marston." Izuku shook John's hand, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Suddenly, a woman marched outside. "John Marston, you best not be causing trouble again," she said, her expression turning guilty as John smiled sheepishly. "Yes, darling," John replied. The woman continued past him. "And who is this young man?" "Mr. Carter's kid, Zook," Arthur explained. The woman extended her hand. "Well, Zook, I'm Abigail. And that troublemaker over there with the scar is my husband." "Hardy har," John muttered. "I'm going to be a widow." "In a moment if you don't stay out of trouble, John," Abigail warned. "Careful, kid, she can be terrifying," Arthur joked, earning a playful thump on the back of his head from Abigail. "Oh, hey, I'm only speaking the truth," Arthur protested as Abigail grabbed a broom and chased him. Izuku felt a sense of belonging with this lively group, realizing he might just get along with them just fine. He felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see an old man who seemed a bit disheveled. The man asked if he could spare a few dollars, mentioning he had lumbago. John, standing nearby, quickly put a hand on the old man's shoulder and advised Izuku to ignore him if possible. Meanwhile, Arthur was being chased by Abigail, who was playfully threatening him. John turned to Izuku and invited him to join them for supper, to which Izuku eagerly agreed. After some time, more people arrived at the property, and Izuku joined the outlaws for a meal. He met several new friends, Lenny, Charles, Sadie, Jack, and Hosea. As they sat around the dinner table, they shared stories of their past as outlaws, explaining their code of conduct. Arthur reminisced about their adventures, while Hosea reflected on their struggles as a family that had been outcast from society. John mentioned how they owed a lot to Mr. Carter for giving them a second chance, and Uncle chimed in about the house they built together. The group expressed their happiness that Izuku was able to join them, and he thanked them for their kindness. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and John went to answer it. A man named Gene entered, visibly relieved to find Izuku. He thanked the group for taking care of Izuku and asked if he could speak with him privately. Izuku bid farewell to his new friends and followed Jean outside. As they walked back to Aaron's property, Jean acknowledged that Izuku had met the Van der Linde gang. They discussed what had happened earlier that day, and Izuku expressed concern about Jin's actions regarding All Might. Jean reassured him that his decisions were made for the greater good, especially for Izumi, who had faced her own struggles. Izuku was shocked to learn that Jean planned to adopt Izumi and become her legal guardian. He stood in silence, processing the news, and expressed his fear about Jin's earlier demeanor. Jean apologized for scaring him and explained that he had been worried when Izuku ran through the portal. In a heartfelt moment, Izuku hugged Jean, assuring him he never meant to cause worry. They shared a brief conversation about the old man from earlier, and Jean confirmed that he had encountered the same character. Jean then led Izuku through a portal to his new home, which turned out to be a dormitory. Jean explained that he would be helping with mechanical maintenance and had come out of retirement to go on patrols again, albeit on a limited basis. Izuku was amazed at the news and asked about Jin's plans for the future. Jean mentioned that he had received invitations from various agencies and was considering his options. He also warned Izuku about the second floor of the dormitory, which contained various artifacts. As they settled in, the story hinted at the potential for Jean to lead his own hero agency or partner with an existing one, leaving the choice open for the audience to ponder. Jean Carter and his daughter Eri were excited to share a special moment together in the kitchen. Jean greeted everyone with a cheerful hello, while Eri, feeling a bit shy, managed to say hi. They were ready to embark on a fun baking adventure, making cookies together. Eri's face lit up with joy at the thought of it. "Yay!" she exclaimed. Jean began to gather the ingredients they would need for their cookie-making session. He listed them out clearly. 2 1/4 cups of all-purpose flour, 1 teaspoon of baking soda, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, 1 cup of softened butter, 3/4 cup of granulated sugar, 3/4 cup of packed brown sugar, 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract, 2 cups of semi-sweet chocolate chips, 1 cup of coarsely chopped nuts, optional. An oven, of course. A cookie tray or sheet. With everything prepared, they were ready to start their delightful baking journey. Eri picked up a fairly large cookbook and began reading it slowly. She looked up at Jean, her father, for help. "First, you need to. What does this say, Papa?" "Preheat," Jean replied with a chuckle. Eri nodded, concentrating. "Preheat the oven to 375 degrees Fahrenheit. That's right. Or for those overseas, it's about 190 degrees Celsius, but you can round it to 191 degrees Celsius for convenience. Next, pour the flour, baking soda, and salt in a small bowl. Set aside." Eri continued, her confidence growing. "Well done. Now, in a large bowl, pour the softened butter, granulated sugar, and packed brown sugar in and mix thoroughly for about a minute until it's fluffy," Jean encouraged her. Eri followed the instructions. Start adding ingredients starting with the egg and vanilla until smooth. Next, pour in the flour mix and stir until it's blended. Just remember, the dough will be very stiff, Jean guided. Next, the chocolate chips. And nuts if you want, Eri added excitedly. Stir and mix until you have a nice cookie dough, Jean said. Put a tablespoon of cookie dough onto an ungreased cookie sheet, at least 2 inches apart. Eri asked, looking for confirmation. Jean nodded. Place it in the oven for about 8 to 10 minutes or until it's a nice golden brown. 10 minutes later, Eri asked, cool for about 2 minutes then. What do we do, Papa? You could just eat the cookies as is, but if you want a nice chewy cookie, cool them completely for about 30 minutes in an airtight container, Jean explained. Eri looked at the cookie she had made. Hey, Papa? This cookie looks like All Might. Jean looked at the cookie, which had taken on a peculiar shape. Huh, would you look at that? It kinda does. Suddenly, Eri took a roller and began playfully hitting the cookie. No! I'm punishing him for hurting big sis Izumi. Jean watched, wiping a proud tear from his eye. Daddy's little girl. Izuku and Izumi exited the newly built dormitory and met Katsuki, who was waiting for them. The trio walked to Class 1A, and Izuku slid open the door. Many pairs of eyes were on them as they made their way to their seats. The day continued, with most of the school avoiding Shoto, Izumi, Izuku, and Bakugo. The hours felt like years as they waited for their hero studies class. Sitting in their usual seats, they watched as Aizawa approached the front podium. He knew he had to address the class's internal conflict regarding recent events. Alright, now I know many of you are torn on All Might's defeat, but I'm going to say this once. His defeat was justified. As heroes, there is no exception to breaking the law and committing heinous acts, Aizawa stated. Momo stood from her chair, visibly upset. Mr. Aizawa, how can it be justifiable? He is the symbol of peace. Why isn't anyone arresting the writer for this? Izuku stood up, anger in his eyes. Symbol of peace, my foot. He defeated a villain. All Might may have looked like a hero, but looks can be deceiving. Denki chimed in, All Might a villain? Wasn't it your dad who openly dealt with villains as a vigilante? All Might inspires hope while the writer invokes fear. Izuku shot back, at least my dad can back his threats without a time limit. The class bickered back and forth, except for Izumi, who sat quietly amidst the chaos. Ida defended the writer, saying, The writer is a merciful hero, helping those in need and punishing those deserving of it. Bakugo agreed, Yeah, Fories is right. Sata added, The writer is a flaming skeleton. If that's a symbol of hope, then you need better glasses. Izumi stood from her seat and walked to the front of the class. Aizawa watched as she moved the podium aside and took a deep breath. Q-a-e, she shouted, and the class fell silent. Turning her back to them, she lifted her shirt slightly, revealing scars on her back. This is what your symbol of peace did to me. His own daughter. All because I soiled his image. Izuku joined her at the front and wrapped his jacket around her. Momo asked, What do you mean by soiled his image? Izuku put a comforting hand on Izumi's shoulder. All Might's only ever cared about looking good for the public, but behind closed doors. He's nothing but a coward. Momo looked confused. What do you mean? Just then, Jean entered the room. Some students murmured, recognizing him as the writer. Many of you may not know this, but All Might and I were in the same class when we attended this school. To be honest, he was a bully, Jean said as he walked over to Izuku and Izumi, placing his hands on their shoulders. Thanks for defending me, guys. I'll take it from here. You can go back to your seats, he added, turning to the rest of the class as the twins returned to their seats. It's true. Jean had faced many dangerous individuals throughout his life, including those who had committed terrible crimes. Despite the darkness surrounding him, he always understood the consequences of their actions. Denki questioned Jin's ability to judge what someone deserved. Izumi explained that Jean, known as the Rider, had the unique ability to perceive sins and guilt. The students were taken aback by this revelation. Jean continued, expressing that many struggled to reconcile the idea that someone who appeared peaceful could ever deserve punishment. He locked eyes with Ida and posed a challenging question, whether killing could ever be justified. Ida hesitated before responding negatively. Jean affirmed this, stating that killing should never be justified, at least in an ideal world. However, he reminded them that their reality was far from perfect, where survival often meant making difficult choices. Momo interjected, arguing that war could be prevented. Jean countered, suggesting that her privileged background influenced her perspective. He reminded them that being a hero involved more than just fighting. It required a willingness to confront the darker aspects of humanity. Sata chimed in, recalling lessons from Mr. Aizawa about the importance of nonviolence. Jean acknowledged their point but insisted that history showed a harsher truth. He explained that many criminals lacked the education to understand the consequences of their actions, making them unpredictable. Shoyuda supported Jin's view, noting his extensive experience in hero work. Jean admitted that his own actions were not without moral conflict, but he would not hesitate to act again if necessary. Ida challenged him, pointing out that such a mindset was not heroic. Jean agreed, emphasizing the pain of those who had suffered due to others' greed and violence. As he spoke, Jean revealed his own past, sharing the story of a woman named Carla Yeager, his mother. He described her as a kind and loving person, someone who had taught him the importance of compassion. Jin's voice faltered as he recounted the moment he failed to save her, a memory that haunted him deeply. The class listened intently, their expressions shifting to sympathy as Jin shared his pain. He warned them about the complexities of morality and the difficult choices they might face as heroes. He urged them to be prepared for moments that would test their resolve, reminding them that hesitation could lead to dire consequences. Before leaving, Jin posed a final question. Would they be ready to make the hardest decisions when the time came? He closed the door behind him, his thoughts drifting back to darker memories. In a flashback, Jin recalled a time when a titan breached the wall, causing chaos and fear. He fought valiantly but was overwhelmed by the sheer number of titans. As he searched for his mother, he witnessed a horrifying scene that would forever change him. Aaron's desperate cries echoed in his mind as he realized he had not been there when it mattered most. The weight of guilt settled heavily on his shoulders, a reminder of the responsibilities that came with being a hero. Aaron boarded the ferry and turned to me, expressing his deep sorrow. I remained silent, sharing in his pain, knowing that I had lost her too. In Nizu's office, Jean sat in a chair as a sheet covered a model on the desk. Nizu revealed the model, announcing it as the Flames of Hope's main headquarters, the greenhouse, designed by Brian Moger. Jean admired the building and eagerly asked when he could start, to which Nizu replied that they had already begun. Meanwhile, All Might found himself in Tartarus prison after a devastating defeat. His reputation shattered, he was now a target among the inmates, confined to solitary. In his solitude he heard a voice. "Do not act suddenly, or the guards will become suspicious," the voice warned. All Might recognized it as his arch-nemesis, All for One. They exchanged words, with All for One suggesting they were both victims of the same enemy. Tashinori contemplated the idea of revenge for the pain caused by the writer. Izuku wandered through Mizudafu, drawn by distant cries for help. He rushed into an alley where he encountered a terrifying sight, a flaming figure threatening a man. As the scene unfolded, Izuku was horrified to see the man succumb to the flames, leaving behind a lifeless husk. Suddenly, Izuku found himself in a war-torn battlefield, surrounded by the bodies of those he cared for, including his brother Dobby, Aizawa, Kirishima, Achiko, and Eri. A voice interrupted his despair, claiming that all of this could be avoided. Izuku confronted All for One, who was joined by All Might, insisting he was trying to help. Izuku rejected the notion, expressing his anger. A mysterious man appeared, offering power and a deal to prevent further destruction. As they surrounded him, Izuku spotted his father, Jin, weak and in distress. Rushing to him, Izuku was filled with concern as Jin urged him to wake up from the nightmare. Izuku awoke in a panic, relieved to see Jin beside him. They discussed the troubling dream, where Izuku had seen All Might, All for One, and a stranger in a black coat. Jin's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he prepared to take Izuku on a trip, indicating that they wouldn't be going to class that day. After getting ready, they entered a portal to a large conference room where several riders gathered. Jin took his place at the head of the table and prompted Izuku to share his dream. As Izuku recounted the events, the room was filled with anticipation and concern for what lay ahead. When he dropped him, his eyes were gone, as if burnt from their sockets. Ketch looked surprised and turned to Jin, asking why he hadn't taught Izuku about the penance stare. Slade interjected, questioning the need to teach such a thing to a child. Jin mentioned that they all knew of a rider who often resorted to such methods. Ketch agreed, noting that it was likely Izuku had never encountered him, making any chance meeting a coincidence. Jones expressed concern, stating that if that particular rider was back, they had a problem. Reyes reminded everyone to watch their language, suggesting that Izuku's dream might not be just a dream. Izuku recounted a vivid nightmare where he found himself in a battlefield, surrounded by destruction and the bodies of loved ones. In his dream, All for One and All Might appeared, blaming him for the chaos and claiming they were trying to help. As everyone listened intently, Pixie Bob reassured them that the two villains were imprisoned in Japan's most secure facility. Jean encouraged Izuku to share more about his dream. Izuku revealed that a third figure had approached him, offering a deal to avoid bloodshed, but he felt a sickening aura from this person. Ketch suddenly stood up, demanding to know if the figure wore a trench coat. Slade urged him to let Izuku finish. Izuku confirmed that the figure did wear a trench coat and carried a cane, and that all three wanted him to join them. Jean explained that there had been an escape from Tartarus prison that morning, and the two most dangerous individuals were now free. Izuku wondered if they could locate them through their souls, but Jean warned that someone was hiding them. Pixie Bob insisted they needed to alert everyone, and Jean agreed, stating they needed all hands on deck, including a certain troublemaker. Jones was shocked at the suggestion, but Jean remained serious, emphasizing the need for every possible ally to protect their new home. Reyes expressed his commitment to the cause, as did Ketch, albeit reluctantly. Jean outlined their first priority, evacuating the city. He planned to contact allies and assigned Slade to reach out to the Ghost Rider. Meanwhile, Class 1A awaited Aizawa's surprise. Katsuki noted he hadn't seen Izuku all day, and Izumi felt uneasy, suspecting Mr. Jean had taken him somewhere. Ida called for order as Aizawa entered the classroom, ready to discuss their upcoming work studies with the Big Three. As Class 1A joined the Big Three for training, Izumi was distracted by the resemblance of one of the third years to her father. During the session, a flame portal suddenly appeared, and a rider stepped through, exuding a menacing presence. Mirio recognized the rider and charged at him, but the rider easily evaded the attack, taunting Mirio. Aizawa urged Mirio to calm down, but the rider warned him to heed Aizawa's advice. Another portal opened, revealing a second rider, and the two vanished, leaving the class in shock. Aizawa received a serious notification and announced that class was cancelled until further notice, instructing everyone to gather essentials. In that moment, Aizawa, Izumi, Izuku, and Jean realized that a conflict was imminent. Later, Jean and Izuku waited in the conference room as other riders evacuated citizens. Izuku watched as Slade entered, accompanied by the rider from his dream. Jean greeted Blaze, who transformed back into his human form, asking what was so urgent that he was summoned. Jean revealed that Mephisto was in their vicinity, prompting Blaze to confirm the seriousness of the situation. "Are you absolutely sure?" Jean asked, his tone serious. "Yeah, he's recruited two of the most dangerous humans on the planet and they're currently on the move. I'll be back shortly. For now, Slade will give you the rundown on the situation." "We need you on this, Johnny," Jean replied. Blaze nodded. "If it's dealing with that BSTD, then I'm in." Jean turned to Izuku. "Let's go, Class 1A should be waiting for us." Izuku joined Jean as they walked through a portal to 1A's dormitory, where the class was gathered. Aizawa looked concerned. "What's happening? Why did Nizu launch an evacuation order?" "All Might escaped, along with All for One," Jean explained. Aizawa appeared confused. "Can't your riders?" "No," Jean interrupted. "That's why I'm taking Class 1A to a secure realm along with UA's staff and any citizens who have nowhere else to go." "But Mr. Carter, we can help with," Ida began. Jean placed a hand on Ida's shoulder. "I appreciate the concern, young hero. You bring the Ingenium line pride and honor. But this is not your fight." He turned to Izuku. "That includes you, son." Izuku was baffled. "What? But I can fight. You said we needed all the help we could get." "I'm sorry, son. I know what I said, but I also said that I needed to protect what's important to me." Frustrated, Izuku opened a portal to the Oasis for the Forgotten. After everyone made their way through, Aizawa stopped before Jean. "I hope you know what you're doing, Carter. I won't risk my kids just because your business got out of hand," Aizawa warned. "I agree," Jean replied. "Mirio isn't in the group, he's disappeared," Aizawa added. "I think I already know," Jean said as the portal closed behind him. He regrouped with the rest of the riders after the city was evacuated and entered the conference room. "All right, everything seems to be going according to plan," Jean started, but each rider could now see 4 souls standing in the center of Mizudafu. It has to be them. We can take them. If we hit them all at once, Robbie suggested. No, it's an obvious trap. I'll go, Jean began. If it's a trap, then why would we send you? Jones questioned. Because something doesn't add up. Zook only saw All Might, All for One, and Mephisto. Now there are 4? Besides, those souls are human, Slade pointed out. Are you sure you want to do this, Jean? Blaze asked. Jean nodded, taking a deep breath as he stepped through the portal. He found himself in front of All Might, All for One, Mirio, and Nightai. So, you finally arrived, Carter, All Might said. Quit the nonsense, Yagi. Where is Mephisto? Jean demanded. Right here, came a voice from his right. A familiar figure in a trench coat appeared, joining the 4 with a crooked smile. Jean Yeager, have you come here to strike another deal perhaps? Mephisto asked. You and your deals can shove it. You're not supposed to be here, Jean retorted. I could say the same about you. If it weren't for you, Izuku Yagi would have been safer, Toshinori Yagi would still be hailed as a hero, and many of your friends wouldn't have had to suffer, Mephisto countered. That's not happening on my watch, Jean declared. Are you so sure about that? Mephisto replied as hundreds of flame portals opened behind him, with thousands of Nomu emerging, but they looked different this time. I must say, Mr. Shigaraki, your Nomu are quite impressive. I made a few adjustments, and it's a shame that poor Tamura had to make an unfortunate sacrifice, but it was well worth it, I assure you, Mephisto continued. Jean scowled at the thought. Becoming a Nomu was a fate worse than death, and yet they had discarded the poor kid like he was nothing. I think it's about time we put this conflict to a close, Jean said. I agree, All Might responded, a crooked grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, flame portals appeared behind Jean as hundreds of riders and unexpected allies joined him. To his left, led by Izuku on his motorcycle, were the remnants of the Van der Linde gang and the Survey Corps. What are you guys doing here? Jean exclaimed. Sorry, Dad, but heroes don't run from fights, Izuku replied. Jean looked to the Van der Linde gang. But can't let you have all the fun, now can we? Arthur chimed in. But shut it. The last time we did something like this, we just got sent back after we died, Arthur insisted. Jean turned to the Survey Corps. Aaron, I thought I told you to stay. He stopped as he noticed Levi's cold glare. With a sigh, Jean raised his hand and transformed into the rider, pointing at the army of Nomu led by the 5 villains. Them hell! The rider shouted. Riders and allies from far and wide joined the battle, many from the past and others from distant lands, even other groups of riders. Jean charged at All Might, ready to deliver another blow, only to find All Might armed. As they crossed paths, Jean noticed a cut in his jacket that hurt not just his physical body but seemed to attack his very spirit. Where did you get that? Jean demanded, glaring at Toshinori, who wielded a sword that felt all too familiar. Oh, this? Just a gift from a mutual acquaintance, All Might replied. It doesn't belong to you. Jean said, anger rising. Oh yeah? Come and get it. All Might challenged. Jean put his hands together, a blue light beginning to glow from them, ready to unleash his power. He landed and turned to find nothing, but suddenly a fast blonde boy was about to strike him. Izuku transformed into the Green Rider and dodged the boy's attacks. He swiped at the blonde, only for his hand to pass through him. Nice try, the blonde began, but just as he attempted to punch Izuku, he was caught by a chain that surprisingly was not affected by his quirk. Izuku hoisted him into the air and quickly slammed him to the ground, too fast for him to react. The blonde was now unconscious, and quirk-canceling cuffs were placed on him before he was sent through a portal, away from the battlefield. Izuku looked up to see flying Nomu being taken out by different riders, some shooting, others throwing spears, and some engaged in aerial combat. Many people in green capes marked with a distinctive insignia swung through the air, cutting down Nomu as they went. Slade landed next to Izuku, fanning his revolver into a crowd of Nomu. How ya holdin' up, kid? Slade asked. Izuku lassoed a Nomu and, to his surprise, a stream of green fire burned it to ash as he screamed at it. Just fine, Slade. Keep kicking butt, you'll do great, son. Slade whistled for his steed and rode further into the fight. Watching the chaos, Izuku got an idea. He created a guitar from hellfire and instinctively landed on a passing rider's car, spotting Robbie below. Kill it! Robbie shouted. Izuku strummed a power chord, launching a stream of fire with each strum. As they passed, he heard Jin's voice. Wind Scar. All Might barely dodged the attack, standing amidst the battlefield with Jin. How about we end it here and now? All Might proposed. Bring it. Jin shouted back. With a powerful slash, All Might poured all his energy into one attack while Jin did the same. The clash of their attacks was deafening, leaving the city of Muzutafu in ruins. The Survey Corps and Vanderlinde Gang's souls were sent back to paradise while riders pulled themselves from the debris. They gathered at the origin of the blast, finding Jin, weak and exhausted, standing over a fallen All Might. Jin picked up All Might and walked through a portal in silence. Toshinori's perspective shifted. He recalled giving it his all, then suddenly waking in a field with Carter standing over him. Expecting an attack, he instead felt regret and sorrow. Get up. There's someone who wants to talk, Jin said. Toshinori slapped away his hand and stood, only to receive a slap on the head from behind. Who the hell? He exclaimed, recognizing his emperor standing before him, but feeling disappointment instead of pride. Toshi, you have a lot to answer for, Nana said. That's all right, Toshinori started. Don't intimidate me. I trusted you, and what do? You neglect your children and make choices that lead to chaos. Disappointment is beyond how I feel. As she raised her hand, Toshinori instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, noticing they looked surprisingly youthful. A familiar hand grabbed his shoulder. Are you listening? Nan asked. He dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. I'm so sorry. It's not me you should be apologizing to, she replied. Follow me, Jin instructed, and Toshinori nodded, following through a portal into a hospital room where Inko sat by an open window, obstructed by metal bars. Inko, Toshinori began. She can't hear us, Jin said. Why not? We're on an astral plane. Actually, it's more like you two are on an astral plane while I'm in two places at once. It can be quite confusing. Okay, but why are we here? Toshinori asked. I admitted her here, Jin revealed. Toshinori was shocked and tried to swipe at Carter, only for his hand to pass through him. But how? She doesn't deserve this, Carter. How could? She's not paying for your sins, just listen, Jin interrupted. Toshinori gritted his teeth and nodded. You both neglected your children. While Izuku was in your lives, Izumi was favored while Izuku was ignored. When Izuku was gone, the same thing happened to Izumi. Why do you think that is? Toshinori struggled to answer, fearing he would say something foolish. She suffers from a depressive disorder. Her guilt over Izuku being quirkless caused her to block him from her mind, but when he actually disappeared, she briefly snapped out of it. But, Toshinori started. Inko's guilt worsened when she saw Izuku again, replacing him with Izumi in her mind, Jin explained. Which is why she did nothing when. Finally, you're starting to get it. Nana interjected. She was never treated. Here, she's getting the help she needs, and I check in on her regularly. I haven't told the kids yet. They deserve to know, Toshinori began. Like you're one to talk about parenting, Jin retorted. I did my best. Well, best wasn't good enough. You don't need to be perfect. Being there, showing love and support matters. Not forcing them into a mold of what you think a hero should be. If Izuku wanted to be a doctor, cop, artist, or even a trash collector, I would support him 1000%. I understand now. Toshinori admitted. Then how? Nan asked. How could you become the villain? So many looked up to you, and yet you let them down. You let me down. I became blinded by the attention. I was so caught up in myself that I forgot why I wanted to become a hero in the first place. It cost me my family, my wife, her sanity, my children, their father, and the world a true symbol of peace. Jin sighed and took a seat, contemplating the weight of the situation. I don't know if that's possible, he said, looking at Toshinori with a mix of concern and frustration. What do you mean? Toshinori asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Our fight. Jin began, his expression serious. I died, didn't I? Toshinori realized, and Jin nodded in response. I'm not going to lie, you were a bully and honestly made some poor choices. But that guy with the trench coat is a whole different level of trouble. Bringing you back would cause a lot of public outcry, and people would likely be outraged by your return. Toshinori felt a heavy weight in his chest, especially when he saw his emissary bow her head in disappointment on his behalf. I know he isn't the smartest or even deserving of it, but I beg of you. Guide him to be better, just as you've done for countless others, Nana pleaded. Shimura? What are you doing? Jin exclaimed, surprised by her request. Please, I know he can be better. If you were to guide him, I'm sure he could inspire hope and bring peace to the world once again, Nana insisted. Raise your head, please, Jin urged, but Nana refused to comply. Fine. Jin finally relented, marching over to Toshinori and pointing a finger at him, a serious look in his eyes. One mistake, one wrong choice, and I will make sure you regret it. Am I clear? Toshinori nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Jin turned back to Nana, who still held her head low. You owe me one, Shimura, he said. Actually, I owe you like 5, she replied. True. Jin opened a portal back into the grassy field. Take some time, you two. Toshinori, when you're ready, I'll be over here. Nana placed a hand on Toshinori's shoulder, looking him in the eyes. I am disappointed with you, Toshi, but I still hold hope for you. Remember, one mistake and... Toshinori nodded, feeling the weight of her words. I didn't know you two knew each other, he said, curious. He appeared around my time. He even saved Nizu from inhumane experimentation, and I'm convinced they even plotted world domination together once. Nana shared, a hint of humor in her tone. Toshinori chuckled at the remark and finally bowed to his former owner. I don't know how I can do this without. He was cut off when Nana embraced him. You can do this without me, Toshi. Remember, Mr. Carter is vengeful yet merciful. You must choose right over wrong. I understand, Mr. Toshinori replied. And I am no longer your MSTR. From now on, Mr. Carter will be, Nana said before disappearing. Toshinori walked over to Jin, who was opening a portal. Let's get going. Oh, also, you caused billions in property damage, including the destruction of my agency's building, so just so you know you're paying for it. And my jacket too. How am I going to be able to rejoin society after what I've done? Toshinori asked, feeling overwhelmed. Leave that to me. Do you really think people are going to say no to a flaming skeleton with an army of other flaming skeletons? Jin replied with a smirk. Fair enough. Toshinori said, feeling slightly reassured. They arrived back on the battlefield where a few riders awaited. They readied themselves at the sight of Toshinori but quickly calmed down when Jin joined him. Why is he with you? Slade asked. I'm taking him in as a lost soul, Jin explained. Jones approached and inspected Toshinori. He looks younger, yet his soul is still aged. He's been given another chance at life, Jin clarified. Where's Mephisto? Gone. Along with Blaze. Blaze chased him to another realm, and a lot of riders followed, Robbie informed. Why did you guys stay? Jin asked. Like you said before, this is our home, Slade replied. Well, I'm grateful for you all, Jin said, his eyes meeting Izuku, who sat patiently on his bike. Including you, son. You fought hard and well today. This earned a smile from Izuku, and Jin looked around. There isn't exactly a city anymore, but at least. Who am I kidding? We're in trouble when Nizu finds out. Actually, this is the perfect opportunity to sponsor a lesser-known company, Izuku suggested. And who would that be? Toshinori asked. It's the Uraraka construction, isn't it? Jin guessed. Wow, how'd you guess? Izuku replied, surprised. I could explain it, but the chapter's getting too long, Jin said. Dad, we've already had too many fourth wall breaks. Calm down, Izuku reminded him. But you just mentioned me doing a fourth wall break while talking about a fourth wall break? While in a fourth wall break. That's like 64 walls, Jin argued. Tashinori, feeling lost, thought to himself, I have no idea what's going on. As the day began, Jin woke up, ready to start the day. He felt a pair of arms wrap around him just as he was about to leave the bed. Stay in bed a little longer? Nimuri suggested. Sorry, Nems, gotta make breakfast for the kids. Besides, it's not like we have work for a while. Jin replied. Nimuri pouted playfully. Fine, I'll let you go. But I'm staying in bed a while longer. Works for me. Sleep well, breakfast should be done by the time you get up, Jin said as he opened the door to his room, greeted by the sounds of distant construction. Time to get breakfast started, he declared, noticing Dobby and Zook heading out for their morning training, followed by Izumi. He noticed that Zook didn't say good morning to him this time, even when Izumi did. Jin understood that Zook was still upset over his decision not to harm Tashinori, but he questioned whether he had made the right choice. Eri's voice broke his thoughts. Papa? Morning already? Jin looked down and smiled at his little girl. Yeah, it's still a bit early. You can go back to bed. I'll wake you when breakfast is ready, okay, little one? Jin said, watching Eri's disappointed pout. I'm not tired though. Eri replied. Okay, you can help me prepare breakfast then. Her pout transformed into a cheerful smile, and Jin felt a weight lift off his shoulders as she rolled over to her stool and began helping him make pancakes. Meanwhile, Izuku was expressing his frustration. I just can't believe him. After everything that happened, he let him live. I know, right? Izumi chimed in. Izuku leaped into the air, attempting to kick Dobby, who easily dodged the attack. That's what you don't understand, kiddos. Dad has spent a lot of time trying to save the wicked from their own choices, Dobby explained, countering Izuku's attack with a swift strike. People don't just change, Izumi argued. But they can as long as they try. Hatred isn't something people are born with, it's formed through experience, Dobby countered. Izuku got back on his feet, catching his breath. But even so, why bother? Why give him the chance to do more harm? Dobby dropped his fighting stance, wiping sweat from his brow. You should know by now that no great achievement comes without risk. Dad's gamble was to help Tashinori become a better person. Even so, why does he look like a teenager now? Izumi asked. Dobby scratched his chin, pondering the question. Good question. Izuku continued, maybe it was to help him grow. What better way to shape someone than during their formative years? Giving him back his youth could symbolize a second chance, even if he's had a lot already. Dobby and Izumi stared at Izuku as he rambled on. Am I mumbling my thoughts out loud? He asked. Yeah. But it's a good theory overall, Dobby replied. From a distance, they heard Jin call out, signaling that breakfast was ready. The three entered the dining area, where Tashinori was already seated at the table. Izuku and Izumi glared at him as they took their seats, with Izuku deliberately sitting away from Jin and Tashinori. So, how's the food? Jin asked, looking around. Izuku and Izumi remained silent. It's good, Dad, Dobby said. Yeah, Papa, we did good. Eri cheered, flexing her arm proudly. It's good, Jin. Thank you, Tashinori added, but an awkward silence fell over the table, broken only by the clinking of utensils. Jin glanced at Izuku, who was still glaring at Tashinori. So, does anyone have plans for today? How about we go out to Hosu and shop a bit? No. I already have plans, Izuku replied, causing Jin to lower his head in disappointment. Do you? Did you forget what he did to me? To us? How many families he destroyed by siding with All for One? Izumi challenged. No, of course not, Jin started, but Tashinori interrupted. Izumi, that's no way to talk. You don't get to tell me what to do. Izumi shouted back. You dare speak to me in that tone? Tashinori retorted, raising his hand as if to strike. Izuku tensed, ready to intervene, but Jin was quicker. He appeared at Tashinori's side and caught his hand, slamming the former hero's face onto the table. You even think about touching my daughter again and there will be consequences. Am I understood? Jin said, his voice calm yet firm. Izumi was taken aback by Jin's words. He called me his daughter? Tashinori nodded, and Jin released him, turning to Eri, who looked ready to defend her friends. Sorry about that, everyone, Jin said with a sigh. Tashinori, come with me. Tashinori stood and followed Jin outside. I know. I'm sorry. It's still taking time to... Jin cut him off with a glare that said he wasn't interested in excuses. It's only been a day, Toshi. After a moment of silence, Jin added, You're going to do something for me. What do you need me to do? Tashinori asked, confused. Jin smiled confidently as a portal opened. Come with me. They stepped through the portal and arrived at a beach covered in trash. Jin smiled brightly, gesturing to the mess. Your objective is this. A trash-covered beach? Tashinori questioned. Yes. Your job is to sort through all of this, Jin instructed, pointing to a dumpster nearby. Put all the trash there, and recycle anything that can be reused. Tashinori looked at him incredulously. Are you serious? You expect me to become a garbage collector? Jin placed a hand on Tashinori's shoulder. Look at this place. Yeah, it's a dump, Tashinori replied. Jin shook his head. Not officially. It's a beach that needs rescuing, and you're going to be the one to do it. You won't return until it's spotless. Jin patted Tashinori on the shoulder and left through another portal. Jin, wait, Tashinori shouted, but it was too late. Back in the kitchen, Jin found Izuku still sitting alone at the table. He began cleaning the dishes, the heavy silence lingering in the air. Why? Izuku finally asked. Jin looked at him. What was that? Why did you let him live? You had no problem with killing before, so why now? Izuku pressed. Jin nodded and took a seat next to him. Not long before you were born, I met Tashinori's mentor. I was on a routine patrol when I sensed a soul in danger. What does this have to do with why you spared that monster? Izuku asked. I'm getting to that. Jin replied, preparing to share his story. The other hero wore a bright yellow suit with a head of natural gray hair. His name was Sorahiko Torino. Jin appeared suddenly, catching both heroes off guard. What's going on here? Jin asked. Who are you? Nana exclaimed. And what are you doing here? Torino added. Someone needs help in there, and I'm going, Jin replied confidently. Nana grabbed Jin's arm. Hold on, you can't be serious about going in there alone? Why not? There are only about 40 people in there, so it should be easy. If we go in there without a plan, our chances of saving any hostages are nearly impossible, Nana insisted. That's why I'm going to make them possible, Jin declared. He walked through a portal to the entrance of the building, where a single guard stood, with Nana and Torino following closely behind. Before the guard could react, Jin knocked them out, but as he prepared to take further action, Nana stepped in front of him. Whoa. You weren't thinking about hurting him, were you? She asked. Do you have a problem with it? Jin replied. Nana stood baffled. Of course I do. If we're going to do this, no one must be harmed. But they must be punished. And they will be. There is a process for doing such things, and I guarantee you that they will be punished. Fine, Jin said, conceding. He marched inside, taking down guard after guard, with Nana and Torino trailing behind, following the path of unconscious personnel. Eventually, they reached the basement levels, where Jin stood before a glass cell, facing a distressed white chimera. Wait here, Jin instructed. But, Nana began, but Torino stopped her. Jin opened the cell door slowly, taking off his jacket. Stay back. No more please, the chimera pleaded. The ones who hurt you are no more. I promise they shall pay dearly for what they've done, Jin assured him. For a moment, hope flickered in the chimera's eyes as Jin knelt down and wrapped him in his jacket before picking him up. Jin stepped out of the cell, and before anyone could speak, he pushed Nana and Torino through a portal to the outside of the building. Gunshots rang out from within, prompting both heroes to rush back inside. Jin shielded the chimera with his back before safely placing him down and transforming into the rider. He confronted the guards still firing, swiftly taking him out with a single punch. How uncivilized, Jean remarked, reverting back to his original form. What are you? The Chimera asked, confused. The result of humanity's greed. I'm sure you and I can relate. You have no name. What should I call you? Nizu, the Chimera replied. Alright Nizu, let's get you out of here. Nana finally caught up to Jean and Nizu. Are you okay? What happened? The gunshots, she asked. Jean simply pointed to the unconscious guard as he picked up Nizu. You owe me one. I guess I do, Nana acknowledged. Over time, Jean helped Nizu establish the hero school, Yui High, known as UA, becoming a leading institution for shaping the future of hero society. Nizu made his mark within the Hero Association, and with Jin's assistance, he secured his position as principal after a clever game of chess with the former principal. To repay the heroes who saved his life, Nizu enrolled Jin so he could obtain his official hero license, while Toshinori Yagi repaid his debt to Nana Shimura. Jin graduated from UA with a new perspective on justice, believing that taking a life should only occur in absolute situations where it was necessary to protect others. For the first time, Jin felt a sense of pride in fighting without resorting to lethal means. It took time and effort to adjust, but he persevered. Tragically, Nana passed during her battle against All for One, requesting that Jin not intervene, as her pupil would carry on her mission. Still, Jin accepted her request to look after her student and guide him toward righteousness. Did you know All Might's mentor? Izuku asked, breaking the silence. Jin nodded. And she asked you to spare him. After all the harm he's done. Izuku pressed. Jin hesitated but nodded again. And did you consider how Izumi and I would react to your decision to spare him? Izuku continued. Of course I did. You kids are always on my mind, Jin replied. Do you remember what your life was like before you turned 4? Before you were labeled quirkless? Yeah. Times were simpler then. Izuku admitted. I understand, Jin began, but Izuku interrupted. He tried to attack Izumi today, and you still find excuses for him? What happened to the man who'd act decisively? Don't give me that I made a promise excuse. In reality, you're no better than him, maybe even worse. A hypocritical murderer whose priorities are clearly misplaced. Jin's expression remained stoic, but inside, each word struck deep. Zook, I know I've made regrettable choices. But like him, I was given a chance to be better. I managed to raise 2 fine young men who may one day carry the fate of the world. I didn't kill Toshinori because I wanted to give my kids the opportunity to reconnect with their biological father. I'm sorry, but I just can't believe that, Izuku said, standing up. Zook, come on. Jin pleaded. I'll see you later. Jin. Izuku replied, leaving the room. Jin felt a pang of sorrow as he was left alone in the empty kitchen. He sighed, stood up, and returned to cleaning, reflecting on the weight of his decisions. He's still young. Sure he didn't mean it. Meanwhile, Izuku whistled for his bike and decided to take a ride around Mizudafu, which was undergoing construction. Many environmental heroes like Cementos and Power Loader were hard at work using their quirks to rebuild the city. Conflicted thoughts raced through Izuku's mind. He hated Toshinori for abandoning him and taking out his frustrations on Izumi, but he realized he had done the same to the man who had taken him in and raised him. Frustrated, he cranked the throttle of his bike and rode off. As he rode, memories of his time with Jean and Dobby flooded back. Jean had always looked out for him, even putting effort into customizing the bike he was currently riding. Izuku arrived at Dagoba Beach and noticed large amounts of debris being moved. He parked his bike near the railing and spotted Toshinori hard at work, moving debris into sections. Toshinori noticed Izuku and approached him. Izuku, what brings you here? He asked. I didn't know you were here. But since you are, Izuku started. I know what happened earlier today was really bad of me, and I wanted to apologize. Toshinori said. Izuku was surprised but not amused. Michim. Yeah, sure. I get it. You're still angry at me, Toshinori began, but Izuku cut him off. You have no idea. If it were up to me, you wouldn't have made it out alive. Take this as a warning. If you try anything like what you did earlier, I'll make sure you regret it. Toshinori stood baffled but nodded silently before turning back to his work. Izuku mounted his bike and rode off into the city for hours. As the sun began to set, he felt his mind clear and wondered if he had been too harsh on Jean. I'm sure he's okay, he thought as he arrived in front of the dormitory that had been rebuilt after the battle. Taking a deep breath, he dismounted his bike and walked inside. Jean hadn't served dinner like usual, which made Izuku worry. On the dining table, he found a single wrapped bento with a note reading Zook. He opened it to find it still warm, filled with his favorite meal, katsudon. A smile crossed his face as he closed the lid and took it with him. He entered the elevator to the second floor and walked through the seemingly empty house, checking each room. He found Nimuri and Eri binge-watching a show, Dobby was still out, and Izumi was reading a comic, but there was no sign of Jean. Now, Izuku was genuinely worried. Making his way to the third floor, he noticed it was dark except for a light escaping from one of the doors. He opened it quietly to find a chair, a projector, and a table. Dad? Izuku called softly. He approached to see Jean fast asleep. The projector clicked on, displaying pictures of Izuku and the times he had shared with Jean, Dobby, and Eri. As he sat on the floor next to his father, he began to eat the katsudon. The next picture showed him in his hero costume. Izuku stared at the images, reminiscing about his family. Although he felt glad, guilt washed over him with each photo. One picture showed a young Izuku learning to ride his first bike with Jean nearby. Tears fell onto his hands as he took another bite of his meal. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a hand holding out a handkerchief. Looking up, he saw Jean with a soft smile. Izuku took the handkerchief and wiped his tears, opening his mouth to speak, but Jean spoke first. I'm sorry, son. I know you're not happy with the decisions I made. I've disappointed you and Izumi, and that's something I never wanted to do. Izuku looked up at Jean, who was focused on the pictures. The green-haired boy stood up and hugged his father. Please don't apologize. I shouldn't have said those things, Dad. I know you've done so much to protect people. Jean returned the embrace and wiped away Izuku's tears. Truth is, I'm lost. I don't know how to deal with Toshinori. He looks young, but he has the experience of someone much older. When I saw his hand twitch, I wanted to react violently. Izuku let go and stood beside Jin's chair. I see. He has hope just like you, Dobby, Eri, and Izumi. He looked for you for a long time, even while you were at UA. It wasn't until they discovered your identity that they stopped searching. You mean, they really looked for me? Izuku asked, surprised. Jean nodded. Yeah, they had half the Hero Association scanning the city for you. I was going to bring you to him, but then I saw your scars. Yeah, but it was you who made me who I am, not the Yagis, Izuku replied. Jean smiled and handed Izuku a piece of paper from his jacket pocket. You care for Izumi? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. I know it's getting late, but head to the room at this address. Once you get to the front desk, just tell them it's official hero business and show your hero license. If Izumi is awake, take her with you. But what's waiting for me there? Izuku asked. You'll understand when you get there. Now go, son. Jean said with a smile. Izuku nodded and walked off, bumping into Izumi as she entered the elevator from the second floor. I need you to come with me to this address, he said. What's up? Izumi replied. Izuku checked the address and realized it was a hospital. A hospital, he said, mounting his bike as Izumi joined him. The two sped off in the direction of the address Jean had given Izuku. After a while of riding, they arrived at the hospital, the same one where they had their quirk assessment. Well, this was unexpected. Izuku remarked. You're telling me? Izumi replied. Both of the Aizu twins entered the hospital, and as Izuku had been instructed, he flashed his hero license and headed to the designated room. He knocked and opened the door, with Izumi close behind. Hello, Izuku called out. His eyes fell upon a familiar head of green hair. It was Inko, but her once slim figure had changed. She now appeared shorter and fuller. Her eyes began to water. Izuku? Inko said, her voice trembling. Izuku opened the door wider, revealing Izumi. Inko? You both came to see me? She asked, her smile breaking through the tears. This is what he sent me here for. Izuku thought. My children. You've gotten taller, Inko said, studying them. What are you doing here? Izumi asked, concern etched on her face. Inko turned to Izumi. Mr. Carter brought me here and had me admitted. What do you mean, admitted? Izumi pressed. Inko looked at both of them, her expression serious. It turned out that I have a condition. It made me blind to things. Like me after I was assessed as quirkless. Izuku added, understanding dawning on him. Inko nodded. He's not a bad person. He visits me more than your father does and keeps updated with the doctors on my condition. He was the first one who noticed, so he asked if he could have me psychologically evaluated. He brought you here without telling us? Izuku questioned, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Inko shook her head. No, that was my request. I asked him to keep it a secret until my condition was good enough to see both of you. She's not lying. Izuku thought, feeling a wave of empathy. I'm so sorry, my children. It should never be a mother's place to abandon their children in their time of need. Please forgive, Inko began, but Izuku interrupted her by pulling her into a hug. You shouldn't have to apologize. I'm glad you're getting the help you need, he said, feeling her warmth. It had been so long, and now he could embrace her again. Izumi joined the hug, and they were just like they were as kids. Meanwhile, Dobby arrived at the Todoroki residence, sitting on his bike and staring at one of the windows. Are you going to come inside and say hello? A voice called out. Dobby turned to see Ray. I don't know, he replied hesitantly. Ray smiled and placed her hand on her son's arm. Well, come with me. We'll go together. Dobby stared at her, surprised. How are you even here? He finally let you out. Ray nodded. When Mr. Carter fought for Muzutafu, he sent out an evacuation order, and, well, Enji came for me. He looked different, to say the least. He's been trying. Dobby hesitated but then nodded, kicking out his motorcycle's kickstand and joining Ray as they entered the Todoroki residence. Meanwhile, Jean walked through a portal back to Dagoba Beach and saw the significant amount of work Tashinori had done. An exhausted Tashinori approached from the mountains of trash. Jean raised a bag of food and a pair of drinks toward the former symbol of peace, who let out a relieved sigh. Sanitize first, Jean said, holding out a bottle of hand sanitizer, causing Tashinori to look at him in confusion. What? I'm a killer, not a savage. Jean added with a smirk. Tashinori took the bottle and sanitized his hands before accepting the food. Thank you. Jean sat down on the steps overlooking the beach, and Tashinori joined him. You're doing good. At this rate, you should be done within the week. Jean encouraged. Tashinori nodded as he took a bite of his food. Do you ever think how things would have gone if Izuku was born with a quirk? Yeah. I know I don't have a right to be in his life, but I'm proud of him. He endured much more than I thought. When he didn't come home, it became clear just how bad at parenting I was. And Izumi. Everything crashed down on me all at once, and I took it out on her. Tashinori admitted, his voice heavy with regret. Jean nodded in understanding. Those kids, I'd gladly give it all for them. Izuku used to have nightmares all the time when he was growing up. Even now, there are occasional night terrors where he'd wake up looking around like he was about to die. And Izumi flinches whenever I raise my hand, whether it's to hand her something or comfort her after one of her breakdowns. You've been given something that not a lot of people get in a lifetime. You have a chance to prove to your biological children that you can be there for them, Jean said, looking at Tashinori. But they hate me, Tashinori replied, his voice filled with despair. Yeah, that might be so. But be there for them anyway. Show that you're willing to try for them, not for you but for them. Jean encouraged. Tashinori nodded, contemplating Jin's words as he took another bite of his food. What's the next step? Jean smiled, staring out towards the ocean. I have no clue. I think that's your decision.